Tell me your story.
I was this close to dying from a brain abscess that was misdiagnosed.
Good to know people care, though.
For a lot of people, the MRIs are clear.
You said you had a lot to tell.
Oh, yeah.
Someone said,
I thought it was normal to have like seizures by yourself all the time.
You definitely will feel guilt a lot.
I so appreciate you putting this together.
thank you. Anyone who went for brain surgery and have part removed, how long was the recovery process? I'm going for surgery and I don't know the process or how it works and where they will be cutting. But anyone who had an operation to make it more manageable, how long did the recovery process and how big is the cut?
Um, the initial, I was back home within the week.
Nice.
Now I was supposed to stay with my parents for the first 3 months. After the first 2 weeks, my ex-husband came and got me because he couldn't deal with the kids. So my recovery is a little bit different, and my neurologist does think that it was prolonged because I wasn't getting the rest that I needed. But took uh, it took at least 4 months before I had to stop taking the pain medication. Now, of course, that's physical. Well, that also, yeah, it does. It's still. Now, effects of post-seizure living, not seizure, post surgery living is your memory is never going to be the same again. But I think we all have lived with that anyway. So I don't think there's much of a difference. It's just now I can tell people, yeah, this is why my brain doesn't work. You see that little bubble? That's why it takes me longer.
Ever since I had mine, my brain hasn't been the same.
But
So
the
we don't know
brain
if
is surprisingly resilient. Resilient is the best word. Just because I don't have the seahorse anymore doesn't mean I don't feel fear, even though that's the fear center. Not the seahorse. That's crap. I still feel everything I'm supposed to feel, even with missing parts. So if you're worried that you're not going to be you, you'll still be you because your brain will still know I'm happy, even if it's now being processed in a different area. There. I think I'm saying that right. I'm stopping now.
Gotcha. Hey, Ivan, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, Pookie. Hi, Tuster. Hi, Kylie. Uh, I
hi,
wanna
Ivan.
ask. Hi, Kylie. I wanna ask Tuster about surgery. Do you still take medication
Yeah,
until now?
yes, I do. Um, but surgery was still a positive thing. Um,
Okay.
because I went from having a couple tonic clonics a week to having maybe one a week to every 2 weeks, if I'm lucky. And actually, I mean, it's gone drastically down. The amount of time has gone drastically down. to the point where I think that it was definitely worth it. Going into the surgery, we knew that most likely it wouldn't be a cure-all. But from what they could tell, the majority of my seizures were starting in that area.
And the doc, may I ask again? Do the doctor tell you that how many success percentage about
Oh, they
your
gave
surgery and something like that?
they
And what's
gave
the yeah, yeah, yeah. Sorry,
sorry,
sorry.
sorry.
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Um they gave me a I can't remember the percentage of they gave me a percentage of basically my neurologist said there is a chance that you could never have a seizure again. Most likely that's not going to be the case. So I went in knowing that most likely I was still going to have seizures, but she still thought it would be beneficial for me in the long run, living wise, because I can mom better now than I could before. I can't hold a job, but I can make sure that my kid has everything he needs.
Yeah,
I can set
okay, okay.
appointments, stuff like that, and now I'm rambling.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Thanks, Toaster.
To the post here with anyone who's had brain surgery, the comments here, one here says, my surgery was much different than it is now. I think recovery was a few weeks until I was fully recovered. It's been over 13 years since. I had parts removed, so I don't remember the full recovery too well. Nice. Another comment here says, I had left temporal lobe lobectomy about 7 months ago. No resection of my hippocampus. Recovery varies from person to person. For me, it took about 4 months. I had a meeting with my surgeon before consenting to surgery, and I asked all the questions there. The meeting was about an hour. Thankfully, in my case, he was super patient, and I could tell he knew his stuff. It made me feel so much more anxious, almost so much less anxious. I'm sorry. The surgery itself was about 5 hours, but I was under almost the entire time. The actual recovery was the worst part, especially the first month. So glad those days are over. For reference, 27. One more comment here says, I just had my 4-year anniversary of my right temporal lobe lobectomy, one seizure while I was just under extreme stress. But I have definitely had heightened depression, impulsiveness, and forgetfulness. Did you have memory issues afterwards?
I don't remember. I mean, I was diagnosed with epilepsy, when Jeffrey was born.
So you say the surgery went well?
Yes.
Were your seizures worse before that?
Yeah. I'd say that they probably got worse. They I don't know.
Okay. I can move forward then. Got something here. It says epilepsy and traveling abroad. Traveling with epilepsy can be hard and at best of times, but how do you prepare for traveling abroad with medication? The flight, how do you make sure you're safe? I'm looking for advice and soon. Um, Flying abroad, from all the posts I've read from the months of doing this, um, a lot of people say check with the people you're going with and let them know about your medication so you don't get in trouble. And also contact the airport and you can ask what you can and cannot bring to that country. We went through something similar like this. I mean, this post. So yeah, I really do suggest checking with where you're going to see if you can actually take a certain medication because certain controlled substances aren't even allowed in certain countries. Yeah, you don't want to get there and then get arrested because you need your medication.
May I say something in regards to that?
Go ahead.
Well, when we had my neurology appointment not too long ago, Mom asked if I could still fly, and she said, yeah, because their cabin is pressured. Cabin's pressurized, so it's still safe for me to fly, even though I have seizures. I got a
That's
question for
good. I fly.
Toaster. I have a question for Toaster. Are you left or right-handed?
Both.
That'd be like for handwriting.
Oh, write with my right hand and do pretty much, but it looks the same with my left hand.
Oh, so you're a righty. All right.
All right.
Depends. If you're writing
Um,
Hebrew, it's easier to write it with your left hand because it goes from this way to this way. That way you're not blocking what you're writing. And when you're writing in English, it's easier to write this way to this way because then you're not blocking what you're writing.
I write with this one, left.
So it depends on what you're writing.
I got some comments here about epilepsy and traveling abroad. The first one says I traveled extensively. I usually bring an extra week worth of meds in case of a delayed flight. Yes, a week. I'm anal that way. I always keep it in my carry-on, which I think is super obvious. I just wanted to mention bring your safety med, keeping a good eye on the time difference, and get back to your regular med schedule. You don't want to overdose and underdose. The leisure travel should be stress-free. Don't overthink it and have fun. Yeah, I traveled and I didn't um well, I was a little reckless with it. I didn't like worry about anything. I was like, I'm gonna make it there and I'm gonna just pay attention to every sign that's going on anytime I feel weird because I did have a fear of having a seizure in another state and missing my layover. That was a thought a lot. I kept thinking I'm alone and what if I miss this flight? Yeah, that would have been rough. Um, and yeah, that's the only thing I was worried about. I put my pills in my carry-on, but that wasn't traveling abroad, so that might not count. But that is a thing I was worried about is having a seizure either on the plane. That was a thought going through my head, or during a layover was worst case scenario. Um, just hoping that that didn't happen. Luckily, it didn't. Another comment here says, I traveled abroad in 2020 to Fiji for 2 weeks, and I believe I was on my medication back then, and there was no issue from my recollection. From my recollection, I was only 10 and a half at that time. Just filled the prescription right before flying over. In flying to Italy for 6 weeks in 2013, I was 14. I was medication free by that stage, so no troubles there. However, I look at it now. What if I wasn't? Well, a lot of prescriptions, discussions, and planning regarding that side of the trip. Another comment here says, normally I ask my GP to give me a double amount of medication depending on how long I'm going away for, and I scatter packs around in my backpack suitcase. Just want to be sure I have my medication wherever I'm going. I let air hostesses know too. They're aware, and I'm sitting next to strangers. I let them know just to be on the safe side. I normally just sleep or read on my Kindle. Anything to distract, relax, and calm me. Ivan, did you have a question?
He had his hand up, but that was all. He didn't say anything.
Yeah. Sorry, it's mute. But if you wanna say anything, Kylie, go ahead.
Oh, I was trying to ask you, did anybody ever have seizures on these lives? While they're doing a live.
Yes. Many people have had seizures.
On a live here?
Yes.
I've been slower with my thinking and haven't been able to do my regular stuff. And we think it's because of the seizures that I've had. So
That's why writing is better because you can see what you just thought.
oh.
I got another post here. It says, "Am I in the wrong?" So on Friday and Saturday, I'm scheduled for work 11-hour shifts because we have the inventory. In the past, I have given my manager a doctor's note saying I have epilepsy. A couple of weeks ago, I told him I can't work 11-hour shifts or long shifts in general because of my epilepsy. He said, "You have to work those days. Your doctor's note says you have epilepsy, but not that you can't work long shifts." I walked out on him because I was irritated. And since then, I've been waiting on another doctor's note saying I can't work long shifts. But I've decided to come in on Friday and Saturday and work only 9 to 5, which is what I typically work. And I'm pretty nervous how he'll react to that. But some of the bigger bosses will be there, and I've decided to talk to one of them. Is this fucked? I feel like if you know one of your employees has epilepsy and you've seen them almost have a seizure in front of you, you should know that they can't be overworked like that. By the way, he asked for the first doctor's note saying I have epilepsy because he just needed proof I have the condition so he doesn't have to make me work long or make me work close. My coworkers are saying he's doing this so he can have a big bonus. Hey, Andrea. Is that person wrong? She said she's gonna go talk to his bosses since they're gonna be around. I think that's if you gotta talk to the head, you gotta get answers. That's a good thing to do. Go talk to the bosses. You don't get in trouble for it, and he doesn't get bonuses for it that he shouldn't get. Got a comment here. It says, "Sure, man, I'll come in, but you're not the one who's gonna have to clean all this blood off the floor after I pass out and hit my head on the concrete working all these hours." Another comment here says, it says your employer needs a doctor's note that states your limitations. They do not need to know your condition or diagnosis until you have documented limitations and have engaged in the ADA interactive process, which is where reasonable accommodations can be determined. Your employer does not have to accommodate anything. Also, if working long shifts is a core requirement of the job, the employer can argue that this places an underburden on them and terminate your employment. Please note the terminology used in my post is ADA and employment law terminology. It's not direct, it's not discredit or sound inflammatory to you. Toaster, would you tell the big boss? Would you tell the head if your boss said you had to work long shifts and you need a doctor's note?
You do have to get a doctor's note. I mean, go to your neurologist and say, I need this. It sounds hard. It does. But it really actually isn't once you go to them and say, I need reduced hours.
Um,
I mean, just get the doctor's note.
I got something. And this is an icebreaker. Now that you're here, Andrea, everybody's getting the icebreaker. It says, apart from hello, how do you answer the phone? A lot of times I just answer it and I go, yo, and they'll start talking. Whoever it is might start talking, hopefully.
Probably what's up?
Ivan,
Yeah.
how do you answer the phone as the icebreaker?
Sorry, I didn't understand. I didn't understand. My
Oh,
language capabilities is very limited.
what do you
I'm
say when you
sorry.
answer the phone? You answer in a different language? What do you say? I want to hear it.
Uh, Hello. Is
Oh,
this hello? Who is this? something like that. Just
No, I
that's
mean,
all.
do you answer it in your home language?
Yeah, some language. Because in Indonesia it's only one language. Indonesia usually we are all usually all Indonesian and oh sorry because there is an ad for because we are all almost Muslim, use assalamualaikum that you almost you said before uh b- bo, bo, uh
Before
I,
you answer the
I,
phone. I got it. Gotcha.
yeah, assalamualaikum, and then we talk assalamualaikum, waalaikumsalam, and then
Toaster, your turn.
What were we talking about?
When you answer the phone, how else do you say? How else do you answer the phone outside of hello?
Hey there.
Yeah,
Peace.
I don't really say hello anymore. I'm just like, yo, what's up? Something like that.
I see, I see, I see, I see.
I mean, in Hebrew we use shalom for hello and
Yeah,
goodbye. So
yeah. That's what I mean. Sorry.
that's basically what you're saying.
Toaster.
You're just saying hello.
Yeah.
There's
Toaster.
so
That's
many
right.
words saying hello.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
means peace,
It's
but
like it's like it's like shalom in Hebrew.
Some responses were, "Go ahead, caller, you're on the air." Another one says, "Ahoy." Another one says, "City Morgue, you stab them, we slap them."
Yeah, it's
Another one
very much.
says, "Tody's Pizza."
oh, oh,
Um,
oh, oh, can I,
Many, many
can
ways.
I, can I, can I, like, quirk the question? What
Go
do you
ahead.
say to spam callers?
I say, "Yo," and they never say anything.
I say, hi, Spammy. How are you? It's been
The
a
other day,
while.
I talked to one for like 30 minutes. I was editing a video and I was just talking to him, giving him all the wrong information. And eventually I was just like, I gotta go. And he was like, can we figure this out? We've been doing this for 30 minutes. He started to get irritated that I was just like, I gotta go now.
I
And
gotta go, actually. Bye.
all right.
No.
Hey Tom.
Hey,
I
Tom, I've
wanted to
never met
say
you before. Hi,
hi. How are
Tom.
you, Carly? I wanted to
Um,
say hello to her.
Oh, to me?
No, Sailor. I mean, Toaster.
Oh,
oh
well, she
yeah.
left.
She
That
had to go
bummed
be a
me out.
mom.
Oh well.
Um,
Kaylee, how are you doing, hon?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm Kylie, not Kaylee.
Carly, Kaylee, I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't know.
Good to meet you.
um,
Good to meet you too.
And then
the
there's
icebreaker today
Andrea,
was
Andrea, and
um,
I've never met Ivan. And Pokey, who's Pokey?
Pookie.
ah
Pokey.
He's
Pokey.
the host.
How you doing, my
I like,
friend?
I like how you say my name.
Yeah,
Um,
Pokey.
yeah.
That's just for
The
you and me, man. That's all. There it is.
the icebreaker today was, apart from hello, how do you answer the phone?
I usually
Uh,
say hello,
uh,
that's all.
I said hello.
Hello, yeah.
Hey, what's up? No,
But
hi. Hey, how you doing?
I'm gonna start using
Oh,
Tony's
unless wait
Pizza.
a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. No, I don't answer my phone unless I can see their name.
Mm,
So let's say Pokey just called or Pookie just called. Hey, how you doing, my friend?
that's for me personally.
That's to anybody that answers my phone or it shows up on my phone. I'm sorry.
Gotcha.
Yes, it was just for you.
Gotcha.
All
Thought I was
right.
special.
Yeah, now, yeah, I
Um,
want you to be touched. Reach out and touch someone.
I got something here. It says possible epilepsy. Good evening and happy holidays to everyone. My name is Andrea, and I'm 35 years old. About a month apart, I had two seizures that they called cardiogenic. Even though I had bitten my tongue sideways, the seizures were short lived and recovered quickly without any warning symptoms. Due to the second, I also dislocated my shoulder. The first EEG showed the following, in quote, sharp theta abnormalities over the frontal regions, bisynchronous and symmetrical. The second, with sleep deprivation, was unchanged from the first. A brain CT scan was negative since I have severe diagnosis of PSVT, paroxysmal supraventricular
I thought you were able to say
tachycardia.
these words better.
Yeah, those words. Uh, yeah,
I'm sorry.
said
I'm sorry for interrupting.
that was interesting. Interesting to pronounce. Paroxysmal supraventricular tachycardia. I did it.
There you go. That's it. I got that one.
Okay. Awaiting ablation. They believe these epileptic seizures were secondary to this abnormal arrhythmia. Now, almost a month later, I have not had any more seizures. I wasn't diagnosed with epilepsy, but I was examined by several neurologists. In fact, I left the emergency room without a prescription for medication. Do you think epileptic hypothesis is still plausible? And I'm in Italy, if that matters. Um, no, I
I
also
don't know
don't
if they
think.
can write you a script. I mean, you need a neurologist to write you a script for anesthesia medication, don't you?
Uh, yeah, I believe all the seizure meds you need a prescription for. I don't think you can just go in and say I need some Keppra
No.
or
Yeah,
anything like that.
yeah, I understand. I agree. Sorry.
Um, yeah, this person said they had some things going on. If the doctor says it's not a seizure, I'm not gonna say otherwise. Um,
Yeah,
yeah, I can't tell you that the doctor's wrong. Yeah, I already give too much medical advice. Um, I got something here. It said, diagnose epileptic and recent appointment brings up functional seizure. I moved to a city in the US with far better medical care in June. Struggled with convulsion seizures, TC with multiple ER visits since my teens. I'm 24-year-old female. I had a neuro and no real answers. When I moved over the summer, I found a neuro who I felt actually listened to me, was able to get me in quickly after I explained the urgency, was thorough, and helped me understand something. I felt I knew all along that I was epileptic. He was very meticulous in titrating Keppra, and I feel things are improving. This doctor took me off of multiple psych meds I had been given previously, explaining the dangers of seizures, though. I was previously told they were beneficial because everything I was experiencing was psychosomatic. Even with the mental health side effects of Keppra, I was stunned at how much better I felt overall by not taking these other medications. However, he did ask for whenever it was witnessed for my seizures to be logged because there's an epilepsy specialist here. I was referred for further monitoring, monitoring. Did not get in until this week, and now I feel confused again. The hospital wants more EEGs and continues to bring up FNDs. The doctor is very intelligent, but says it can be very hard to decipher the difference between these two types of seizures. I brought a video footage of seizures and so much info, but I just felt kind of invalidated. I know FND seizures are real too, but it feels like I'm at square one once again with the amount they want to do, and I just want to get my life on track. I'm consuming so much more research now when after the last decade of my life, I felt no one believed me, and it feels like a completely novel sense of deja vu. They're requesting an inpatient EEG, and I'm just weaning off if I should go back to the neuro I originally trusted. I felt he was taking ordered. He was taking ordered, pressed press steps for me to get help and would adjust as needed? Or am I just new to this logistics of this epileptic process? I was not aware of the functional seizures, had been frustrated when told they were pseudo in the past, but understand that the non existent phenomenon, it is a lot of information to digest and attempt to comprehend. So I referred to the specialist through the other provider, but it seems more expensive. And it is researchers so far more experimental. I just want to feel confident functioning. So I was wondering if anyone else had experienced this, and is this right? Um, I would say personally, I think what the neurologist said, of course, it could be right. I wouldn't say they would tell you something wrong, but also the part about the person, um, I forgot what part it was. I forgot the post it was. You guys
That
remember
was
a
a
piece of
lot of
that?
information.
Yeah, I thought you might say that. That's why I was like halfway through it, like, oh my goodness, should I keep reading it? Please tell me you remember something because there was something that I was gonna say. Um,
Well, the fact that, she said that she had a neuro that, she could speak with, that she thought was capable, was actually listening to her and believed her. And then she went off on a tangent about I don't know what she say, that she was in the hospital and they were taking tests. They were doing tests.
yeah, basically asking are the doctors doing it right? I think pretty much they're doing what they can to figure out what's going on. They at
And
least do
what?
that, not waste their time.
No. And you have to have a neuro, which it sounded like she did, that was going to be behind you. But it sounded like somehow or another she just got dumped off on somebody else who
Right.
decided that while she was in the hospital or something, when she was having these tests done, that they were making decisions. And I don't think I heard any more about that neuro until the end, who was the one who should have been uh, uh,
Doing the testing.
asking to have the test done. I mean, this is just Tom. I don't know. I don't know that, but that's what I would suspect how it should
Um,
happen.
There's one comment here, then we'll move forward. The comment says that sucks. You're getting bounced around again after finally finding a neuro who actually listened to you. The fact that your first new doc got off those psych meds and you felt better says a lot, to be honest. If the epilepsy specialist is pushing for tons more testing after you already had video evidence and improving with Kepra, might be worth getting a second opinion or just sticking the original neuro who was actually helping you progress. Um,
They sound confused
Lisa.
too.
Hey, Lisa.
Hello, Elisa.
Whenever you're ready, you can turn your mic on for now. We're going to move to the next topic. I had one right here. It says, marrying someone with epilepsy. What should I expect and how can I support them? Hey, everyone. I'm getting married this year to my partner who has epilepsy. We're long distance relationships, and usually we see each other about twice a year. I haven't personally witnessed one of his seizures, but I know he has epilepsy because he always informs me when he has an episode and has even sent photos of his bitten tongue afterwards. He has grand mal tonic-clonic seizures, and I've been keeping notes and how often and roughly and what time they occur. From what I've observed, from what I've observed, I think it's observed. Um, it's been fairly consistent at around 5 seizures a year. My questions are: is it possible to become seizure free? And what usually helps? Medication, lifestyle, or triggers, or etc. For those who are married to or living with someone with epilepsy, what should I do or realistically expect? What are the most important things I should be prepared for a spouse emotionally or medically? Any advice and someone with epilepsy would be very helpful. Um,
Wow,
I
she's a
just
sweetheart.
right. That's a lot right there. Just wanting to learn about
That's
what's going
it.
on with the person.
And
That was
brave.
Tracy. I mean, she took me in. She saved my life because I told you before that I was a drug addict, a drunk, and all that good nonsense. And I met Tracy in the bar, and we hit it off. And she hadn't even seen me have a seizure yet. Uh, I would suggest to her, this young lady, that before she marries him, get to know him a little bit face to face, recognize, I mean, uh, observe a seizure and his before and after, whether or not she's willing to take that on. Uh, I mean, because it's a lot. I mean, it's a lot for someone to take on. I mean, to sit long distance relationships. Doesn't sound like
Right.
she really even knows him that well, except for,
Well, I guess she sees him twice a year, so that's enough for their relationship, I guess.
well, but you know how divorces work anymore. It doesn't take
Um,
much.
right.
I would sure hate to see that.
Correct. Me too. A lot of people are getting divorced these days.
I
Um,
know. I mean, it's you wouldn't believe the numbers. I mean, the only reason I know this is because uh, all the meetings I that we have in the congregation, they put out a lot of statistics, and it's over 50% of people that get married get divorced. I mean,
wow.
that's insane. And it's one thing to hear that. I mean, I've been married and divorced. My wife has been married and divorced. Pretty much everybody I know has been married at least once. But that's a pretty it sounds like they've got a good thing going right now. And if she's willing to take that on, kudos, major kudos. But that wasn't her question. What can she expect?
I think you just got to be ready for this. If you're not, it's not something to jump into. I think
Yeah,
personally,
right.
you might have to, like you said, might have to get to know him better. Because if you don't want to deal with epilepsy, it's not something to get started with. You
No,
got to know what you're getting yourself into.
you're
We can be a
you're
lot.
jumping into a mess. Well, he said he's pretty much like me. I mean, or even um, better than me, where as far as seizures are concerned, 5 a year, that's like one every other month plus. But he does have grand mal seizures, and I had grand mal seizures at the time when I got married, but I had more than one every other month. I mean, I've had brain surgery, I had a VNS, you know, multiple rounds of different medications before it kind of got tied down.
I didn't know you had surgeries, Tom, other than the VNS.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I've had right temporal lobe surgery.
Oh, I didn't know that.
What did they
Maybe
do?
like about 15 years ago or more. 15 plus years.
Did they do like a lobectomy or?
It was right. I heard front right here, front temporal lobe.
So is that like
Lobectomy.
taking your top of your head off?
No, no, there's a little hole right here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, no, no. I saw a picture of a brain where it was an MRI or whatever those scans are, and the guy had a lobectomy or whatever you call that. Big, it looked like half his brain was gone, and he said he had he didn't have full vision out of his left eye. His peripheral was only partial. And he had a couple other minor side effects from it. But he said he was amazed at how he could live a normal life pretty much. But I'm sorry, I don't want nobody taking that much of my brain.
Yeah, I think it was Toaster told me she has some. I believe she said she has some of it. She had hers
Yeah.
taken out.
Well, they
Some of
say
it.
you use 1/10 of 1% of your brain.
I don't think you can live with that though. They can't
I
take the
don't
rest
know. They
of
they
test.
took this much of my brain, and I
Uh,
wanted to have it in a little glass jar where I could wear around my neck,
what did they say?
so I keep it with me.
What did they say about that?
No, don't work that way, homie. No, 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 no. You don't ever get to take any of yourself home. I was
Oh,
like, that's
wow.
mine. No, I didn't want it. But
Okay.
yeah.
Questions about focal or absent seizures versus brief awareness lapses. Can focal or absent epilepsy present like this? You're lying in bed thinking about something and suddenly you end quote come back into awareness.
That's
Like you
me.
just woke up, but you can't remember what you were thinking. It lasts only a few seconds, no aura, no convulsion, no confusion afterwards, just a sudden hyper awareness of yourself in the moment. It felt like a brief mental reset rather than losing consciousness. Has anyone with focal seizures experienced something like this? Or is this more consistent with disassociation, micro arousals, anxiety, or normal brain glitches? Not asking for
Arousal.
diagnosis, just trying to understand how people with actual focal epilepsy experience very mild episodes. Um, I got this because I was going through this same thing and I wondered the same thing. And it's like sometimes I just get like, I call them blips. It's like a few moment. I feel like I just out of it for a second. Then I
And then
look
you're
around
back.
to see I look around to see who noticed, and if anything I did was noticeable, and sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. Um, the other day I was like nodding to sleep, and then my mom said something, and then I stayed awake after that. Um,
Uh,
but yeah, I kept doing it, and it was like out of nowhere. It wasn't like I was smoking that much to go to sleep or whatever. But yeah, that was weird, and I'm looking to talk to this neurologist about that because that's very awkward.
well, you
Um,
remember I told you I fell out of the shower and landed against the vanity, and I kind of cracked the door on it. But I woke up. I came to. I was back in the shower, standing up. Shower curtain was up and closed. And Tracy came in and said, "Tom, you okay?" I said, "I'm fine. Why?" She says, "Because sound like you dropped something or fell." I said, "I'm fine. I know nothing. And
I
I
Do you
can
have
never
any
missed a beat.
bruises?
I never missed a beat." Then a few days later, Tracy says, "Tom, come here." And she says, "See the crack here in the door in the vanity? That must have been you when you fell out." But I put the shower curtain back up,
Hmm.
and I wasn't there. But I do
I've
that
been
all the
having.
time. Where we'll be having a conversation. Poop. Tom's gone for a couple minutes. Comes back. Doesn't know he was, and with no aura. That's
Yeah,
what
that
scares
hasn't.
me about work.
Yeah, working and then have one. At least
Yeah.
I'm scared for you sometimes, Tom. Like, say you're standing alone your whole shift. That's
Oh,
amazing
I'm
that
not
you can do
alone.
that.
Wait. I'm not alone. I'm in
Oh,
the middle of Costco.
well, that's what I mean without
Yeah, I'm in the
coworkers.
middle of Costco. There's thousands of people around. So,
Got
but yeah. I could drop and people are going to freak. And I won't have convulsions, most probably, but I'll be gone and people will be, whoa, 911.
that's what usually happens. People call
Yeah,
911.
that's what happens. It hasn't happened to me. Only that one time in the office when I pretty much first started. I had one and they thought I was having a heart attack or something because nobody knew nothing. So they called 911. Tracy just happened to be out in the parking lot. So they called Tracy and Tracy said, "I'll be right in." So Tracy was in there before the ambulance got there. And by that time I was coherent enough to say, I'm not going to the doctor, to the hospital. They had me sign that disclaimer, which I don't know what that looked like. But yeah.
Yeah, from when I was getting focals, I haven't had any because of um, these, of course. Shout out to
Oh
Nature's Made.
yeah.
But yeah, before those gummies, um, my B12 was depleted because of the medication. But I would get like these very small times where I would see, was I staring at something for too long? Or I'd be doing something and then like, what am I doing? Like go somewhere, like go to the kitchen or something and wonder why I went there. I was always wondering if those small moments where I got up not thinking about anything probably was a seizure, but I wasn't sure and glad I'm not having focals. So that
And
was something for me.
you're not waking up in somebody else's apartment.
Correct. That's been the best part. Um, and living in a house now is so much better. I don't have apartment doors to just go next
Yeah,
door.
there you go.
Um, I'm glad that's over with. Um, Yeah, like I said, I've noticed I was staring and then I was like, is that a seizure? And I just be like staring at a shoe on in front of me on the ground or something on the living room
Laying on
table.
your back.
And then I look at someone like I always look around to see who noticed if things have happened. And
Right.
it's usually my mom. She's like, were you having a seizure? And I'm like, shit, I don't know.
I don't know.
I noticed I
Why
was
do
looking at
people ask
something.
us that? Be like your
Yeah.
mom, she knows you don't know.
She kind of does not know.
And
I didn't
Tracy,
live with I didn't live with her for 10 years, so
oh, okay, that's right.
she doesn't
Yeah, well, it's
exactly know
like
my epilepsy yet. So
Tracy's been pretty much the only person around me when I have a seizure. And Tracy knows that when I'm gone, I know nothing. I come back, hey, hey, did I miss something when, watching TV? Did I miss something?
Yeah, you're very right. You're very right. Our wife is the one who knows when we are gone. When
Yeah.
when 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 each time when I'm going to black out or having a seizure, he knows just only he knows, she knows, sorry, only she knows the one when I'm going to see her. Even my mother, my father, my brother, they didn't know
They
when
know
we are going
nothing.
to blood. They know nothing. But our wife, I don't know. I don't know. I can't even explain about it. I can't even
Right.
explain about it.
Because
It's
your
very weird.
mind's gone.
It's not like magic, you know.
Andrea, what are your seizures like?
Which ones?
Do you have different types of seizures?
I've had tonic-clonics, focal awares, and focal unawares. But I'm very fortunate because I actually just realized that it's been 6 months since my last tonic-clonic as of yesterday,
Uh-huh.
and
Good.
like 4.5 months, I think, since my last focal. So
Good. Hey, I'm
I
with you.
never.
That's what's so cool about mine, you know, that I don't have them for a long time and then I'll have one out of the blue.
I'm
And
hoping to have some in about 2 weeks just because I'm going to the EMU.
yeah, right, exactly.
I'm hoping to
Well,
not
they're going
have
to
any
try and
this
help
evening.
you out there.
I don't want any until I get there, but once I
No,
get there, bring it on.
yeah, that's it.
I'm almost to 2 months, so I'm hoping to not have any. Um, I haven't had any since Black Friday, so whatever day the day after
Black
Thanksgiving
Friday.
was. Uh,
That's cool.
yeah, so going on my 3 months, and usually it's around 3 months, so I'm expecting.
Yeah,
Oh,
my
that's
last
another thing. If I forget my medication, if I forget a dose, I can almost count on it being um like 12 hours or 18 hours, something like that. In between there, I'll have one. Not a tonic-clonic, but I'll have a seizure.
Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Hey, Mark.
The icebreaker today is outside of hello. How else do you answer the phone?
Outside what?
Outside of hello, how do you answer the phone?
Well, I don't have many people who call me socially. Um, I don't have many, um, I mean, doctors' offices, a handful of doctors' offices that'll, and those are kind of appropriate to open and greet with hello. Don't want to be unprofessional or anything. Um, yeah, friends, I just say hello. So the only others are the unrecognized probable robocalls trying to collect any information or whatever or something or start some sort of scam or I don't know, data broker weirdos or whatever. Or maybe I'm just paranoid. I don't know. But if it's a number I don't recognize, um, a
They
phone
can leave
call
a
I didn't
message.
ask for, I just pick it up and say nothing and wait. And if you hear the click that it clicks on, then it was definitely a robocall. Somebody just appeared and connected to it after they detected that somebody had answered the phone. They've got a live one, so they can check that off in their database. That number has a person, but I don't want to give them any voice identification
Recognition.
print, anything that they could use to kind of hack and simulate my voice or anything. So I just stay dead silent and I wait for them to say hello and then I hang up on them.
Yeah, I just let it, hey, if I don't recognize the name, than if it's important to leave a message.
That's how I
That's
am.
that's a good point. Until I realized that my voicemail box had reached its full capacity and nobody could leave messages anymore. So who knows what I'd been missing, but
Do you know how to empty your email? I mean, your voicemail?
I mean, I do now.
Okay.
It's a skill I recently learned
Uh-huh.
out of
Right.
necessity, but yeah, it's I don't know. I don't like the way a lot of things are going in society. I don't like having to be so defensive about
I know.
everything, about like even my own voice. It's it's just weird. It's like
Yeah.
something's changed.
Have
Maybe
you
it's just
watched yourself on the podcast?
huh?
I said, have you watched the podcast and watch yourself interact?
I mean, a little bit. I feel weird watching myself. It's like, eh,
Same
but
thing with me when I'm editing and someone's in the room. I'm like, turn it down. I'm like, hate to hear my own voice.
yeah, it
Sometimes
doesn't
I answer the
sound.
questions.
It doesn't sound on the screen, like on the video playback, like it does to me in my head. So when I hear my own words being said by my voice, and I know it's my voice, but it sounds different from the way
Different.
I hear
Yeah.
it when I'm saying it. It's like there's this disconnect, and I think that's kind of the source of the strangeness, hearing the vocal cords vibrating transmission up directly through the bone into the inner ear and everything. You hear it in a much more um un uh um
Yeah, that
unmuddied
works.
form. You don't have to go through the airwaves and then get picked up by the microphone and go through all of this and decoding and encoding and data compression and stuff. So I don't know. I've never liked the sound of my voice on any sort of recording. It sounds kind of alien to me.
Same.
I was gonna say, I think a lot of people might think that about their voice, and yeah,
Yeah.
um, yeah. Like I say, I hear myself talking when I'm editing videos and talking to you guys, and for some reason, sometimes I answer the question myself, and then I'm like, okay, we're not live. This is me listening to Kate talk or listen to somebody talk, and I'm cutting them off, and yeah, I've
That's
done
Oh,
this
me.
you
plenty
try
of
to join in
times.
the conversation while you're editing it after the fact?
Yes, I've been answered. Hold on 1 second. I'll answer that one. And like, oh yeah, I'm recording this. We did this 6 weeks ago, something like this.
Well, hey, I mean, you've got
It's
an
happened.
advantage there. You just look at the video and see how you were dressed, and then just dress up the same, and you can go and record yourself and say, hold up here. I want to say something real quick, and get your piece in and edit that in like it was part of the conversation the whole time.
Now
I've done.
I'm the one that interrupts everybody. I mean,
Well,
somebody be talking,
that's
I
okay.
just interrupt.
We
You're not
love
the
your
one.
I
interruptions,
am so
Tom.
rude. I am so sorry.
We've had worse.
You
We
Um.
have?
love your interruptions,
Oh
Tom.
yeah, we've had worse. You're nothing. My bad for that one. You're something, but
I
you
am
don't
at,
have
yeah,
to
I am something.
apologize.
Yeah, we'll go with
You're
that.
cutting off. You don't have to apologize for yours. You do the minimum. Put it like that. Um.
That's funny.
How's AJ today?
Yeah, AJ.
Yeah, didn't say hi to
Hi.
AJ.
Hey,
I'm all right.
hey.
How
He
you
didn't
doing
even
today?
interrupt.
I'm all right.
No seizures lately,
Okay.
right?
Uh, oh my God.
I remember having some seizure, but I don't know when. So,
It's
That's
usually like
okay. That's
that.
going around.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's okay. I understand.
Yeah, I got you.
The icebreaker today was outside of hello, how do you answer the phone? And the responses to that post were funnier than most of ours, to put it like that.
Can I can I ask
um,
a quick clarification point? And
yeah,
I've
sure.
already given my answer, but I just want to. Does the question differentiate between saying like hello and something like hey? Is
I'll
saying
go through.
hey or what's up different from saying hello? Or does it
Yeah.
have to be like a completely different from
Other than
just
hello.
other than hello? So
Anything
like,
other
hey,
than hello, I guess.
what's
Is that right?
up? All right. Super Bowl, what was it, 99?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Um, I'll read a couple responses that were funny. One says,
Wait,
"Go ahead
wait,
and
wait,
call it."
wait. We didn't get AJ's response to the icebreaker.
Yeah.
We
Wait,
can't,
let's wait
we
on
can't,
AJ.
we can't move on yet.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
let's
put her
wait
on
on
the spot.
AJ.
Yeah, well, that's the point of the icebreaker, isn't it?
Right.
I'm kind of embarrassed for what I'm doing, but usually I wait until I can see if it's a robot and I burp really loud.
I think
Burp.
I'd seen you message that earlier.
Yeah. I'm
As to
kind
what,
of a mess, but
Did I hear correctly? You said burp?
yep.
You do it
That
on
is
purpose?
awesome. That is awesome.
You burp
What
on
you say?
purpose?
Oh yeah. When I
Well,
was a
that's cool.
child,
You can burp on cue.
yeah,
yeah,
we good.
when I was a child, we used to make contests of burping and who was able to say the entire alphabet. I always won.
That's
You
good. I
got you
like
got all
that.
the way through?
Did you
Show
get
us.
through the alphabet before they stopped you?
Oh yeah, but now I'm not able. I need to drink a lot of uh, soda or
Oh, I
water,
thought you were.
sprinkle
I
water
thought you were
to
just
be
randomly
able. Oh yeah,
burping.
I can do it, but my mom is in the house and she hates it when I do
It's
it.
o- it's
Okay.
okay.
Oh,
We
it's
can
all
deal
good.
without it.
It's all good, huh?
Um,
I'm
yeah.
just
What was
impressed
your?
you can burp on command.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm thinking. Uh,
Wait, you cannot do it?
I've never tried.
no.
You just swallow the air and the burp comes out right after. It's nothing special.
I can't swallow air.
I was thinking that swallowing air is like inhaling, right?
Yeah, that's
Well, no, you
that's
Not
have to
the
kind of
inhale
same.
into your stomach.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of different. I don't know. You just know it. I mean,
yeah.
it's not like something you can learn. You just find out the trick behind it.
Well, that's interesting, AJ. Thank you. I've never heard that before. So maybe it comes with epilepsy.
Oh
Swallowing
no,
air.
Yeah,
That's one of the benefits.
you've given
I
me
don't think
something to
so.
strive for. I want to learn how to swallow air into
Me
my
too.
stomach now. I gotta get that. I mean, yeah. I've
Yeah,
actually
and
heard interesting side note. There are some um, uh, death metal vocalists who create their harsh vocals, the growls, by opening up and engaging the false vocal cords in the deep neck that really cause the big bellow when you get one of those good, really deep projections from your stomach, and it's like, right. If you
Oh,
can
so
get
that's
that
what
from
my
your
mom
lungs and
does.
continue it, like it's, yeah,
Now I know how my grandma used to do all the vocals when she was mad at me.
really.
Good.
Oh yeah, just.
Oh man, that sounds
I
scary.
mean, I'm from a volcanic house, so you kind of know.
Mm. I'm trying to still imagine the thing. Like I even tried it, swallowing air.
I just
Um,
tried too.
I
I
feel
just tried
Would it
too.
be easier
It's
to
kind of
try,
easy.
like, start trying with sips of water and try to figure out how to swallow a bit of water with a bit of air and then kind of work down less and less water until maybe you can get just the air?
Okay, why don't you give that a shot and let us know how it works out for you?
I'll have to try it. Yeah.
I didn't think that
I
far ahead.
I won't
Well,
suggest trying that.
yeah.
It's kind of dangerous. You might end up
Drowning.
Drowning.
swallowing, yeah, swallowing the water on the wrong direction.
It's like waterboarding myself
There you go,
in an attempt to
Kinda,
burp.
James.
Yeah.
I
yeah.
couldn't
So
imagine
maybe I
drowning and
should
trying
do
to
this
do it
with
myself.
other people
And for
around
your
or something.
stomach, it's not kind of recommended to swallow air a lot because that air won't might come
It might
through the
come out
mouth.
the other end.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, make it all
That
the
would
way
suck, I
through.
guess.
That's
Um,
interesting. I
True to
wonder if
song.
that would actually cause any problems. What would it do to
For yourself, no,
oxygenate the
but
entire
for the others around you, it will
tract?
be pure torture.
Do
Mark
what?
makes me
I'm
think.
sorry.
Okay, so we
What?
Kyle and James.
I said
Oh,
Mark
James.
makes me think. Makes me think deep on these subjects. Swallowing water. I was thinking waterboarding. That would be hilarious. I mean, doing it to myself and then someone asks how it happened and I'm in the
I was gonna say
hospital half drowned.
waterboarding isn't hilarious.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I would
that would be.
recommend not using that washcloth thing over your face, just the
Just use the
water,
sock.
because the washcloth, if you don't get it off on time, that's what, yeah, you know.
Well, I've
At
never
least
done that,
that's what
so
I learned from what was it, season uh 6 of Archer, I think season 6, season 7 of Archer. He got waterboarded. He yeah.
I'd rather not figure that one out.
No,
I'll pass on that.
it's a very unnecessary life skill to have.
I'm not into
Yeah,
pain myself.
God, it is. That would be a horrible place to live in if everybody needed to know how to waterboard each other.
I'm,
Yeah,
I'm,
that's beyond my need to know kind of thing.
Yeah,
I'm
well, I
still
just,
like
mm,
imagining myself like you said, swallowing air. It just that thought is circling in my head of it just makes me think hold your breath. Is that the same thing? Because
no,
It has to
no,
go down
because
into
then
your
it's going
stomach.
into the lungs. You need to start up in the mouth and get what's in your mouth to the air and send it down the esophagus instead of down your airway, so that when it gets down through your esophagus, you end up with air in your stomach, and then you can project that back up.
If you're
But
lucky.
We got AJ over here laughing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
sorry.
deep
I'm
Yeah,
talking
diving.
listen to
like I'm
these
an
people.
expert
What did
on
I
it, and
start?
I can't even do it.
Yes,
I mean,
that's what I was thinking.
is it, am I close? Or should do I need to be corrected here?
I think she's saying, what did I do here? We're supposed to
I
be talking
created
about
theology
epilepsy, and we're
for
talking about
burping.
waterboarding and boarding.
These are important subjects that do not get discussed often enough. How
Okay, well,
to,
you know what? There's probably a website that you can find about how to waterboard people.
oh,
Yeah.
I don't want to visit websites like that. My name would end up on the list. It's a list I don't want to be on too.
Good. That's good. I don't want
Yeah.
you on it.
I'll just get my information from that cartoon, I think, and just assume that they did research on it. Uh,
So I looked up. Um, it's all right,
Oh, she
AJ.
just did it.
I
Yeah,
looked
just
up
looked up.
waterboarding. A lot of stuff popped up, but the definition says the form of torture typically used as an
Yeah,
interrogation technique in which a
yeah.
person is strapped head down on a sloping board with a mouth and nose covered while water is poured over the face, causing them to experience a sensation similar to
Yeah.
that of drowning.
Yeah, the
yeah, it's
U.S.
like
used it a lot in
the
Iraq.
table is slanted, your feet up at the top, your head down at the bottom, and they tie
I don't
you
think they're
to
even
the
allowed to do
table
that anymore
and
in war.
put
No, they're
over
not
your
allowed to, but
face
the U.S.
a
still
wet
did.
washcloth, and then on top of that washcloth, they just slowly pour water out of a pitcher.
I think
Or
you
a
know
gallon.
entirely too much about this subject.
One thing though, back to epilepsy, I like talking after hours and hours. Usually later on in the day, I'll have hiccups and I'll be burping out of control for no reason. So I'm assuming I'm just swallowing air all day until I can't anymore. Because once it gets dark after us talking for hours, yeah, I start burping and hiccuping. If you guys have not noticed,
I've
I was going to
had
ask you if it was
I've had
hiccuping.
burping after hiccups also. I think sometimes the diaphragm reflex from a hiccup can result, the up and then the back end. You might end up being swallowing air by virtue of particularly strong hiccups, and that might be why you're burping also.
You just gotta take a big hit, hold it in for a couple minutes, hold it in for a sec, and then your hiccups will go
And
away.
then burp it out.
Yep. That doesn't always work. I'm just kidding, but yeah.
Water always works
I
with
mean,
hiccups.
I remember burping smoke after taking a really big hits off of a blunt with my roommates back in college and stuff. So
I've
I'm
had that.
assuming the big final draw to clear the hit and stuff probably resulted in that inadvertently swallowing it. You might need to do like a big inward gasp and then the sudden stop to hold it and then, swallow whatever saliva you have in your mouth and then exhale whatever's in your lungs and if there's any gas at the back, it might.
That's funny. I've had that happen too a couple times. Take like a big hit and then like you burp like 30 seconds later and like smoke comes
Yeah,
back out. I'm like, what the hell? Where did that come from?
yeah,
I have not done that.
no,
Burping
No,
up smoke.
yeah.
You guys make me so curious, like how I'm gonna trap smoke in now.
I know.
I don't
Mark
know. I
says some
don't,
things and has me way off course that I need to learn for no reason. I
I
don't need to
don't
use it, but I
think I
need to learn how
would,
to do it.
yeah, I
Hmm.
don't think I would necessarily consider it a good thing. It's just
It's just what
trivia,
happens.
Unnecessary.
Yeah.
it
It's what your body
happens.
does.
It's unnecessary.
They
Your
have
body is
videos
a
to teach you how to do
miracle.
it on YouTube.
Oh
Really?
God.
Yeah,
Man,
don't try it.
there's a
You're
video or a
thinking.
website for everything now, man. For anything you can
Oh,
freaking possibly think
YouTube will
of.
teach you how to build a house,
Right.
rebuild an engine.
Yeah, these videos are insane. I wouldn't do that to myself, but you guys must
Uh-huh.
go check that out. Um,
TMI, TMI.
Not even in the name of science.
Dude,
No.
there's man, the early days of the internet, there were so many like random, like I don't even know what to call it. Like just you could send like your friend a link and then it would be like some disgusting crazy ass shit or something, like the mid 2000s.
Well, yeah, it
There's
was a
all the
coin
like
flip between either some weird, disgusting thing, some little gif of like a, I don't
like
know.
the two girls, one cup, two guys, one horse.
Oh God, no!
what the fuck
I've
is that? I
thankfully
mean,
I
excuse
dodged
me.
that bullet, but
Who has seen two guys,
I
one horse?
got
Come on.
Rick rolled at least a half dozen times.
Oh yeah,
So
that shit was huge, dude.
that was,
It's making like a comeback.
I
Like
know
they said, I work
that's
at the
good.
elementary school, so they love it whenever like there's some event or whatever, and we're playing music. If that song gets turned on, they all like scream and like freak out. Like they love that song, dude. I'm like, what the hell? You guys actually
It's
know
a
this song?
good
This is
song.
crazy.
It's a good song. He's got a really
It
amazing
legitimately is,
voice.
yeah.
It's I mean it's looked on as cheesy, I think, just because of um the
Well, it's
meme
crazy too,
or
because
everything, but
if you
it's
just
a good
played that song and I didn't see the music video, like
yeah.
that would probably be the last like vision of a person that I would think that voice would be coming out of. It's like a short, skinny
Oh,
white dude, and he's just got
yeah.
like the deepest booming voice that he's singing in. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, I heard it so many times before I ever saw the music video, and I was picturing this big, like overweight black dude singing
Yeah,
it.
and what's the other thing? Bobby Caldwell. Um,
I don't know that name.
you
Um,
have to look it up. And they kind of purposely knew that his voice didn't match him. So like at the beginning of the video, they have like the lighting, so you just see like the outline of a person, for like the first couple of lines, and then the lighting turns on and you see the guy. And yeah, exactly. It sounds like this like deep voice like black dude, but it ends up just being like this white guy, and he's got like a fedora on, and he looks just like Indiana Jones for no freaking reason.
Yeah.
It's great. Yeah, it's another one where it's just like the voice does not match the person it's coming out of.
I got something.
What you won't do for love. That's the video I'm talking about. That's the name of the song.
Yeah, that's the top one that comes up. I guess his one hit. Was he a one hit wonder or is that just his biggest
I
hit?
think he had some other stuff. It was like back in the I want to say like the 80s, maybe even the like late 70s. So I'm not super familiar with his stuff because it was longer ago. But I think he had a few other songs.
I got something here.
Yes.
It says, "How do I make sure something I make doesn't trigger a seizure?" All right. To be clear, I'm not an epileptic, though a project I am working on does have some flashing images, though they only flash for about a second or so, as in the flash, and out for about a second, and I'm not sure if this could cause a seizure. I feel like since the flashing is only for a short amount of time, it should not be an issue. I'm looking for a way to determine if something could or cause epilepsy. Ideally, a set of criteria or tests I could perform to see if I could trigger a seizure. Um, Sounds like this person is asking how to trigger a seizure on themselves.
Are they going to an EMU? It's really the only environment I would be
Right.
I,
intentionally.
the way I gathered it, I thought they were asking because they said, or from what you read at least, they said from the things that I make. So it sounds like maybe they're like they do video editing or make, you know, movies or something like that. So I
That's what I
took
was
it as they
thinking.
were, yeah, I took it as they were wondering like how should they edit their stuff so that it doesn't cause it. Like they don't want to do it to themselves. They want to know that when they edit their stuff that it wouldn't trigger somebody's epilepsy. Or at least that's what I got out of it.
Hmm.
Yeah, I took it as the person was basically saying they're making stuff. Like maybe if you're the person who makes a strobe light, you're asking, "Can I check it?" Or if you're making videos or editing or whatever. Yeah, that's what I took from it, James. And I don't know how to trigger a seizure. I don't. Yeah, you can't ask me for anything because triggering my seizures is like just don't take your meds.
I don't think
That's
I
about
want to
Well,
it.
do
that was something that we had covered over in the podcast on Tuesday. There were a couple of different types that I had not been aware of. That I mean, there are apparently some people who um, are able to reliably self-trigger, repeatedly, reliably self-trigger a seizure. Some people have
that. That's
like
pretty
a
messed
certain,
up.
yeah, like a certain reflex or something. Like if they blink or turn their head in a certain way or something, they can do it over and over again. So there are some people, you know, and I guess you never know if you are one unless you one
Right.
day just suddenly start
Hey, that's
seizing
pretty
because of
scary.
something. Like there's no
That's
way to
messed
know.
up.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm one of those.
I mean, on the bright side, I guess I've been living my life so far without having triggered anything in a like a day to day like this. So, I'm not likely to need to avoid any sort of weird repeatable trigger if I do have something like that that I just haven't discovered yet. But um, yeah, I don't know. There was some good info on Tuesday. I don't remember it all, but um, we gotta go back and look at it.
AJ, did you say that you can trigger yours?
Yep.
How do you do that?
Really?
Yeah.
Mark, did you say you can trigger your own seizures?
Yeah.
AJ.
Oh,
It's
AJ
Don't do
said
it,
kinda.
that?
but
No. Actually, it's kinda interesting. If I um go to the gym and the instructor puts me to use my leg in a certain way, um, that will definitely trigger my seizure because for me it's very hard to move my leg in certain way or my arms. Like if I he puts me to um, lift it in I don't know how to explain, but I found out it triggers my seizure.
it's scary, especially
That's
with weights.
scary.
Wait, so I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I understand. You said move your arm. It's difficult to move your arm and your leg in certain positions, and if you do, those can like if you lay in a certain way or something, or
Yeah, if
did I
I try to
misunderstand?
mimic the motion where you go upstairs, for me it's a trigger, especially on my left leg.
Mm.
Interesting.
Or
Are
if I
you
try to coordinate my fingers, they no longer work the same way they did.
like typing?
Um,
Or,
yeah, and
and are
sometimes,
you able to go up and downstairs on your own? If that motion, is it only if you try to imitate it? or
Um,
can you actually functionally do it if you need to?
if I'm not tired or I have other stimulus, yeah, I'm able, but I usually avoid it.
Yeah, I would hope.
Yeah, 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 no kidding. That's
I usually, when I go down the stairs, I jump. It's easy for me.
Do you have like cushions, a mattress at the bottom of the stairs or something?
I
No,
was
Yeah.
gonna
I
ask.
usually missed two stairs or like that. I have big feet, so I can do it.
Mm.
Um, so what got me is like going upstairs, you said is a problem.
No,
Um,
going down.
going down, that's even
Yeah.
worse.
You know those equipment in the gym with bars, and they're kind of like this or against the wall with bars,
Yeah,
and you can
gotcha.
stretch over there. And if I try to move my feet like this on it, and I'm holding it, it will trigger a seizure. Or if they give me exercise where I have to do this again and again, it's really difficult for me to coordinate my hands, my fingers, and it's kind of weird. If
Well, we
I'm
don't want
lucky,
you to show
oh,
us.
wait.
So we don't want you to show us.
Oh, I was just articulating
I
the,
know, I know. I'm teasing. No.
but if I'm doing
So
in a
sorry for
serious
that,
way,
Thomas.
it will trigger a seizure. Depends.
Yeah, I was just thinking like do you live in a two-story house? I mean, sorry if that's asking too much. Like,
No, I live in a building with 11 stores.
oh, so when the elevator is out, that's a lot of
Um,
stairs. What do you do when the elevator's out?
To lose connection?
She doesn't have to, walk down the stairs. She could, probably step on one and then, uh, not move the one leg, straighten it out or whatever.
Get
Think
a
about it.
sled, a
sorry, I'm back.
toboggan like Kevin McAllister in Home Alone, the toboggan, and just slide down each flight of stairs so you don't have to step and walk down. For 11 stories, that's way too much to have to kind of inch and carefully go down.
You
You
need like a
gotta let
full like
gravity do the
huge
work for you. You
Olympic
got
bobsled for that.
that much potential energy on your side. Turn some of it into some kinetic and have a little fun. Ooh.
Oh, I used to do
But
that.
have some pillows, some cushions, or some like
Uh,
a helmet.
Or slide down the bar.
yeah, I used to do that in my old house, sliding down the bar, and my mom was not happy.
I
Oh,
bet.
Mm.
I did that as a kid. My next door neighbor has a two-story house. So when we were like, I can't even remember now, like 5 or 6 years old, we would take, like one of those like snow sleds or snow things. It's kind of like just like a
Toboggan.
saucer shape, like just a big circle kind of.
Yeah.
He had one of those, and so you know we're home alone one day after school, right? And we got this bright idea to just take like a bunch of pillows and sheets and everything, and then just stack them at the bottom of the stairs, and we kept sliding down on this this little snow slide down his stairs from his second story of his house, and then finally we ended up one it was him, thankfully, it was his own house, it was his parents' house, but we got this idea to like, run for a couple of steps and then like jump on the slide, so we kept getting more and more speed, and then finally we got to the bottom the stairs one time, and he was going so fast it kind of pushed through the pillows, and he went over it and ended up cracking the drywall. His
Ouch.
parents his parents were not happy at us for doing that. We were like, oh shit, how do we, we're like I said, like 5 or 6 years old. It's like, how do you fix this? Like, there's no way. It's like we're fucked.
I
Ah,
did
good
something
memories.
similar in high school. Mm.
That's funny.
But we used a door. We took it from the frame and use it as a snowboard. Our teacher were not happy with us. It was
That's funny.
late. It was like 8 p.m. when we did that. Instead of going to classes, we were sliding with the door down the stairs.
That's great. Oh, hey Pookie, what was the icebreaker today? Or was there one?
The icebreaker today was outside of hello. How else do you answer the phone?
Um, I mean, I guess it depends who it is. If it, like
One of the
if it's yourself,
responses.
if it's your like cell phone, you can see who it is, and then you react like accordingly, right?
Right.
But if it's just like a random like telephone or something, yeah, usually just hello or hi. But if it's your cell phone, you see who it is. If it's like your close friend, you just say, like what's up, or something that's between you guys. If it's like your one of your parents, then you say something different. So yeah, it just depends who it is, I guess. For me personally.
And me.
Yeah, the responses were just basically funny ones. One says Tony's Pizza. One says, "Go ahead, caller, you're on the air." Yeah,
Oh yeah,
avoid.
if it's on the cell phone and it says, spam or spam risk, for the number or
Right.
whatever, if I'm bored, I will pick it up. I will pick it up and then just try and screw with the people as much as I can just to have fun with them. And also because it takes up their time so they're not scamming, some like old lady or something too. So yeah, if I'm bored, I'll pick those up and have some fun with them and screw with them. But it just depends on the time.
I
My
did
mood at
that
the moment.
for 30 minutes the other day. I talked to the person, and then I was
30,
like,
damn, dude. I had one go for 15 and I was just like, okay, I'm just getting off. I'm done. But damn, that's hilarious, man.
"Yeah." I told him I gotta go. Then he was just so angry, and I was just like, "I gotta go." He was like, "Oh, we need to finish this right here. One more part. One more part." And I was like, "No, I
Yeah.
gotta go."
I need to
Um,
scam you out of more money, bro.
yeah, I gave him fake names, phone numbers, and all kinds of stuff. And I'm sure he has someone's information now under Jack Johnson because that's the name I use every time. I can't
I
switch
know.
up or I'll forget. So I got to stay Jack Johnson for the
Jack's
rest of my
gotta
life.
go.
Right.
And sometimes
That's
I'll just
right.
like make up like a fake like accent or something, like so then they can barely understand me too. So then we keep going back and forth and
No comprende.
yeah, exactly. Or just like, hello, how are you doing today, my friend? And they're, just
No speak
like
of the English.
yeah, exactly. Just yeah, something so it makes it really hard for them to understand it too, and then it wastes more of their time. Like not doing it like a racist way, but doing it just because it fucks with them more.
Well, I no understand.
Yeah,
Well, no understand.
I know a
Uh,
little bit, some basic phrases in German.
There
Um,
you go.
so once in a while I'll throw that out there too, and then I'll like as soon as I do that, most of the time they just immediately hang up on me. Like I'm not even wasting my time with this person. They don't speak English.
I have a cousin who does, I don't know what he does, but it might be the same thing as scamming. He told me basically the phones, when they're just silent forever, they're just waiting for you to say hello, and then they'll record your
Uh,
voice, and use that. I don't know how, and I don't know for what, but yeah, that's how they do it when they call me. They don't say anything until I say something, until I say hello. Like sometimes I'll be
Yeah,
like, "What
that
up?" Nobody
You
says
should
anything.
just wait, make it like a game of chicken. Say nothing. If they're going to say nothing until you say nothing, then you say nothing. Eventually they give in. They're like, hello. and then you
Um,
hang up.
I
Yeah,
do that all
I
the
make a
Waste as
time.
much of their time as possible. That's my
yeah,
philosophy.
I make a conscious effort, like if it's a spam one and I'm like, messing with them, I make sure I don't say the word yes. Because back
Right.
I want to say it was like 2012 or 2013, when I was still working at a bicycle shop. My boss got scammed that way. He picked up the phone and then they were just like, oh, his funny enough, his name was James as well. But they were just like, oh, is this James, and last name? And he was like, yes. And then so basically what you were saying is, yeah, they took that yes and then they would splice it into other stuff and be like, oh, well, you said yes, you agreed to what R was. Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Oh no, I was just greeting Kate.
Oh, okay, you were waving your hands. Yeah, so yeah, he had to go through like a couple of legal things with it. Basically, they ended up getting like a couple of grand out of him. So he had to go to court to get it back, all because he just said the word yes real quick. So
I can do this.
hello, all the new ones.
Hey Kate, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you for the greeting.
Hey, Kevin. Hey, Angel.
Hi, Angel. Hey, Kevin. Hey, all you people.
This is the first time we had a room like this, so we need responses. The icebreaker today for Kevin and Kate, I guess, and Angel. The icebreaker today is outside of hello. How else do you answer the phone? And if you guys need some help with responses, I got some right here. For example, someone says, you're on. Thanks for speaking. No, that's not what it says. I just guessed it. It says, wow, city morgue, you stab them, we slap them. Another one says, go ahead, caller. Go ahead, caller, you're on the air. That's what I'm going to start using. Another one says, ahoy, ahoy, matey. I never knew how to spell that till now. Or yell out Tony's Pizza. How can I help you? On to Kate, Angel, and Kevin.
I think Kate's in the middle of something right now.
I could just go first. Yeah, I used to give on the caller ID when I knew it was a scam or something. I used to give crazy answers like that or wildly violent answers. Um,
Yeah, just before you jumped on, we were talking about how we would, like fuck with like the scam callers and stuff like that.
and yeah, but then I realized every time you answer a scam call, that just makes them call you back. That's just, yeah,
They
that's
do
how
not care if I answer or not. They call all
it does.
day. My phone has
Yeah,
been on mute for months. I keep my phone on mute that it rings so much, regardless if I answer or not. Yeah, they don't care. Usually, when I answer and I don't say nothing, I just do that sometimes, and they only stay on the line for like 11 seconds and then they hang up. I've noticed that. If you don't say anything, then they'll just hang up after 11 seconds.
If it's important to leave a message.
Correct.
Otherwise, it's best just to not deal with the scammers, not answer. They'll stop calling. Otherwise, if I answer the phone, I try to get like my deep voice, like hello. This I don't know. I try to come off sounding yeah.
My name, when they ask for my name, I give them Jack Johnson.
Jack
Only
Johnson.
my memory is so bad that I got to pick one and stick with it. I can't be switching names every time, or I'll start mumbling or saying something I'm not supposed to say.
I always throw out there like the most childish names, like, oh yeah, my name is my Mr. Mehoff. My first name is Jack. Like, oh, your name is Jack Mehoff? I'm like, yes, it is. Thank you very much for saying that. I appreciate it. Or just some childish names, like, oh, my last name is Ping. My first name is Ray. Or just all the all these childish, names that are just stupid ones that are clearly fake, but they
I
ask for a
always go
name.
with James Bond.
Oh man. Or when I do get on there and I stay on for a long time, and then they're like, okay, we need your age so we can get you this type of plan or this plan. And then I'm like, I'm 13. Then they hang up and they're like, you don't apply for this. They want to talk to someone old, or the times where I do answer and I'm be like, oh, I'm 94. Then they're like, okay, can we get your information? But otherwise, if I'm not old, they usually don't want to talk. As soon as you give your age, they're like, you can't get a young person. But every time I say I'm in the 90s is the most
Yeah,
hilarious
that's exactly
conversation
that.
I've ever had.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're targets.
Yeah, I got one here though. It says, have you ever not told anyone you've been seasoned again? Have any of you ever purposely withheld info from your doctor or loved ones? I remember when I got diagnosed, I wouldn't tell my doctor when it started. Oh, when I started having issues again, because I knew it would make my mom or my dad stressed, sad and stressed. And honestly, I think I simply didn't want to deal with it. Even now, I don't like telling my family because I swear they start hovering and stare at me 24/7. I can't look at something for 2 seconds without them asking if I'm okay. Have you guys ever withheld the information? Um, yeah, but I never looked at it as being that bad. Sometimes I'm just like, I might have a blip and I'm just like, it's not worth saying anything, or I might just have a knee jerk or something like that. And sometimes some things aren't worth answering because it does put people like on guard and like watching. So sometimes I do it for them because I don't mind the little jerks and stuff that I do on my own. But when things happen, I usually try to be like, okay, I seen it. That's all I need to know. And if I tell someone, this person might be like, want to have a conversation about it and stuff. And are you okay? Are you sure? You don't have to go through that if you just say nothing. You know what I mean? Some things aren't that bad to point out every time. Because either way, they're going to be on guard as soon as you be like, I'm twitching or this or that, and steady watching you. And like this person said, hovering, that that stuff can be annoying.
That's why I
Yeah,
live alone.
lucky you. Um, yeah, I would if I didn't have a stroke. Would have still been alone. Um, yeah, I don't have my
I guess
desk
that's a
anymore.
risk I'm willing to take.
Yeah, you're having them every 6 months, so you're better than me.
At the moment, I'm getting ready to ask him to take me off some of my meds, so we'll see how it goes. But
Oh wow, what do you want to get off?
whatever's making me not be able to function for half the day.
Mm.
That will be the excoper.
I think it's the oxcarbazepine combined with everything else. I think the Xcopri is why I stopped having seizures, because when they put me on the Xcopri, that's when I stopped having seizures.
Yeah,
But
I feel the same way.
when I started
Um,
the oxcarbazepine and they started upping the dose, I started having all these side effects, which I didn't mind at first, but now they're just so bad that with the Xcopri added on that I got to get off of something. And I'm going to vote for that one.
It's so hard when you feel like one medication is the one that's holding down the thread, that's holding all the seizures back, you know.
Well, even if they could just lower the doses on something, that might help.
The oxcarbazepine, it's a side effect, most likely like a reaction, allergy. Happened to me too. When I started the treatment, I was not able to be awake for like 2 hours. I was sleeping all day.
I'm like dizzy and get light sensitive and I can't walk straight and
Yeah, same to me, but I was not able to walk straight at all. I was like a drunk person with, and
He's gotten that with
sometimes
me
I will
many
fall
times.
asleep on the chair
I'm
in
surprised I'm
middle of
not.
the conversation. I will talk with your. I will, if I were you, I will talk with my doctor ASAP.
Well, I'm gonna be in the hospital and talk to him in the next couple of weeks, so I was gonna discuss it with him then.
Keep us
Yeah,
updated.
when it was me, it was a choice of what I was bringing down. I wasn't on Excopri yet, but it was like I was on 4 meds, and it was just like too much. And it was like, what what did I want to try to bring down because something wasn't working, and I'm just like instantly pretty much tranquilized, and it was the choice between Vimpat and um Briviac, and I felt better with the Briviac side effects. So I was like, get me off the Briviac.
I'm
Um,
gonna see what they say.
Does your seizure increased during this time with the treatment with oxcarbazepine?
No, haven't had a tonic-clonic in 6 months as of yesterday, and I haven't had a focals in like 4.5. So in that manner,
Nature's,
I'm doing really well, but I can't function half the day.
Is your
nature's
blood
Meg.
pressure low
Mhm.
or high?
What?
Does your blood pressure is high or low?
It's always
Or
just
you?
normal.
Oh, okay.
The only thing they tell me is to eat more salt because one of the meds lowers my sodium, and I think
Yeah.
that's the oxcarbazepine.
Yeah, that's true.
um, wow. Lowering your salt could cause a seizure.
Yes.
Yeah,
When
just
when I was
well,
on this treatment, I was having seizure all the day.
what you call it also works off your sodium channels. Excopri.
I drink a lot of water, so I
Mm-hmm.
have been told that drinking a lot of water can lower your sodium too. Um, Now that leaves me worried.
You should have your
Because I
blood
drink
checked.
only, huh?
You should have your blood drawn and have them run it and see what they say. Have them check your sodium levels.
Nah,
I
you
don't
should
drink.
just eat a bunch of pretzels and stuff. You'll be fine.
Get a salt
That's what
lick.
Or take
I
electrolytes.
was gonna say there's just some Gatorade too.
Yeah.
That's got a little bit of sodium in it. Use that instead of the water.
they always
Um,
tell me, just to eat a bag of potato chips.
I
Eat some
have
potato chips every day. You're good.
I have cases of water and they're stacked because I make sure I have water. I drink a lot of water, and yeah, that's that's makes me think now, because I only drink water. So now I need to think about finding other things to drink. And I thought stop drinking other things because I thought they were sugary or they might mess up your teeth or just not good for you. Now
They
I just got to
are.
find. Um,
But maybe you should
I
buy
I only
some Gatorade too or something.
that's what
I
I'm
say I
thinking.
only
Like,
drink the I only drink the Gatorade Zero because it doesn't have any sugar in it, but it still has, a little bit of sodium, the electrolytes, all the other fancy shit that they say in there.
Same.
So yeah, I just drink the Zero. So that'll keep the sugar, away, out of it, but you'll still get that little bit of, extra whatever.
Or you can buy the little like liquid IV or drip drop, I think makes it the powders you can just put in your water and shake it up
Yeah,
and
that's what I was gonna say.
flavors
There's so
your
many.
water a little bit and
Yeah,
it
there's so
puts all
many
your the
different.
electrolytes in there.
hmm,
I was gonna say, yeah, there's so many of those different little powder mix things. You just pour it into a bottle of water, shake it up, and then you're good to go. And usually there's not sugar in those, or at least I'm sure you can find some that don't have it if that's what you're worried about, or that's what affects your other body stuff.
It just makes me think, like, should I actually drink more than water now? Because I've been doing this for a while, drinking only water. And I like to try different things when I hear different things to see if it works for me and my seizures. And that's one thing I'm kind of want to try now. I want to see maybe if I just start drinking, what'd you guys say? Some electrolytes or something? I think I heard something with salt. I think I heard Gatorade, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
so
would
Gatorade's
Gatorade's
a good one.
Gatorade
Gatorade or
Zero,
yeah,
because then
or
it won't have the
Powerade,
sugar. Yeah, that too. Yeah, there's other ones,
like the
and there's
sports
also
drinks.
Brondo. It has electrolytes and shit.
There, when I stopped drinking stuff like that,
Come on, nobody.
a lot of it was
It's
for the
what
colors.
plants crave.
Yes, thank you, Mark. Somebody
What
got it.
cows crave.
That's good.
Oh, it's so crazy how that movie is like almost a documentary now of the last couple of years. Oh, I need to watch that again. It's been like 10 years or so.
Um, Back to the
Like
post.
Judge,
Have you ever told
he's
not told anyone about
he's a
seizing? The
visionary.
comments here. The first one says yes all the time. I already don't drive. No reason to keep them worrying. I tell them just enough so they don't get their hopes up, but not enough to live in daily despair like I do. Another
Yeah.
comment here says no for seizing, but if I'm feeling seizury, then yes. I'm not sure who answered or not. Do you guys always tell somebody? Um, James, how about you? And Angel? You guys always point it out when you just have a weird vibe?
I I I do now because I'm 15 years into all of this. At first I didn't always mention anything. They were so spaced, far apart that it didn't really make that big of a difference. But now that they're so close together and it's been so long since it started, I I want people to know about it so we can, like keep track of it. I think that's better, just being honest. Either way, it's a family member. They know you have that. They know you have seizures. They're gonna care. They're gonna, look after you. My parents can be a little overbearing sometimes with it, and like the person was saying, like looking at everything you do and like, oh, what's that? Are you sure you're feeling okay? Like all of that stuff can be a bit annoying sometimes, but at the same time, it's better if somebody knows all of your, I guess, well, I don't know what the right word is, all of your progress on your epileptic journey. Like I don't know what words to say, but that at least you keep it, keep track of it. And even if the person doesn't tell somebody else, at least write something down so they know the date that they had them, how far apart that they're spaced, and things like that. I don't know. That's how I feel.
I stay in constant contact with by text message with my best friend like all day long, every day from the time I get up till I go to bed, like texting all the time. And they have access to my cameras and a key to my house and
Nice.
like my kids' contact numbers, all that kind of stuff. So if I start doing anything weird, they can check my cameras, they can get a hold of my kids, they can come to my house, anything like that.
I
Yeah.
I used to not tell like my well, I used to not tell certain people because I knew I needed to go to my job or something, but I never kept anything from my doctor. Like, hey, yeah, I felt this, I felt that, I felt, you know, never kept information from my doctor. But
Yeah,
there
but
was times where I would be like, I feel weird, but if I tell them I can't do this or I can't do that, and yeah, there will be that hovering.
What were you gonna
Um,
say, Kev?
Um, um, yeah, you should absolutely be honest with your doctor because uh, Yeah, when my epilepsy got worse, it was good for a while. Then it got worse, and back and forth throughout the years. And when it really started getting bad, I just brushed the doctor off again and said, "Nothing's happening. I want to go now." But my mom was there with me, and she said, "No, this is absolutely not right. He, he can he can barely walk. He needs something else, you know." And um, yeah, so tell the people around you, yeah, it, who are who need to know that information, and tell your doctor, because um, every little bit of information could make your life better.
I was just going to say real quick for this person too. Um, Even if they do want to maybe not let their parents or everything, know, they should still let their doctor know. And I would assume, since they're posting and here and everything, that they're what's the right word? An adult, a legal adult. So even if their parents do go to the doctor appointment with them, they have the ability to say, I don't want this other person in the room while I talk to my doctor. So you have, you're a legal adult, if you're over whatever age, whatever country they're in, you have the legal, being to say, I don't want, my parent in the room during this doctor's appointment. And even if your parent
with
doesn't like it,
certain
they
very
still legally
rare
have to leave the room. So
just
yeah.
just to note, there are certain rare exceptions where um a
Yeah, if you're like in the like if it's like an ER,
that's
a
that's
serious
like
injury or something, but if it's,
extreme circumstances. But
yeah,
yeah,
but if it's just a regular checkup, doctor's appointment, you can be like, I don't want my mother, father, whatever, in the room during this, and they have they would have to leave. So you can still be open and straight with your doctor and not have to tell your guardian, parent, whatever, the all the details and everything.
I got something here. Unless you guys wanted to keep talking about this one.
I was gonna say one
I'm
thing. I
done.
do love that you jumped in to take over. Love it. Give me a second.
I
With mine though, Mark told me I gotta start giving my input. So when I have it, I'm trying to store it somewhere in my hard drive up there to give this
yeah,
input
we got to
like
remember
Mark
to
would
ask
love.
Pookie before you bring up
Um,
your next idea, or before any of us bring up
I'm
our
gonna
next
forget.
idea. We gotta ask Pookie what he thinks about the question he just asked. And then we say, okay, I
Um,
got something here, a different question to move on to. How's that?
All right,
it's
what you got?
Yeah,
um
what do you,
the only thing with not telling like people around me that things are going on, because there's like small things that like maybe a little blink and I feel like I blink too long, or there's this one like myoclonic jerks I might get. Sometimes people will notice or whatever. Small things I do that are just like certain things. I might get a quick migraine or something, or a shooting pain. I don't point all that out to my mom, because that puts her on guard, and now she's watching me. And like I said, mines are spread out. The little things that are happening to me, little headaches and migraines and arm jerks, those are just part of life for me at this point. And I try to hide some of those things. To the doctor, I don't do that. And that's when it's like, can you step out, mom? I need to talk to him. He needs to know what's been going on. You do not need to know what's been going on. I do like teach her things like to how to help me when I have seizures and all that. But the little things, if I let her know little bitty things like that are happening, then
She's going to
it's
turn into helicopter mom.
right. There's nothing I could say about it either. So they're just like, some things aren't worth pointing out. I could say I see what you mean by point out things so the doctor can help you, but with my mom, there's things that aren't going to cause a seizure at all, and I just get them just because it's an epilepsy thing. She's not going to understand that. So there's some things where I'm just like, I can wait to the doctor's appointment, take note of this, not show her, so she isn't watching. And then if she does find it, I'm gonna be like, I haven't had a seizure in 4 months. See, if I would have told you, you would have been worried about a seizure coming. Stuff like that. So yeah, 3 months is coming. Well, 2 months is coming first, and yeah, I've been thinking about it. I think about it every day. I'm almost due for one.
Don't stress
Yeah,
about it, man.
I
Stressing
would
about
love to
it's not
show
going to
you
help.
guys a seizure. It would
Don't
be
even
amazing
think
to let you
about it.
guys see it. I was
All
always
right.
thinking about like I've had one. I've had the myoclonic ones, and I've just had like bad jerking, and I had to stop. I had a headache and all that. But I always wonder like if I'm just talking and reading a post, and then it just happens. Um, yeah, I was thinking that. I think that like every day of the podcast, like, did I sleep that much? And what would it be like if I had a seizure? And that is something that crosses my mind every time before we start. Am I going to last 10 hours? Am I going to last 9 or even 8? And then when I do get there, I'm excited. So then we just fly by that time because I'm like, oh, wow, we've been here all this time. There's so much more we can read into epilepsy, or we can move on to other stuff. Yeah. So, yeah, I just don't point everything out to my mom, is all I'm saying. That's who I got here with me. When there's other people around, there's not much I really give people input on. I'm kind of a to myself type person, and my thoughts are usually where they started up there until I talk to a doctor. But yeah, Andrea, I heard you say you got something. Got to run and get that vape pen. Go
Go
ahead.
take your bathroom break. Grab your stuff. I got one for us.
And breakfast.
Yeah, don't forget to eat. All right. Here I got one. It's nice and short too. Recently got diagnosed, kind of just looking for advice. I'm the first one in my family with epilepsy. I only got diagnosed today. Kind of just want to know anything that took y'all a while to figure out or stuff you wish you knew. Are there any other resources or subreddits for this? Obviously, us, but what else? What kind of things do you wish you guys would have known or somebody would have told you?
I wish I would have
So,
knew how bad it really, really, really was. You know,
Oh, stand up.
but it's
Yeah, the
like,
only things I could think of are just going to be like, negative. I didn't want to say anything.
I was gonna say, don't all jump in at once now.
It's
I think
it's
that's why
hard
we're all
because
holding back.
it's hard enough explaining epilepsy. It's hard, and you
yeah,
can't like. How do you explain that to you know? But mm,
you don't want to give the negatives, but it's like this is one asking that, you're asking for the negatives pretty much.
but how do you deal with them?
Um, it took time. It took time to, get over things. Epilepsy robs you of a lot of things, and it takes
Yes,
time.
and this person, the OP is how old?
It didn't give an age. It just says that they're just got diagnosed today, and they're wondering like, what did you guys, what took you guys a while to figure out, or stuff you wish you would have known. Is pretty much all it said.
Okay.
I personally, I wish I would have known to keep better notes and keep a better track of like what meds I was on when I started, what med, you know, keep track of all the little things and dosage changes, things like that. And I don't know, I guess the chances of finding that one magic pill and making my seizures go away and being controlled, as they say, is
Mhm.
very unlikely.
Oh
And
yeah,
I,
there is no cure.
I wish I would have taken my doctor's advice about 3 years earlier and moved on to the higher level epilepsy center to be assessed. but I didn't want to have to deal with doctors 4 hours away. So I stuck with the doctor in town who just kept throwing more meds at me. And that's obviously not worked. And I was very bad at keeping notes in the beginning. So now I'm just like, I don't know, because my memory is trash. I don't
I
know.
agree with a lot of that.
Yeah, I think everybody does. And
Yeah, when I was I was diagnosed when I was 13. I'm 64 now. Um, and there's a
You're
lot of
lying.
stuff that happened in between there. But yeah, notes, keeping track of things.
try and
Uh,
figure out your triggers too.
yeah, right. But now after all my surgeries and all the different medications I've been on, uh, I'm I don't want to say controlled, but uh, have a better grip on things. My seizures
Compared to
aren't as bad.
compared to what they were before your surgeries and everything and where you are now, would you say that's a great improvement?
Yes, major. I can work. I just happen
I-
to have today off.
We're happy to see you.
It's good to be seen.
Oh man, I wanted some samples too today.
No, I'm sorry. I'd like to bring some, but you still wouldn't be able to get any.
You can't send them through the screen.
No.
No,
I'm
it's
sure
not
one
Dang
day
it.
the
that'll be
screen. You gotta get it through the camera, the little
Very
hole right
good.
there. You
Virtual
gotta shove it
samples.
really hard, and then it'll
Yeah.
come out the screen at the other end.
Well, I
It'd have
can
to
tell
be
you the address is
The
one
screen
nine.
is the exit. The camera is the input.
So it's 19610 Southeast First Street, Vancouver, Washington, 98606. If anybody's interested in coming over and getting a sample.
8675309.
Close.
Hey,
Close.
I had her number too.
Wait, did you say that's your actual phone number?
No, no,
No,
no. That was the address.
no,
No, no,
I
I was
said
talking to
I
Angel.
had.
Oh, my
I said I
address
had
is
her
35
number.
Oh,
I
okay.
wonder how
4335026.
many area codes there are in the United States.
Eight
So how
six
I
many
know, right?
seven
people
Like
five
like
three oh
how many
nine.
people would have a variation of that number in
if that
some
was the
way?
number I was given, I'd be like, no, no, I know I'm gonna get
Can't
like
you
a
like
million prank calls every day.
can't you choose and sell like a special phone number with a particular sequence, like pay a premium for it or something? I think I remember hearing that if you want, like, you can get like pay extra to get your phone number to spell out something related to your business type of thing. I wonder how many people get like went and chose 8675309 with whatever area code
That's true.
they
Some
have to
people would
have.
probably love that. That would be like a cool like pickup line or something.
Yeah. Well,
Just like, hey, here's my number. Is
And
this
you
for
couldn't
me?
especially
have two of them
named
exact.
all the girls named Jenny. Wasn't that song named about a girl named Jenny?
I
Yeah.
yeah,
Yep,
I think yeah.
got the
Janet,
number off the wall.
your number.
All of these old 90s and 80s references, the kids are not going to to recognize, they are not going to buy into.
Oh, I
uh,
that's like the favorite part of my job is throwing out like old jokes of stuff from like the like 90s and stuff or the early 2000s, and it goes completely right over these kids' heads. I mean, they're like, like 8, 9, 10 years old. They have no clue. They've never even heard of half of these things. So I'll just like throw out some line and like they're just like, huh? But in my head, I'm just like, ah! Oh, that was a good joke, James. Good job.
All right, boys and girls, I'm going to take a bit of a siesta here. I need to go get something to eat. So maybe I'll step back in a little bit.
Sounds good, Tom. Have a good one.
All right.
See.
Take care.
Yeah, I think
Welcome back,
just
Pookie.
off the wall confusion is really the point of a lot of that like elementary school classroom lingo stuff that they're making up. It's
Oh yeah, they
we
have so
don't
many.
understand it. It doesn't make sense to us, and that's the
Yeah,
point. It's
exactly.
not, it's supposed to confuse the adults. I think the kids themselves know that it's stupid, know that it doesn't mean anything, and I think it's that they intend it to not mean anything or to
Dude, the
mean
whole 6-7 thing is like killing me.
anything that you want it to. You could like skibbity, it's like it doesn't have any definition. It's just
God, I know.
anything. It could be good, it could be bad. It just is, and it's
It's
yeah.
it's annoying, but I'm sure like when we were that age, we probably did the same thing too. We just don't exactly remember it because like you were saying, it doesn't really mean anything. It's just like a passive like fad or something, right? So it's not
Yeah.
like a solid memory. So we probably did the same things too. Like at that age, we just don't remember it because yeah, it's not that big of a deal. You forget about it within a couple of years. It's just like a word that's a fad at the time, and you say it a couple of times, and then you're the cool kid, and yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, we all have epilepsy and we can't remember shit.
Yeah.
You
That
guys
too.
remember Pogs back in the
Yes. Oh my
90s?
God, dude. I had
Pog.
a ton of those.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
Wow. I wonder if
You
those are
think
even still
Pogs
made.
were our generation skibbity? Just
Yeah.
like, why the hell are these
And,
children
well,
all
yeah, and stuff
obsessed
is
with
different
these
too
little
because
cardboard discs? It makes no sense. It's not supposed to make sense. It's stupid. Everybody could tell it's stupid.
yeah.
That's not the point. The point is to just confuse. I think. I don't know. I was confused as to why I had to have it, but I had it. I didn't have a
Yeah,
good
I
point.
mean, when we were younger, it was different because, and this is gonna be like sounding like an old man rant, I know, but like when we were that age, like there wasn't like the internet, right? Like stuff didn't travel as quickly, like fads didn't spread as quick, words didn't spread as quick. Like it was a different,
Pre
thing. Like we actually had
4chan.
to like use mechanical stuff and not just, stare at a screen and watch something for a quick laugh. It was like you actually had to get out with your friends and
Yeah, but there was
I guess.
total um, cultural things that we were obsessed with and were completely stupid, like I don't know, the Macarena or something.
I had something to go along with that, and I lost it all the way. Um,
My question was, what's something you would have liked to have known when you first got diagnosed with epilepsy?
I would have liked to
Oh,
known what were focal seizures because if I knew what focal seizures were, they wouldn't have been going on for 10, maybe more years without me knowing what it is or why it's happening. And instead of just thinking, oh, that was weird, I probably would have known way sooner than I did. Like I told my doctor, I noticed it maybe around 10 years ago, and I didn't think it was a problem. I just thought maybe, I'm tripping. This is me. Maybe I'm too high. I don't know what I thought. I just thought that it wasn't a big deal. I thought maybe I'm just staring off too long and just noticing that I was thinking blank or whatever the case. I never thought it was a big deal, but I wish I did because I probably would have been on a different medication long time ago, which would have been good then. I'm getting older and I don't want to switch medications or I don't want to add things and get new side effects deeper in life. I'd rather just have my little 5 seizures a month if that's what lamotrigine is offering. Um, and I'm cool with that. Uh, Yeah, my memory is horrible. I came in with a plan today of put everything around you that you need. And I went looking for my vape pen and it was actually in my pocket. Yeah. And the crazy thing is, I planned that. I planned it to be like that, like have this in your pocket when you're ready. And I just went in the living room, just wandering around, asking my mom, like, what am I in here looking for? And she's like, I don't know. Keep looking. And come to find out it's in my pocket. Yeah.
Well,
Dude, that's
at least you
hilarious.
found it.
Right.
That's true. I was gonna say that's hilarious. Just yesterday morning, I was as I was getting ready for work, I was just looking up stuff like on YouTube or whatever, right? And so I had a playlist on, and then like a song came on that I really liked. I was like, "Oh, cool! I want to turn it up a little bit." So I turned my head left and right. I look around my room. I was like, "Where's my keyboard so I can turn the volume up?" The fucking keyboard is sitting on my lap. And I'm looking around my room like, where's my keyboard? Where's my keyboard? And then all of a sudden I was like, oh shit, it's right here on my lap, right in front of me. I felt so stupid.
I do that with my phone all the time.
And like it's in your pocket or something, or in
It'll
your
be
bag or
sitting on the
whatever.
table right next to me, and I'm like, "Where's my phone? I can't find my phone." And I'll literally like get up and wander around the house trying to find my phone, and finally use my little watch and make it ring my phone, and I go back and it's sitting right by my chair. Like seriously.
There's
That's
times with me that it'll be like small things like logging into YouTube or any site or anything. And when I get to YouTube, a video starts. And then I forget everything I was supposed to do. So now I'm watching videos for 2, 3 hours later and forgot I opened this app for something else. But this caught my attention. I stuck to that. I
Girls
do that
got
a
you.
lot. Yeah, stuff that's on the internet these days, it'll get you. Yeah, like I said,
Oh, look
sometimes
at
I go
that
two
squirrel.
hours. Yeah, sometimes I go 2 hours before I notice I was supposed to be doing this. And yeah, like I said, 10 videos later, I remember what I was supposed to be doing. Um, yeah, I
all
got
been
something
there.
here though. Yeah, I figured.
Before you move
Got
on,
something here that says, huh?
I said before you move on, I agree with you with knowing, like wishing I knew that seizures were more than grand mals because that's not something like they hand you, you know. It's like you tell them everything you're going through, but they don't tell you that seizures are more than grand mals or anything, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's generally the stereotype, at least that I found. Excuse me. Um, if I tell anybody like, oh, this is why I don't drive or I have epilepsy, blah blah blah, and most everybody that doesn't know anybody else that has epilepsy, their first thought is like the grand mal type where you're just your whole body's flopping around and everything. Like people don't understand that there's other types of seizures other than that. And I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know anything about it until I started having it, so that's kind of all I thought a seizure was too. So it's not other people's fault. It's just not something that's so common or so seen out in the open that people know much about it.
Yeah, I would
Um,
also recommend just educating yourself as much as you can anywhere that you can. Read what you can, talk to people, get
And
all
then
the
too, if you do
information that
get,
yeah.
you can.
I was gonna say too, and then if you do get asked about it, or group of friends, or whatever you're hanging out with or something, you can let them know the details as well. Like let them maybe know what the type you have, what to look out for, what to do after one does happen, things like that. So if you know more about it, you can also educate and let others know too, and then hopefully it'll be something that more people are aware of. I guess.
Um, with me, it was like I could have, if I would have had like the slightest hint that there was another type of seizure, I would have known that the focals were actually a thing. Um, because there was times where I would point out things like, was I staring at something? Or say things like that. And they'd just be like, where did you feel like you were staring at something? And I was like, I feel like I just had like a blank moment. I'd say things like that. But that would make them think it's a precursor and they would always be like, okay, you should be sitting down because you're feeling like this. But no, I actually just had a focal. So I already had the seizure. I wish I would have known that or something or a piece of it. Or yeah, that would have stopped a lot 10 years
They
ago
kept
when I
telling me
noticed.
they kept telling me mine were panic attacks for a long time. I'm like, these are not panic attacks.
But yeah, that doesn't even make sense.
All of
I
mine
could
were
see like
labeled
a
as precursors. Just weird feelings that I didn't know what was going to happen. And everyone always took that, all right, you should be sitting down. You're not feeling good. No, actually, I just had a focal seizure. Didn't even know it. Like I said, I thought everything was a precursor and never pointed it out to the doctor because I thought that was not a seizure. It took Reddit. You guys are here now. Taught me everything I know.
I've learned more from you guys than I learned from any of my doctors.
Right.
Same here, same here.
I find it crazy. I find it crazy how much I've learned from you guys and never knew these things, like I said, for a decade back. Um, yeah. Um, wish I'd known. Wish I'd known you guys. There we go.
Yeah, some of us didn't start learning it until we started experiencing it.
Yeah, that's
Everyone
true.
that I everyone that I first met and first started to meet, well, not everyone, but a few people that I first started to meet on Reddit, all their accounts had started a few months ago or stuff like that, or some of them have started 6, 7, almost a year ago and stuff. Only
Six.
one I noticed that had been here, I noticed that Mark had been here for over 10 years, and I was like, wow, that's amazing. Um, yeah, I didn't know about Reddit. I thought it was a thing just with a bunch of questions if you had a question or something. And yeah, end up using it for video game, Grand Theft Auto. Yeah.
There's a
Some
good
guy
I
was
love
playing
community
with.
GTA.
for Grand Theft Auto.
Wait, say that one more time. Mark
There's
and
a
then
good
Andrew.
community for Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah. It's a specific community as well. It's like these people they meet together from that something like this, except they're meeting in a video game. Um, yeah. So the guy was like, "You got to join. You got to send me your username and all that, and then I'll send you the invitation to join." And I went through all that. Then one day I was swiping and something said epilepsy, and it caught my eye. And been here ever since.
Look at you
And
now.
that was
And we are
right. That
thankful.
was at a point in time where I kept thinking I need to do a podcast. Something needs to happen. It'll help me pass time. And I kept thinking, what could I do a podcast about? I had a plan about something else and met a bunch of people with epilepsy and was like, well, that looks like it's going to be the topic. And yeah, Kevin was the second person to join. So day one, literally number 2.
And you saved
Yeah,
a bunch more.
didn't save anyone. You guys saved me.
You saved
Yeah.
us.
We, let's just say we all help each other out.
There we go. What's it
We're
called?
all here for each other.
Yeah. There was something else I was going to say, but I forgot it. But I got a post here. It says, seizures help. I've had nothing but grand mal seizures since I was 15 years old. They seem to be getting worse again after having a 7 month, as well as auras almost daily. Issue is I'm still undiagnosed. How does this work? I'm currently on 3 different seizure medications. There's a comment here I'll read. One while I'm thinking about what I'm going to say to this person. One comment says, undiagnosed but 3 AED and having grand mal seizures since 15. Are they avoiding doctors? Something doesn't sound right here. What country is this in? I'm not sure how old this OP is, because I feel sympathy for starting having seizures 29 years ago when I was barely 14. Yeah, that was Angel, you guys. I was waiting for Angel's response, and the thumbs up means you remember that was you. Yeah.
It
Yeah,
it
this
doesn't
person.
doesn't sound right though. It's like there aren't three AEDs, but they're undiagnosed. It's just like what?
Right, that's what I was thinking when they said three. I'm like, so you're having three problems that might be related to seizures, and yeah, to give you three different medications. That's what caught my eye too. But yeah, that's a lot of medications. I thought AEDs. Well, no, I guess they could just be for seizures and not for epilepsy as well. I say go get second opinions, second, thirds, whoever you don't like their opinion, go to somebody else, or go to the emergency room and find somebody that you like. The first comment here says you're having up to 7 tonic-clonics a month and you're on anti-seizure meds, but you're not diagnosed with epilepsy. Doesn't make sense. Do you have a neurologist? And one more comment says, could they be psychological stress seizures? A friend of mine has grand mal seizures from stress, lack of sleep, and alcohol. My girlfriend has uncommon seizures, and I don't know how to care for her. Please, before scrolling, consider helping a brother out just with your advices. I'm sorry if I put uncommon in the title. I'm not really an expert on the matter. Basically, it's not like a stereotypical seizure with spasms. She initially gets confused, then very, very stiff, and has problems breathing. One time I caught her just in time, and she was so out of breath during this one episode when she turned blue. I'm really worried this could be fatal. This also this also happened at night, so my worries are even worse. What's the best way to care for her if this happens again? What do I do if she can't breathe but can open her mouth? These episodes last around 5 to 8 minutes, but are rare. So
Call
that means
911.
every time she's going into status is what it sounds like. Because 5 to 8 minutes, and he said every time. She needs to be in the hospital. Please, anybody, if I have them 5 to 8 minutes every time, I want to go to the emergency room because that's a problem.
Yeah.
He said they're rare, but still, 5 to 8 minutes for a seizure, and that's how all your seizures are happening.
That's every time.
Yeah,
Emergency
you
room.
got a new neurologist.
Rescue
That's
med.
basically status.
Demand a rescue med.
Mm.
Go to the hospital and get a rescue med at the very least. That would be terrifying.
Can you get rescue meds from the emergency room?
I don't know.
I don't know if you can like pick them up yourself and take them home, but I know that they have them on like ready to go, ready to use. Because I think I mentioned it before. I went to the ER because my pancreas was acting up, so I hadn't eaten or slept really for a couple of days. And while I was in the ER, I had a seizure. Obviously, I don't remember any of it, but but according to my mom was there with me. So according to her, basically what happened is I started seizing and I fell out of the bed because the nurse had just been there to put my IV in, so the bar was down. So I'd rolled over and out of bed, and I was moving around on the ground. And my mom said within like 30 seconds, a nurse was in there, and they had some sort of injection. They just gave it to me to get me out of the seizure and everything. So I don't think it's something that you'd be able to like go and pick up yourself and take home and have like just sitting on in your cabinet or whatever. But they do have them in the ER like ready to go. And if you have a good a good medical team or whatever, they'll be there super quick. So if those episodes, the person that posted, if his, what do you say, girlfriend, wife, partner, whatever, those episodes are lasting 5 to 8 minutes, that's a damn long time. Especially if she's she's not able to breathe. I would say 911 would probably be his best thing, because otherwise, unless he's a doctor and has a bunch of medical equipment around him, there's not really much you can do in that situation.
I
I
don't
have to
know if they do
apologize.
prescriptions out of the ER or not, but they would probably be able to at least advise.
Yeah, I was just wondering that because, like, if I did run out of nasalium or something, I don't have any rescue meds, by the way, nothing prescribed. But if I do go to the emergency room and I tell them that I need one, but nothing's been prescribed, I was wondering, like, would they just be like, okay, you can use this? Um, is nasalium a controlled substance?
Believe
Yeah.
so.
I
Yeah,
think it is.
it's
Yeah.
midazolam, so it's a controlled substance, just like all of the benzodiazepines are Schedule 5 controlled substances.
Okay. Yeah, I got nasalium without any
I
problem.
thought
I thought
benzos were
benzos were
schedule
hard to get.
4.
Oh, maybe Schedule 4. I don't know.
Because I know X Copper is schedule 5, and that was like, what is schedule 5?
You guys are
Um,
much more educated than I am about this stuff.
just got to be here. Tune in. Um, Back to the post about the girlfriend and how to care for her. I say if she's having 5 to 8 minute seizures every time, call the ambulance every time, and you wouldn't need help at all. That's the way to help her. Um, and you got to get her some appointments. Um, yeah, you're wondering if those can be fatal. Status can be fatal, and yeah, this person says they're rare, but they're 5 to 8 minutes every time. Something I do,
Makes
I tell people, send me to the emergency room if that's the case.
Yeah, I don't want to be like a negative Nancy or nothing, but like when we're talking about, someone, breathing and their life and everything, rare or not rare, all it takes is one time for it to be, an
Fatal.
unfortunate incident. Yeah, I didn't want to use that word, but yeah, exactly, for it to be fatal. So rare, like, yeah, like I said, rare or not, it all it takes is that one time. So yeah, something should be, looked into. She definitely should talk to a doctor, neurologist, and see what's going on.
Yeah, my neurologist said any seizure that lasts long enough, 5 minutes or whatever, long enough to use to administer the Nasalam rescue med should also have um, ER call or 911 if it's long enough that 5 minutes of continuous seizure activity reaches what they would classify as status epilepticus. So administering the Nasalam there and stopping it is one thing, but they also need to check for other stuff. So I've never done that. I doubt I will do another ER trip voluntarily like that, but ideally that's what I was told. If I have to administer the Nasalam, that I should follow it up with the ER, um, shortly after or immediately after, whether an ambulance ride or not, you know.
I got a comment here. One says if they're lasting more than 5 minutes, she needs to go to the hospital and to get checked out. There's no other advice I can give besides finding a neurologist or going to the ER. Your girlfriend's life is far better off in the hands of a professional than it is on the screens for a few Redditors. Another comment here says it sounds like she would benefit from having some nasalium on hand. I would ask her neurologist for that and an EEG test, along what the others are saying. Definitely call 911 for a seizure lasting that long. Basically, that's what everyone's suggestion is. Call 911. You can call
Basically,
911 and
anything.
ask them, should you? I thought I heard you say that, and Andrea, that call 911 and ask them, should you go? It, you think they would know like medical
No,
things
I
like
just
that?
said
Oh,
call
you didn't say?
911.
Oh, I thought I heard someone say call 911 and like check with them. Um,
Uh, but
I
I
mean,
would
you
say
could ask them. They'll
anything.
probably send everyone anyway if you're calling them.
Yeah, at least as just, your basic like welfare check type thing, they would still, yeah, they'll still send somebody.
Anything past 5 minutes, you're really like the oxygen to your brain is being deprived. So yeah,
okay. Got another post here. It says, "Do any of you guys suffer slurred speech? I seem to be slurring my speech a lot more recently. Just wondering if anyone else has had this as an effect of long-term epilepsy." Um,
me.
yeah, I'm not sure if it's just a slurred speech just whenever, but mine post seizure, that's when I get the slurred speech. Or if something is definitely going to happen, then I'll get the slurred speech and someone will say, "You don't look right and you're slurring your speech." Um, and that's usually then people are on guard. Um, yeah.
Yeah, that was the same thing I was gonna say too. Pookie is just, yeah, like either right before or right after, especially after, and you're kind of coming back to being yourself. You're just like, yeah, like you're not making any sense. You're just mumbling a little, a bit and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say that's, yeah, just after the seizures. It's not like a daily thing from the medication. It's just, yeah, post seizure
Yeah, but
for
like I
me.
said, mine can also be before the seizure, but it's like really close, and it's usually something happens when someone's like, "You're slurring your speech, and you should be sitting down, and you don't look weird. I mean, don't look good." That's usually how it happens. I'm slurring speech, and that's a weird sign for people. And
Are,
At least, I mean,
are
at
they
least you have something
asking
that's a
that?
bit of a warning, right?
come again?
Oh, I just said at least you have something that's a bit of a warning, and that other people around you recognize too, so that just to look at it from a positive way, I guess, right? Like,
I
The
think they're
weird thing
just
about
asking
those
this
is,
as a side effect because I've seen that on many drugs. Slurred speech is a side effect of many drugs. So perhaps in combination with aphasia, you know, maybe they're just their words are coming out slurred when they speak.
Wondered that as well.
yeah, I was wondering if that's the same thing. Like, I always go back to my stroke, and it just feels so the after effects feel so close to the ones of a seizure that I was wondering like the aphasia from that, because with that I was just like speaking and none of the words actually made sense. It'll be like two out of one sentence. Um, like I said, just like absolutely stuff that made no sense with what we were talking about. They were asking me if I wanted to go to the hospital, if I felt like I should go or not. And yeah, I was talking about the most random stuff, like riding a bike down the street when I'm talking about should you go to the hospital. Yeah. Uh, that's not necessarily slurred speech, right? That's just I don't have the words and couldn't put sentences together, I think, right?
I guess the difference would be um, that's the problem with your um, cognitive ability to put words together as opposed to words coming out of your mouth. They can't pronounce the words properly when they speak. I think that's what the person is saying. Uh, you know, uh, if you're uh, if you're misremembering things or funking up your memory and uh, uh, that's something else. I don't know, but Yeah, I think they're directly just talking about their ability to speak. And I don't want to do like an impression or anything here. Just they just not talking correctly.
Um, there's some comments here. One that caught my attention was saying this is very common with Lamictal, and I'm taking the Motrigine, which is basically the generic version. Um, do I slur my speech? Now, a lot of these things I read leave me curious. I'm asking you guys, since I talk to you guys more than I talk to anyone. Um, and I talk to my mother a lot, so that says something. Talk to you guys for hours at a time. Um, do I slur my speech?
Not that I've noticed.
Not
Oh, thank you.
not noticeably, yeah. I mean, we all have our bad days where we're not feeling the greatest from either the meds or having a seizure the night before or something, but like nothing regular, man. You're all good.
Some side
Yeah, I got
effects
it.
from clobazam, I think slurred speech and mouth watering. I had those maybe, but they went away. I mean, the yeah, I don't drool anymore. The excessive drooling went away, so that's good.
I had that too when I was
Um,
on that in the morning when I would like wake up, I'd have like like my beard to be like a little wet and there'd be like a little bit like on my pillow or something, and I'm like, what the fuck? What's wrong? Like I didn't do that before. I haven't done it since I've gotten off of that. So yeah, it probably was that medication. It was just a weird thing for me. Like once in a while, I've mentioned before when I have a seizure and like in the middle of the night, I would bite my tongue, so I'd have like a little bit of blood or whatever running out of my mouth. But the drooling thing was really really weird. So I guess that was the reason.
but I got
All
something
right.
here that says it says I had a pretty severe word finding and slurring while on Trileptal and Lamictal, which again on Lamictal, which makes me think. I know you guys said I don't have the slurred speech, but I don't know. Maybe it's like a brain thing. Sometimes I start seeing things and start reading things, and now I'm paying attention to if I actually do it. Um, I know you said I don't, but that is something I'm watching now. It's two of them, two people that said the medication that we're on, and then there's another one here that says yes, Lamictal. Uh, yeah, but there is one comment here that says I do. I had no idea until reading all the posts that the culprit could be Lamictal. Wow, just increased to 200 milligram Bade, and I'm in the EMU evaluation. I'm looking forward to coming off these meds to see if I feel maybe in quote normal.
Me too.
I don't even remember what normal is anymore.
I don't either.
That's what it fucking feels like some days.
Mhm.
Normal is our normal everyday epilepsy life now.
Hey, Mama. Are you eating some food now?
Yeah, I had it on mute. I forgot, and she was talking to you guys. Mm. Yeah, Andrea opened that can of worms. Um, yeah, you
I just
almost
said
had her
hi.
start a Yeah, that would have started a conversation, but I had it on mute. So what she was saying, you guys didn't hear. She was talking about the food and how Andrea said I should be eating um, an hour ago. But yeah, I told her you said that, and she came in here with I don't exactly know what that is, but it looks good. Um, another comment here says, "Yep, stuttering and slurred People think when I'm drunk or drugged out or talk like I'm a child and they think I can't understand anything, like, in quote, the normal people do. Sucks because it's still normal in my head, but comes out like shit. I'm still me. Yes. Uh,
Somewhere in there I am.
I got something else here. It says CBD. Anybody go? Anybody have experience with CBD? Um, I brought that up because I seen a lot of that yesterday at the dispensary. Um, they have like little pills. I don't know if they're exactly pills, but they're pill shaped. Um, and they one said CBD, one said a different substance, but it was CBD and just something I couldn't remember that went after it.
CBG, CBN.
Might have been, but they had
Was
these
it a
purple little.
CB or a TH?
Yeah, one said THC, and then it had
HHC.
a dash and some other letters. There was a few of them. I thought about getting them. My mother was telling me I should have got the one that sits for sleep. There was a lot of stuff. They had like
CBG.
there was a specific area that I never specifically went in because it wasn't weed over there in the dispensary. And my mom went over there yesterday because I think she's seen a lot of colorful stuff, and then they had free gummies. They had the flavored gummies of the edibles, and it was like you can taste the gummy with the flavor, but if you buy them, then you'll have the actual edible. These are just the gummies, sample the flavor. Um, but yeah, they look like similar to maybe a little bitty circular pill, maybe the size of a
Just like a little
that
tablet,
doorbell. Tic Tac.
like
A
a
Tic Tac
solid
is what I was
tablet, or
thinking.
was it like a little gel
Kyle,
capsule
no, don't
with
take
like
Kyle.
oil, like a liquid oil
It's it's
inside?
it's a tablet. It's a tablet. It's little. And yeah, they come in pink, blue, yellow, and white. And all those ones said different types of CBD and what it's good for. Um, I don't need them, but it makes me want to get them just to bring it and show you guys. I'm just gonna have this stuff sitting around. Um,
Yeah. I mean, oral products work pretty well. You know, you just got to wait for the kick in, so you got to be patient. Don't redose if you don't feel the strength that you are going for after an hour. It might take an hour and a half, it might take 2 hours. So it can be a little bit of an adjustment to kind of dial in how much of whatever you want. But I mean, once you're there, like per milligram THC, um, I feel like the oral route, like oral tinctures or just straight up RSO, um, is probably best bang for the buck, you know, furthest um, medicated time frame for the, you know, any given dose.
with the RSO stuff, I went and I checked that out. Um, yeah, it's like $70. But the guy kept saying it's worth it. You have heard the right things. I told him what I've heard on the podcast, and he told me everything was right. And I felt like he was trying
Yeah,
to sell it. So I
I
was
mean,
like,
wait
I'm
until it
gonna
goes on
hold off.
sale or something, you know.
Uh,
It's it's good, but it's not worth like $70 for a gram of it. I get like,
That's a lot.
yeah, I wait for, you know, maybe $30, 25, $30 for a gram of the oil. And that's kind of a good deal here in Florida. I would expect it should be way cheaper even over there in California. I don't know. $70 sounds like a ripoff.
That's
It's kind of
crazy.
great that
Wait,
like
like, are you
the
talking about like
medical
weed,
system
Irritation?
is a big
Yeah,
ripoff.
Pookie, I was gonna say, I I love my gummies as well, man. I got
Um,
this is just
the
a few of
RSO, he
them.
just gave me the little box. It was in a box. I don't know how much it was, but he said $70, and I told him about. I heard about it on the podcast, and a lot of people brought it up and this and that. And he was like, "Okay, all that you've heard is true. Here's what you're looking for, and that's how much it costs." And I was like, "Okay."
What's the brand? The brand
I have
name?
no idea. You can't ask me about things I seen yesterday or last week.
For
You're
sure,
just
man.
not
No, it's all
there.
good. It's all good. I was just wondering. It's all good.
Yeah. I just remember that it's RSO. I don't remember the brand or what was in it or what type of CBD number after the dash and all that stuff. Um, Very
Oh
interesting,
yeah,
Mark.
I know nothing about like the numbers and mixtures and stuff. I'm just like, all right, it's gonna get me high and hopefully, you know, help with some of the pain and stuff. So I don't really pay attention to all the different numbers and mixtures and all that shit of it.
Oh, this says $55 before whatever discounts and stuff, but there's always discounts on something or other that'll go on sale soon if it isn't on sale at any given point. But yeah, this is uh, strain specific. So this is Minty Haze, RSO. So whoa, it's been extracted from the plant with a
Jeez.
solvent and then heated in order to remove the solvent, boil off the solvent, and in the process of removing the solvent out, extracting it, you end up um, decarboxylating the um, cannabinoids inside of the oil, so that makes it orally active without having to go and bake it and stuff. But because you're using a broader spectrum, um, like polar, non-polar solvent type of um, well, polar, non-polar solvent, you end up extracting not just like the cannabinoids like you get with a more selective hydrocarbon like butane, you get like the full spectrum of the plant lipids and everything like the chlorophyll and stuff. So that's why this is the RSO. Good RSO is all like really, really dark. When you see it in a tube like this, it looks, black almost. When you squeeze it out and like look at it, a little bit of it through the sunlight, you can see that it's like dark brown. Sometimes it has a little hint of green, but the green goes away when it gets exposed to sunlight. So usually it's always just kind of dark brown. But um, yeah, the RSO is kind of a whole different animal from the distillates, especially when you get a um, dispensary and I guess over there maybe a brand. I don't know how branding and everything works, but everything here is specific to any given dispensary. So this one that I like going to does the strain specific extractions. Um, so minty haze there. I've got purple lemon punch. I've got the uh Pai Gow punch. I've got fruit pops. I've got I don't know, like over half a dozen different specific strains in terms of the oil, and you can definitely taste the difference, which is pretty cool. But yeah, the compared to the distillate or the other dispensaries around here in the area do something more of a just a sativa indica hybrid only options, which are fine, broadly speaking, indica, sleepy, sativa, kind of energetic, creative, hybrid, kind of in between, right? But the strain specific is pretty interesting. So that's been my preference ever since I discovered the strain specific pictures. So yeah, that would be my suggestion. Not just the syringes of the RSO, but I mean the RSO oral tinctures. Those were the RSO oil diluted into you know uh, a healthy like medium chain triglyceride oil. You just little dropper into your mouth and coat your mouth with it. So um, it's a lot easier to dose lower with that than the big syringes into like a spoon of peanut butter. But I've been talking way too long. Angel?
I just wanted to say hi, Jason. Welcome back. Haven't seen you in a while. Hi, Chip. Welcome. I forgot the icebreaker though, so if somebody can remember the icebreaker for them.
I got
How
it
do
for
you
them, but
Answer the phone.
without saying
um,
hello, other than hello?
What is one way that you answer the phone that is
outside of
not
hello.
saying hello? Yeah, aside from other than just hello.
Hmm. So, so basically, like I would, I would try to like, well, for me, like I would just like meet about at a coffee shop, and then like just talk about whatever. That's probably I would that's probably for me like to not reach the phone or else like me like at some place like just go to a coffee shop where you can get kratom or else you can or else you can smoke a joint and for me with my weed reference, I'm pretty much more of like indica and hybrid because I go to a medical shop that's like in Midtown pretty much. Well, since I've came back here in Tallahassee, I haven't told anybody, but I like just I would smoke weed with people if I don't have to reach by the phone.
What I was gonna say is, Jason, the question is, I'm gonna read it differently because I don't think you uh, heard the question in the right order to make it even. I got it for you though.
Okay.
The
All right,
question
go.
is, apart from hello, how else do you answer the phone?
I would say pretty much like, hey, hey, how you doing? And how's your day been?
All right, Chip, you.
Well, see, that's a hard one. At work, when I see someone calling from outside, it's usually some person trying to sell me some service or some annoying whatever tech that they want to. So a lot of times I'll answer the phone and I'll be like, "Hey, how we doing? Just in case you're calling to sell me people or stuff, I have no real interest in that. But if you actually want to talk to me about something important, go right ahead." And they usually hang up. So it's pretty cool. So that's a
Gotcha.
different way to answer the phone, I guess. But people are so annoying, leave me alone. I'm trying to work. I don't care if you want to sell me some Discarray or some garbage like that. So that's how I answer the phone, but that's only at work.
I scrolled a little lower than I did with everyone else's comment, but someone here says, I never answer when I see a number I don't know. Makes sense. Uh, Another one says, if I know the caller, then I say, what's going on? Or, for fuck's sakes, what now? Wow. Another one says, si bueno. Um, that's like, what's up? Or, yes, good. Bueno's good, and si is yes. Anybody know Spanish that can put that together? Because
I
yes,
believe you're
good.
right. I think it's yes,
What is
good.
it?
That's yes,
Yeah,
good.
Bueno.
what's good?
Bueno?
Yes, good.
Okay. Uh, um, the other one says, "Caller, you're on the air." Another one says, "Why are you calling me?" One says, "God's garden, Satan speaking. How may I tempt you?" Yeah, the responses are just a bunch of funny comments. Uh, thanks though.
I still like the one about the morgue.
Oh yeah, you stab them, we slab them. Wait,
Right.
something like that.
It's like county morgue, you stab them, we slab them, or something like that.
Gotcha. That's what
I've
it
heard another
is.
one too.
County
It's
Road.
I can't remember if it was like from a cousin or an uncle or something that I had, but yeah, he would joke around. He'd be like, "Bob's roadkill. You kill him, we grill him." It's kind of like the morgue one. And so like as a little kid, I'm thinking like, "Ugh, you're eating roadkill."
Oh, you
You're
Kind of an
hungry
people eat
enough.
stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know if it was true, but I seen it on a movie, so it might or might not be true. But I believe it was like something getting hit by a car, and then someone just walking into a road and picking it up by the tail, and forgot what show it was to let you go watch it. But yeah, yeah, I'm not sure what kind of roadkill, but people eat a lot of different stuff. To each his own. Um, back to the CBD experiences. One comment here, it says, been using CBD for about 2 years now, and it's helped reduce my seizure frequency quite a bit. Starting with a low dose and work my way up. Definitely worth talking to your neuro about it first, since it can interact with some AEDs. Did not know that, so I shouldn't just go grab some shit. I should talk to the neuro first. If it were up to me, I would just listen to Mark and just go for it. uh, luckily, there's this post that told me I should not. Um, someone was saying something that I said, hold on 1 second. But I do have a post here. It says, is it weird that I'm grieving for my fiance who is still alive? My fiance has multiple seizures in one day. It is so bad that I had to call 911. He was taken to the ER. Thankfully, he ended up being okay for the most part, but he might have to have surgery for an injury he got during one of his episodes. It's been about 3 weeks since the event, and he's slowly coming around and getting back to himself, aside from the injury. So, why am I grieving? I didn't feel much of it when it was happening, or in the ER, or when I had to go back to work, aside from being irritated. But now I randomly find myself crying like he died, even though he didn't. Is it normal for all this, or am I just being a baby? I wouldn't tell someone how to react when you see someone having a seizure, because it can be traumatizing, for lack of a better word. That word gets me sometimes when they say traumatizing, but it can be bad just watching someone have a seizure. So I could imagine someone. I've seen people react all kinds of ways, and the only reason I say see is because some of those seizures where I'm awake and I can see and hear and all that, I've seen different people in different types of panic when I have a seizure. So grieving for someone and that's not being a baby, that's not normal. I mean, there's no way to grieve someone that's not normal, really. So, you guys,
Jason's got his hand up.
Yeah, I got something for I got something for that question. Just like just like I had a similar like a similar round that when I was in Nashville and I thought I got the teaching job. My big brother told me that that his friend had died from seizures. So like I mean like so like um the way that like you can pretty much grieve for the whole thing is like not try to think about him, not try to think about the person that well, and not try to think about like for a long time. Like, just like I would say like if you have like a pretty much of an object that you could probably do, like I mean like like where it's running or martial art or sport or whatever the case may be. Well, I mean just like right now I do writing. Like I just published my first book, Where Meaning Goes to Die. So what I would say pretty much is that like, well, all I'll say pretty much is that like, I mean like, I mean is that like the person needs to find an outlet, in my opinion.
All I have to say about that is
Um,
everybody grieves differently, and there's no wrong way to grieve.
right.
That's very true. I never got to meet my grandfather. He was killed before I was born, but still talking and thinking about it makes me sad. I never even got to, meet him. So it's, yeah, everybody's got a different way of thinking about stuff. So there's not like a normal or unnormal like type of thing. I guess, it sounds like obviously this person cares deeply about their fiance. Like I don't want to seem like heartless, but I would say like that when you're feeling like that, instead of, grieving, use that time maybe to learn a little bit more about it, and then you can, help him and be there for them. I hope that doesn't sound too cold. I don't know how else to word it, but yeah, I would just say that's the best. That would be the best way to help out would be learn a little bit more about it. Don't grieve. Look at it, as a positive way, is that he has somebody that clearly cares about him, that's there for him. So be there to help him out. Like, yeah, make it a positive thing for both of your lives.
Well, a couple of the comments here. One says it's totally normal, and you're definitely not being a baby. Um, Delayed grief or trauma response is super common. Your brain was probably in survival mode during this crisis, and now it's finally safe enough to process what could have happened. You almost lost them, and that's terrifying, even if everything turned out okay. I'm in the same boat. I'm grieving for my partner, who he was adjusting to how he is now with a recent epilepsy diagnosis. It is the hardest thing I've ever done for love. You're not alone. Yeah, when I see my own seizures, it wasn't that bad. But seeing people in those videos or seeing people when I'm having the um, aware tonic-clonics, I guess. Yeah, I've seen people jump out of a car, not moving car, of course. But I got something here. It says, I woke up in a horrifying sense of doom. Woke up after having fallen asleep for around 15 minutes or so, or trying to sleep. I can't imagine if I can't imagine this being a dream because it was different. When I became aware or of what had happened, my heart was racing so hard and having a sense of doom, palpitations as well. I was scared someone was coming for me and was certain someone was here, but there's no one. I was prepared to die. That's how serious it was. And about 2 minutes after this occurrence, my heart slowed down. Now I'm just left with another strange and quote aura and no answers. I drank a ton of coffee today and ate poorly. I also have sleep apnea, but cannot afford to get a new machine. I just need some advice. Um, Medical insurance for well, I don't know how certain people's medical insurance to get a CPAP machine, but I did hear it was expensive and my medical insurance covered it. And those are important to get. I don't know if those are causing me to have seizures because I'm not using it. Never used it. Um, I should be, but I have not. Hmm. You ever had the sense of doom?
Uh, I mean, a little bit before, like sometimes like when I think maybe one might be coming on, like you just you have that little bit of panic or whatever. But then I end up never having one in those times and those feelings. So it's always like pretty much every single one I've had, I have no, like I said before, no memory of, before or after. I just have no clue when they're coming on. And then sometimes when I think like, okay, maybe one is going to happen, and this is now I finally know what's going to happen. And then I those times I don't have one, but I do have a little bit of a sense of doom, I guess, during that time. It's just like shit. All right, I need to get in bed, lay down, kind of wrap myself in my sheets and make sure I'm wrap myself in bubble wrap and duct tape and keep myself safe.
Yeah, when I had my sense of doom, it was something obviously was going wrong. That's what I noticed. It was really weird and kind of scary. And I just asked everyone else on the podcast, like all the mods, I was like, can you guys join? I don't know what's going on. I think this is the sense of doom, but no one's here to explain it. And luckily, all the mods were looking at the chat at that time because everyone came within like 2 or 3 minutes. And I just asked everybody, can you guys explain this to me? Explain to me the feeling of doom. And the way they explained it, I was like, I think I'm going through that right now. And it was just very hard to contain myself sitting down in front of a computer, well, in front of a camera. That was hard for a while. So I just kept kind of getting up, walking back and forth, not understanding what is going on. It was very confusing. Um, and then I was getting nauseous. So everyone pretty much was like, go ahead, go figure that out, and we'll be here. So all I did was went and got a vape pen, and that pretty much helped the nausea go away. Then we laughed it off for 8 more hours. Um, yeah, some of you guys might have been there. One comment here. Someone have
I was
something?
just gonna say, I think I was around that day.
I have some comments here. One says, I think I found the cause. Caffeine excites the brain. Poor sleep lowers the seizure threshold. Perfect storm created an amped up aura. The doom ones are so awful. Sorry you're going through that. Another one says, that's absolutely terrifying. Sorry you went through that. The coffee and the poor sleep combo can definitely mess with your system, but the level of doom feeling is no joke. Might be worth mentioning to your doc if it keeps happening. Right here, we can all relate to this. It says, bitten tongue. I had a seizure Friday, bit my tongue. It's really sore to eat and drink. Any advice on getting something to heal it? It would be appreciated because it sucks.
Yeah, we talked about this like a
What
couple
do you
weeks
guys?
ago, I think. My
No,
thing is
people are posting it every day. There's so many posts that people are posting every day about bitten tongues, and
yeah,
another person just needs help with their bitten tongue.
yeah, I mean,
Advice?
I've done it a bunch of times. Even one time where like I bit like a little bit of the end of it off. I think I showed it on camera here. One of my pillowcases has a blood stain on it from that time. It was a pretty big one. I know a bunch of you guys didn't agree with me when I said it, but I use mouthwash on it because that obviously keeps everything healthy and clean. I also used for like the really bad ones, Oragel,
Yeah.
little tube of Oragel that kind of like will numb the area for a little bit. That helps at least with the pain. Obviously, doesn't help it heal any quicker. You just kind of just like any other cut, wound, scar, whatever you want to call it. It's just going to take a few days
Yeah,
to
when I had
heal
my
up.
tongue pierced, both times I had my tongue pierced, the advice that was given was to um, brush your teeth and rinse with mouthwash at the very least 3 times a day after any meal. And after any time that you drink or smoke or eat anything other than water. Because anything like that, even like smoking, even a vape pen and stuff, that leaves a residue in your mouth that can feed little microbiome nasties or whatever and stuff. So just for the fastest healing of a wound that by definition um, pierces completely through the tongue, those are the tried and true um, healing procedures. So that's my recommendation. Just anytime I take a sip from the vape pen, when I'm finished with it, go take a bit of mouthwash. Smoke a joint, go have some mouthwash afterwards. Um, so yeah.
I've heard warm salt water rinses are good as well for mouth sores of any kind.
Yeah.
I also heard about peroxide. Someone told me it's disgusting, but they said it's good for that. I
Heard
can
that
only
as well.
imagine. I don't plan on trying it, but that was something that's been told to me that they've tried and it works.
Yeah, be really careful swallowing that or not swallowing that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I used to use that a lot. I mean, for really nasty cuts. Um, I mean, because I just assumed for the nastier, you need some bring in the big guns, and that's certainly a sanitizer. Yeah.
What's it taste like?
Well, it tastes like anything. Yeah. I don't know how people are getting this. It tastes so nasty. It's a little sour, but don't swallow it. Yeah.
I think her exact words was, "It was gross, but it worked."
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, yeah, that's what Anne said. She said that's what works for her. I have not tried it, and I hope to not bite my tongue to need it. Um, but as we know, biting your tongue isn't your choice. But
Sometimes
there
you
is
got
some
to do what
comments
you
here.
got to do.
Right. There's some comments here. One says Oragel. One says an ice cube might help. Another one says mix children's Benadryl with Milox and soak your tongue in it a couple times a day. I also recommend getting an oral anesthetic from your local drugstore just to numb your tongue and help you eat over the next few days. I have not heard about kids Benadryl being something because Benadryl is a benzo, right?
No.
No.
Benadryl
Okay.
is an antihistamine, but it is like top of the list of over the counter drugs for epileptics to avoid. It lowers the seizure threshold pretty significantly for the dosage. So
I was gonna say real quick here. I went and grabbed. I still have it in my. Wait, why is? Well, it's reversed because of the camera. But anyway, yeah. Here's the Orajel one that I have. It's the PM toothache cream. That's what I was recommended by the doctor after I went to the ER after I had the one where I bit the end of my tongue off. That's what they gave me. It helped. It numbed it, for a little bit. I would use it every few hours or whatever it recommends. And at least that helped with the pain. But yeah, like I said, it doesn't help with being able to eat or drink any easier. But what can you do? Like I said, it's just like any other cut or wound or something. It takes a few days to heal. You just gotta go along with it, I guess.
I imagine, like you said, using mouthwash. That sounds like it would burn. It burns my mouth without my tongue being open. Um,
I mean, it does, but I mean, to me in my head, like that's a good feeling. Like I know that sounds weird, but like when you like put like Actine or something, you get a cut, you spray something on it, it stings for a sec, but that's a good thing because it's killing the germs and it's helping heal and stuff. And
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it's not the
Well,
most fun, feeling or experience, but it's helping you out, right? Like
do you
when
scream?
you put I don't scream, but I'm just kind of like the like the ew icky type of face like your mouth
Mm,
makes like when you taste something you don't like or whatever.
yeah.
But yeah, no, yeah.
Um, back to the comments about the bitten tongue. One says, not the same, but my ex had braces and they rub against his cheeks really bad. His ortho recommended a diluted hydrogen peroxide rinse once or twice the first day, then just frequent brushing, flossing to make sure food didn't get in it. He also used that sore throat stuff if it was really awful. Another one here says Listerine helps me, but the best help comes from sweet tea. I think it's high amount of sugar without any citric acid helps. I can even eat afterwards. I can even eat after a couple of days after the seizure. Have you
Yeah,
guys
and
ever had
generally
sweet tea?
your first couple of meals will be like smoothies or protein shakes or something like that because yeah, it does really really hurt like right after. So yeah, your best bet is first couple of meals after probably be liquid meals, unfortunately. um yeah, at least that's how it went for me. That's kind of what I did because any like solid food just moving around in there made it, yeah,
Depending
more
on your
unpleasant.
tolerance for pain, you could just, uh, yeah,
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's
right,
it's
yeah.
such a wide-reaching question. It depends on how badly you bit it. If you actually
Mhm.
bit some of it off, or yeah, there's so many different variations to it that yeah, it's hard to, like all of our questions, right? Everybody's body is different, so they're always hard to give one specific answer. It's not
Right.
like, oh, you have a
Uh,
cold, take NyQuil and sleep, and then you'll be good in the morning. Like, it's not like that for sure.
yeah, but the smoothies are good. Yeah, and then sugar's good. I mean,
Hmm.
and I ate like a duck. I basically didn't chew food. Like I would get cheese fries and just kind of, you know, uh,
Yeah, stuff that would kind of like just mush together in your mouth. You didn't really have to like, yeah,
right.
not like you got a T-bone steak or something the next day.
Hmm. Yeah.
I got something here. It says epilepsy meds plus rescue meds dangerous. When I enter my cocktail of meds plus my rescue meds, I get a warning for several central nervous system depression, slow breathing and heart rate, etc. Isn't that case for all of us? Is every rescue med dose a rollback of the dice? Hey, we might not wake up. Please help me feel better. No, I might not wake up. Please help me feel better. Um, never taken a rescue med to know what it feels like, and no one else has put it on my nose so I could experience.
No, I
Um,
would venture to guess that the website that they're looking at to check the, well, I guess most websites would have that sort of they have an interaction just by definition of their nature, but there's a website called Psychonaut Wiki, which is dedicated to information about various illicit substances and their effects and interactions and stuff. And so um, they always highlight that with benzodiazepines, there is a risk of fatal overdose with any central nervous system depressant, but those are talking about using it at recreational doses where the person's getting high. There's nowhere. I mean, first off, that doesn't really apply to these anti-epilepsy drugs, but the amount of benzodiazepine need to really cause that significance of a problem is, the safety threshold that they build in with these things is enough that you're not really at much of a risk of dying unless you really push it. Take a lot of the rescue med, or overdose on your regular stuff and take the rescue med. I don't know.
What was I gonna say? Something about a rescue man. One of the people at the emergency room I was talking to, just random guy, random doctor actually. I was asking him about like meds and stuff, rescue meds, and asking him, is there any that I could take that aren't pills? And he said there is something that some people take and it dissolves in your mouth and it's a pill. I was going to ask anybody if you've heard of that. Um,
Yes, yes.
Literally, do
They gave that to me several years ago. Um, I think it expired, so I don't think I have it in my cabinet anymore. But they gave me one that, yeah, it was dissolvable. Because like I've said, um, with the issues with my pancreas, when I'm unable to, keep anything down, I keep throwing everything up. I can't keep the meds down. But if it's a dissolvable pill, it's not something exactly that your body has to process. Anyway, so it stays down. I had one bottle of it, yeah, a few years ago. I can't remember the name of it, unfortunately. But yeah, there is one that's kind of like a rescue, or something that's supposed to be not like a rescue, like if you're having one already, but something that would take the place of your other medications if you're unable to keep them down.
Clonazepam.
What was that,
There is.
Angel?
Clonazepam has a dissolvable pill that you will take right away.
Oh,
There
okay.
is
Yeah, it
a.
wasn't that one that they gave me, at least, but that's good to know that there's more out there, because yeah, I probably should get that. I probably should get one.
There, there is a preparation of diazepam in the form of a rectally administered gel.
That sounds so fun.
That technically meets OP's criteria of a benzodiazepine or like rescue med that is not in pill form. So if they want the butt gel, that actually works about as fast as the like a nasal spray type preparation. So there's that, a lot of blood vessels down there.
Well, you're gonna wake up with. Yeah. Huh. Okay, that's the
I
prevention.
couldn't
Second,
imagine.
I was gonna say, if you're gonna wake up with stuff out of every man.
I couldn't imagine waking up and it's something I'd have to take out.
Yeah.
Waking up and I'm wet in the wrong spots. Look around like, what'd you guys do to me?
Well,
Yeah,
well,
especially right after a seizure, right? You don't even know where the hell you are to begin with, and then you got those other things going too.
Mm.
Yeah.
That is not going to be a
One
fun
thing I
time.
was gonna say. One thing I was gonna say to James is, if you can't
Yeah.
keep anything down, um, Brandon actually did tell me that you can put your pill into some warm water, not hot, but like warm, let it dissolve, and then drink it. And he said it's easier because his Keppra pills are huge. He said so he does that for his doses. Puts in a little cup, take a
Oh,
shot. If it's gross, he said chase it with something. But other than that,
yeah.
he said it's too much to swallow those big pills. So that's what he does.
That is a good idea for not being able to take the pills. I was about to say I take Keppra, so they're pretty huge, but if that works for him, that's good. But still, for me personally, with the it being a pancreatic issue, it would actually be worse to drink that much water versus just one sip, with a couple of pills. Um, yeah, so
That's
that might work. That might work in like a couple of situations for me, but generally, for me personally, that would make it worse because I'm drinking a ton more water rather than just like one sip with the pills. Um, I do
he
appreciate the
said it was
advice,
like a
and
shot.
sometimes I'll use it, but yeah. He what?
He said it was like a shot. It wasn't that much water.
So just like like a teeny. Oh wow, I didn't know that it would. I
Yeah,
didn't know that they would dissolve that much, like in just that little bit of water. Okay, that thought had never even crossed my mind. That's amazing.
yeah.
That's a really really good idea. Next time, hopefully it doesn't ever happen, but next time if I'm in that situation where I can't keep stuff down and need to get my meds, I'll definitely try that. That's awesome. Thank you to whoever said that.
That was shout out to Brandon. Uh, his
Thank you,
idea.
Brandon.
He said that he told me that was something that you could do, and then I was like, "Have you tried it?" And he was like, "No, I'll try it though." Since I suggested it, and he tried it, and it
Yeah,
worked for
I'm
him.
gonna have to for sure. That's crazy that like I've never been that the thoughts never even crossed my mind, but also that none of my doctors have ever mentioned that within the 15 years that I've had both epilepsy and my pancreas issues. No one's ever even mentioned that to me. That's I'm getting better medical advice on Reddit than I am at my hospital. That's crazy.
What we're here for. Um,
Yep.
But we are not
back.
doctors.
No.
Right.
I
So I
know.
guess
I'm not gonna be
technically
like,
that's not what we're here for, right? Yeah.
no.
Right.
I know. I was joking around. Obviously, you guys. It's not like I'm gonna like try and sue somebody if I have a have something happen. Like,
Yeah,
I'm just.
yeah,
I was just
yeah.
making a
Gotcha.
sarcastic remark.
Gotcha.
Mm. 1 second. Mm.
I
Yeah,
have one here. Somebody had written about absence seizures. Do any of us have absence seizures by any chance?
I do.
Yeah. Okay. Excuse me. So let's see. They said, firstly, I want to thank you for sharing your honesty and experiences with me. When your child or yourselves experience a seizure, can you be startled? I saw a video online in which their children's epilepsy diagnosis was debunked due to the child reacting to a sudden boo from their mother, which they caught on video. The child had an episode today, or my child had an episode today, and I tried this. My child screamed, jumped, and instantly came back round. Is this possible with an absence seizure? My child has recently been diagnosed with epilepsy after experiencing seizure symptoms for 5 years. So, can you be startled during an absence seizure? And can you be startled out of an absence seizure, I guess, on top of
During one, I don't think you can.
Mm,
It, you're pretty much like, well, in my case, you're not there.
yeah.
You know, you're not there. Um, that's in my case. After one, it might be because things have happened. Like, it's like going on autopilot, and it's similar to kind of like Pookie's tales of like when he came back and he was in his old town and he doesn't know how he got there. It's like, you know, someone, like I'm in my room and I can see everybody coming in and out, but I don't see you coming in, and suddenly because I was in a seizure, and then all of a sudden, 15 minutes later, I'm just making up a time, but that's long for a seizure. Um, you know, it's like you see this person right there. It's like, how'd you get there? It's like that's the startling point. It's like, but most absence seizures are real quick and they're very hard to tell.
What I was gonna say, I don't have absence seizures that I know of, but someone told me when he has certain seizures. I don't know if you guys have seen the first episode. He told me that he has his sibling fight him, and that stops the seizures. I never assumed anybody here would try it, but that's what he said. That he has his brother punch him, and yeah, then they usually start fighting, is what I believe. He said, yeah, just start a fight with someone that'll bring you out of it. I'm not sure if that'll happen, but it was kind of like that for me. It wasn't a fight, it was just kind of pain brought me out of it. Um, when I had a seizure and I put my arm inside the deep fryer, um, and it was like when I put my arm in, like elbow deep, and I put my hands on the bottom, and that's what I felt was hot. So then I looked at my arm. Was this arm? Looked at my arm, and then I continued to have a seizure on the floor. Luckily, this time I was standing next to the fryer and didn't fall in it. But yeah, um, the I guess the heat or the temperature, or I noticed that. That's what brought me back. Is like, oh, why is my arm in there? Then I looked at it and seen the burn, and it was bad and ugly. Um, yeah. Then I had a seizure and scared everybody else because, yeah, I fell in the fryer. That would scare people. And I was on the job, so
Yeah, the
yeah.
last absence
Wouldn't that
seizure I
be a
had, my mom was literally standing right in front of me, and I'm like, "How did you get into my room?"
Right. Mark, what were you saying?
wouldn't what you described at work with the fryer be a like a complex partial seizure and not an absence seizure? Like I thought that just because you're not necessarily conscious during the seizure doesn't mean it's an absence seizure, you know. Being absent doesn't mean it's absence. I thought an absence seizure was like you're doing something and then there's a brief pause in what you're doing and then you pick right back up where you left off without realizing that you had ever stopped at all.
Yeah, it's like going on a daydream.
Um, Mine wasn't exactly an absence seizure, but um, that's why I said I think from like the pain of the
Mhm.
fryer or the just notice it being hot. That's when I burned myself and it brought me back. I'm not.
Yeah.
They didn't exactly explain to me was I standing there staring, but they were like, you had a seizure and you fell in the fryer, and then you looked at it, and then you had another seizure, and that's what brought me to. I remember the part of looking at it, and then I don't remember. So, uh, yeah, I was came to because of the pain, and then I continued after I looked at the situation. Um, And that happened another time. Well, not falling in the fryer. That happened once. The next time that happened, it was when I crashed. I crashed into a wall, and as I was making a right turn, turning, I'm the outside lane, which is I don't know if that. When I turned, it was the outside lane, but I was in the carpool lane, more closer to the wall. I hit the wall. I had a seizure, and when the airbag hit me, I came to, and then I pulled over, and I continued to have a seizure. So that's why I'm thinking like the pain from something might bring you back, but that there was also like a lot of pain, like the pain from that deep fryer that brought me back. That was a lot, and then the pain from the airbag hitting me brought me to, and yeah, I knew I had a seizure instantly. I was just like time to pull over. Then I continued. So yeah, I'm not sure about the um, actions of it, but if anybody would like to try getting in a fight once you have a seizure, someone told me it might work.
I tried to one time. I don't, or yeah, well, I don't know necessarily. Let me start over. I don't necessarily know if it was a full seizure or not, but um, after I had one of my um, pancreatic procedures, the endoscopic one, they go down in there, they open the duct up so stuff can actually finally pass and I could actually eat and not weigh 110 pounds. Um, I woke up and the first thing I remember is I'm sitting there and just kind of looking around, and there's a security guard standing at the door of the room I'm in, and I'm just like, I'm completely confused, completely don't know what's going on, really. I'm out of it. A nurse is there next to me, and I was like, "What? Why are the police here? What happened?" And she was like, "That's not the police. It's just a security guard. It's okay. It's okay." I was like, "Well, why is he here? Why is he here?" Like, well, when you woke up, you tried to get out of your bed, and then you started swinging at a couple of the nurses, and then you pushed one up against the wall, and I'm like, "What the fuck?" I was like, "You guys just like helped, helped me with a medical procedure. Why would I do that?" Like, there's no, that couldn't have happened. They're like, "Yeah, it did. So apparently I had gotten up out of the bed. I tried to like throw a couple of swings at the doc, like just the anesthesia just got me completely messed up. And yeah, I remember none of it. Like I said, the first thing I remember is just asking, why is there a policeman here? Like, what happened? Completely not knowing that it was because of me, completely not remembering any of what happened. I was just like, yeah, like even as I was like walking out, I just was like, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Like, I had no memory of it. Like, how are you so angry that you throw a punch at somebody yet not remember it? Like, your head's got to be in a whole completely different fucked up space for that, man.
The thing about minds is when things happen like that, my situation is always I ran from someone. When it comes to fight or flight, I'm never angry when I don't necessarily attack people. Um, like I said, fight or flight, I'm usually trying to escape or get away from a situation, and that's been bad for me. Yeah, going away from people and running to other places while I'm not myself has ended in other people's homes, as you guys have been told previously. Um, yeah, so that isn't good. Uh,
Yeah, it's weird because I'm not usually, I don't know, like that type of, like, I'm not like a combative person. Like, I'm not I'm not very muscular. I'm a smaller, shorter, just person. So it's not like I try and get into fights. I mean, I don't usually yell or get combative. I work with children. Like, like, it's just a complete opposite of like who I am. I was so like mind like blown. Like, the only reason I could think was just the mixture of the meds I was on plus the anesthesia that they give you before you go into surgery, just a mixture of it. Or I mean, I've had a couple of other surgeries, and that was the only time that I got combative like that. It was just such a weird, like even this was like 2018, 2019 or so. I can't remember now exactly because it's been a while. But yeah, I never was like that before. I've had a couple of other procedures since, and I haven't been like that. I don't know what that one specific time got me so riled up for. It was weird. I still think about it once in a while. Like I want to like go back there and like be like, I'm so sorry that I did that. I still feel bad. 10 years later, eight or whatever, how many? But yeah, not a fun feeling.
No, but like I said, me, I've woken up and like gotten out of the ambulance. Well, not gotten out of it, but I opened the door. I tried to get out of a moving vehicle, well, a moving ambulance. Um, and I've taken out an IV and left the hospital. Uh, yeah, love telling that story. Uh, so yeah, uh, it's rough. Uh, I have something
Well, what
here.
makes it worse too is that like you don't, or for me, in my situation, me personally, is what makes it worse is like you don't remember any of it. It's like if you get into an argument with somebody, you're arguing, you remember the whole thing, you know why you're angry, right? So you can go back later and you can say like, let's talk about this, let's agree on this, let's work this out, or I apologize, blah blah blah. But like when it's a situation where you just don't remember any of it, it's like what do you do? It's like, should I take their word and believe exactly what happened? Like, how do I apologize when I don't even know what the fuck I did? Like, how, yeah, I just felt so bad. It was just like so confusing. It's just like, how do you get through that? You don't remember it. Like you did something stupid, you did, but you don't remember it at all. So you don't know exactly how to apologize or who even to apologize to, right? Like,
Um, Something else I was gonna say earlier about the rescue med situation. Haven't ever taken one, so I was gonna ask you guys: is the rescue med like something you take before or after? Because I've never really known.
You take it
During,
during.
yeah,
During? Okay.
or in between, in the middle of, depending on whether you're taking it for a tonic-clonic or for a cluster. If it's for a cluster, then I would like technically take it between the focals themselves in that period, like the postictal period where I don't fully recover back to baseline before I get um the next one starting, so I mean, I guess technically that would still be during the cluster, but not during the seizure itself. That would be in the postal part.
Yeah. In between the seizures are still considered during. So
Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. So thank you. Yeah. Um, During then, yeah. But can't zap yourself in the middle of a tonic-clonic. So I think that the cluster is the only time you get to, you know, squirt yourself up the nose. You got something to look forward to there. That's the whole experience, man.
I'm not looking forward to it.
No, man, it's not. I mean, the seizure itself is worse. All
Right.
you all you get from the med is like a nasty taste, like a metallic kind of taste in your nose, and then a post nasal drip that kind of like in the back of your throat. Um, But the midazolam starts to work like within about 10 seconds almost. You know, you take the first big inhale, make sure to really pull it in when you press the button and really press the button hard. Don't kind of like hesitate and squirt it out like half-ass. Give it a good pressure and breathe in deep and get it up in there. And it will, yeah, it will start working in about 10-15 seconds and you'll start feeling the physical relaxation and stuff. It's 5 milligrams of midazolam nasally is pretty sizable. Midazolam is already a strong benzodiazepine, so 5 milligrams of midazolam is a big dose, and nasal administration makes that, go straight to your brain. So it's a quicker up, quicker down. But I mean, that's the point to stop a seizure or seizure cluster. Um, but I mean, you just basically melt, the physical and then take a nap. Maybe you might need the second one or whatever, but after the second one, I doubt you'd be able to be awake after 10 milligrams of midazolam up your nose. Um, don't do them both in the same nostril. Spread the wealth. Um, that's really important. Really, really important. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Don't fear the nasal am. Don't um it's the seizure you need to dread, or I mean not dread, you know, uh but you need to
We
have
know what you mean. Like it's the more important part of what to look out for.
manly awareness for, right? Manly concern, future, not, yeah, I don't know. Don't worry about it. If you have the nasal am with you, then definitely doubly don't worry about it. But um I carry it around with me now in that bag like you recommended across the shoulder. I've got the
Yes.
nasal am in the box. So um two two nasal am squirts. Um so if you get a prescription, you say you didn't have nasal am? Who
I
put
have some, but it's expired. It's expired in early 2025, so it's
2020?
over a year old. It's,
It's probably not bad, you know.
well, I mean, worst case scenario, I got it, but like I said, there's
What I
never
wouldn't
there. So
know
now that
about,
I'm on, that will be someone here, but I'd also have to show her how to administer and things. But yeah, um,
it's
I
not
don't think
difficult
I
to
can.
administer, It's just, the two fingers on top and then a little button you press on the bottom and it goes right up in there. It's like, have you ever had a nasal spray for allergies?
No.
No. Has your mom?
The only things I took for allergies were allergic reaction to fleas. So I took Benadryl when I was a teen because I had
Mm,
allergic reaction. We had fleas because we had a dog that caught fleas at the time.
dog.
Once you get them,
Yeah.
it's hard to get rid of them.
Right. Yeah. We had fleas in the house like 3 separate times, and Ugh, I hate them.
I like making those suggestions that you use. So I love that you went and used the bag because it was helpful to be in the front. That was
Oh
very
yeah.
helpful to me. And
Well,
I like that.
I got mine slung over the back. I got a little pouch up front that fits my one day, like the daily doses, all full days dose fits right up front. But then in the back is the all of everything, the medications and stuff. I have a bottle with some Clonopin back there. I have some of my cannabis tinctures and stuff. I have my reading material, my novel working on reading, and yeah, just sling it around up front and boom, right there.
Yeah.
I
I'm
would
glad
I
you're
wouldn't
trying
have
it and
I
it's
would
helping.
have had like a full backpack or something, or I would have still been avoiding the thing, making my mom carry it around.
I got something here though. This will wake everybody up. This is for everyone. So tune in. It says, what daily frustrations do you face when it comes to independence with epilepsy? I've decided I'm going to tackle adult independence with epilepsy for my design capstone. And I'd love to get some insight from people outside of me and my immediate circle.
Excuse me, real quick.
Um,
Design capstone, they said?
Capstone.
Okay.
Not sure what capstone is. Look it up and let me know what that
I
is.
think that would be a British university, like final year design project kind of thing, like an undergraduate's version of a thesis for something like I had something like that in engineering school. It was um um I'm forgetting the name now. Of course, right when I need it. Um Senior design. That's it. How would I have trouble remembering that? Senior design one, senior design two. So basically just had to mm, pick a project and then do all of the stuff, combine all of the skills that we learned from, the 3 previous years worth of schooling and make this project, come to life, make it a reality successfully. So, um, I think that's what capstone is in the British university context. But I could just be pulling that out of my ass.
No, we'll go back to the post though. The post does say, what daily frustrations do you face when it comes to independence with epilepsy? Angel, Andrea, Kevin, Jason, James, Mark, wake you guys up. Give me some answers.
What up?
I was looking up capstone actually, so sorry.
Yeah,
Your
was
first
I
response
wrong?
here.
No, you were right, Mark. According to Google, quote, a capstone is a crowning, culminating achievement, often referring to a final project or course in education that synthesizes learning. It can also refer to a NASA lunar orbiting spacecraft called Capstone, or also a logistics company and a code disassembly framework. It signifies a high point or the final crucial component. That's what Google said. Half of that I didn't understand, but but yeah. So no, you were right, Mark. Yeah, it does look like it refers to a yeah, like a college um, project, thesis thing, whatever you want to call it.
Okay. Um,
Yep.
They gave me an A
what
minus for my senior design two semester, and that minus drives me nuts. Oh, why?
Wait, what's that, dude? You said they gave you an A, right?
I got an A minus.
Well, it's still an A, bro.
Minus, like it
I,
worked.
I, I know. Yeah, I know. But I mean,
What did I do to piss off what which
but
to
that's the thing. That's the thing with college is you're there to learn. You're never going to be 100% perfect.
no,
So if
no,
you
no,
got the
no.
minus, and then hopefully
I
the
know, but
teacher,
no,
professor
but
pointed out.
seriously, this
Yeah,
is
no, I understand. I
something
understand. But
professors only give out that like that minus grade to kind of piss off students because
well, it's
there's
still better than him
Well, I
going to
no
mean,
like a straight like B, right?
there's
Giving you a
no
B or a
such
C, I
thing
guess.
as a B plus. There's only an A minus. There's A
so there's
plus,
like
an A minus,
92%
no
could
B
be
plus.
A
It's just
minus.
B or B minus. So it's I'm sorry, A minus. The standard is just
A
if you
minus,
finish it, you and you get your design, your project works, you get an A. Where did the minus come from?
92% would be A minus.
Ah,
So why don't they just use the number system?
mm,
Doesn't the letter system just seem like outdated?
It kind of
yeah,
does because yeah, like a letter can, like as we were talking about, cover a 5%, right? Before you then start getting into the minus and the plus and all that, like just yeah, if it were just the straight number, that would make a lot more sense.
yeah. The whole thing is kind of
Yeah, I was never a fan of the whole college system because I pretty much got screwed out of that. I don't technically have a full degree in what I went to school for, and the only reason was because I'm fucking stupid at math. I passed every other single class I needed to for my degree, everything for your GE, but I don't understand math and algebra. I took I took algebra 2 twice. I failed it both times because I just can't grasp the concept of adding letters and numbers together. But
I wonder.
what I went to school for was for law enforcement. My I was going to work in the, or my goal at least was to work in the juvenile justice system, trying to help kids get their lives on the right track and everything. So why do I need to know how to add 3x plus by together? Why do I need to know that shit for that job? I
Yeah.
don't. I would never use it. But I got fucked out of getting a full-on college degree because I didn't know that stuff. So
All you gotta know is
that really set
order
me
of
back.
operations. Follow the order of operations and you'll be good.
Yeah, but with today's world, unless you have that, degree in hand, you're generally not going to get, that job. There's always going to be that person next to you that's applying for the job that has that, piece of paper from a college, and obviously they're going to get chosen first. So, yeah.
I mean, order of operations applies to algebra.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I did terrible at it in high school. I obviously didn't finish it in college. It was nothing that I could grasp. And obviously now I'm ranting because I'm just angry at how the system goes, but but yeah, that's yeah, kind of changed a little bit for me not being able to have that piece of paper from a college, but it is what it is, I guess.
Do you still have like the credits or whatever outstanding at the institute? Like if you got the algebra credit completed, and would you be have your
I mean, I would think it would still stand.
yeah.
Yeah, it was 2009 last time I was I was there, and I technically have, or at least what this was called is a certificate of completion, is what they call it. So it shows that I finished all the courses for for the law enforcement stuff. But I didn't have the degree only because of the math class. So I at least had part of it. But then just yeah, time went by. Obviously, you need to make money, make a living, do stuff. So I ended up getting other jobs, and that's why I was still working as, like I mentioned before, like a bicycle mechanic, and forever just different stuff came up, and then I just eventually didn't have enough money to go back, and then I couldn't drive, and then the closest the college that I went to was about 15 miles from where I live. So trying to ride a bike, 15 miles each way to take one class a day, just don't have the energy, the drive, the meaning, for it. So it just became something that was, sitting on the back burner, and now here I am. Working as a yard duty for an hour a day at an elementary school. I mean,
I wish I had an
I
hour.
guess I got what I wanted, right? I'm still working with helping out kids, but not exactly a career building job.
There was a program that I availed myself of when I was uh, doing um, the mathematics, the college algebra. I mean, I had done algebra one, algebra two, like high school algebra one, algebra two, um, just fine. Um, not to brag or anything, but my parents and I figured that algebra is algebra. College algebra isn't going to be like they can't, it's not any different than the algebra they teach in high school. They just teach it in a different setting. So there was a program they called CLEP test, which was like college level um I don't know, exemption program maybe or something. But basically I sat down and in um the course of like a 2 hour or so um uh standardized test on um algebra, I was able to get a grade that was equivalent to college credit, that was accepted and applied to the college that I was um, going to. So I didn't, because I took high school algebra and because algebra is algebra, I took a test and got college algebra, and went, you know, straight straight on to the next level. Um,
Nice.
so if you, I don't know. So a lot of times I wonder if it's the person who can't really do math or if it's the person who can't learn to do math the way that colleges have traditionally insisted on teaching math, algebra and stuff. But if you ended up, um, working out a way to learn it, you might be able to, take this test and apply it towards your
Yeah, I've
university
I've
program
definitely
and
thought
make
about going back, like just as like a, I don't know, like a, put your foot down, like type of thing, like just for myself. Because I know even if I got it now at this point, I wouldn't be able to get a job, using it, just between the health issues and not driving and, blah, blah, blah. So it would just be more of like a personal thing, just like, yeah, I effing did it myself. Yeah. Like that's all it would be. So I don't know if I would ever go back and and do it and finish it up or anything. But
Could you use the college credits for anything else at like a community college? Because that's what I did. I majored in something and then I went back to community college and I used um, college credits to, um,
that's no
I mean,
that's where I went was the
yeah, just
those
for a few classes. I didn't have to take the math and everything and basic, nonsense. And maybe you could get another uh, area of focus that would be, uh, I don't know, something administrative,
yeah, I know what
educational.
you're saying. I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did that yeah, it where I got all my stuff from was a community college. That's all I could afford. And I didn't play like sports or anything, so I didn't, get a scholarship or nothing like that to anywhere. So it is, yeah, the local community college here, but um yeah, I mean eventually maybe one day I'll do something. And now, I mean, like I said, this was back in, 2009 when I stopped going there. I graduated high school in '04. So I'm sure there's probably, since it's a basic, algebra is a basic course, I'm sure there's something I could do online without having to actually, get my ass there and be there in person. I could probably do it online and at least attempt that way. I could try. Like I said, and like you could probably tell right now, I just got so frustrated with the whole thing that I just gave up on it. Like probably like a decade ago. I really haven't thought much about it um, too much since then. Just, randomly once in a while where I'm like, damn, I wish I had a degree and not just this. So maybe it's something I should look into, and I should just complete it just for the sake of my mind, not not thinking I'm a failure because I didn't finish one class. It's just like something I just want to say accomplished. It just feels so embarrassing being
Yeah,
nearly 40
well,
years old and just
and
having a
as
shit dead end
as
job. So
uh as Kevin pointed out, a lot of times, with these degrees, the difference between, getting one major versus another, since they both share like say 60% of the core curriculum, they both have the same writing requirements, the same um, you know, speech and humanities, whatever.
yeah,
You can take those and, even if you finish that one degree, you can also still take those credits and take, a couple extra classes, make up the difference and, get a double major in something that might be a bit more, if you do the enforcement and, a couple extra classes in something that's like administrative, then, move into something, a desk job type of thing. I mean, not to, I know desk jobs aren't as glamorous, but they're still just as critical in the whole system. So um, just
yeah. The only other thing that's made me think about it, kind of, and bring it up in my head is since I'm at the school now, I have my foot in the door there, is would be um being like a substitute teacher when other teachers are sick for the day or whatever, or something like that. But you do have to have obviously some sort of degree in some teaching, and whatever you're teaching, even for the elementary school.
some sort of certificate, right? Teacher
Yeah, so yeah, I thought
certificate.
Yeah,
about doing something like that to get my foot in the door there, and give me a few more hours or so there, each time. Um,
yeah, like just yeah, like I don't want to interrupt anything, but just
yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
yeah, like that's what I did with my because I got a teaching certificate in Tennessee, and
Oh,
I
nice.
yeah, and like I believe like I graduated from with my master's at Florida A&M, But like when you look back at like pretty much and with and like with this new current administration right now, like like I had like a funny feeling because like degrees don't really matter. I, like degrees don't really
I
matter
mean,
as
yeah, in the end, they really don't. But yeah,
yeah, like just like so like that's why like I decided like to move back to Tallahassee like in the first place, and then like actually try to refigure out my life from there. So like what I did is that like like because of my size and everything, because people wouldn't know me, I'm like what like 6'2", like 6'2", like 330 pounds and stuff. So like what I did is that like so what I did like I got my security D license and I got and the D license which is unarmed and the G license is armed and I got my guard card as well. So yeah like so like I took the security route basically and like I mean because like I know like teachings I mean like if it was easier and I took it back and if I did back then I would have done the teaching I would have done the teaching job in Florida or else in Tennessee because like I was either pick those two but my mind was Tennessee I mean like because like I do music and stuff like that but basically like in the end like I actually like did security because um I mean because I believe like they wanted me well I won't say they want me I mean like it's because like I chose it because like because like I wanted to make some like some real money instead of like being a bouncer and instead of being a bouncer. So like when I got the job, like they transferred all my credits to Alabama, and like that's where like I'm pretty much like staying there. So so and I mean like just like when you do have a job, I mean like make sure like they understand procedures and also like pretty much get a pay well like and also get like a absence pay or feel like that. I mean like because like with my last job from was from Ballhaus like what was like because like that was one of the two jobs I'm working. I was working it I was working and saving up money at that time. So like when I had a seizure at Ballhaus like they fired me on the first week of the new year in 2025 and then like when I found another job in Alabama and I talked to the security guy that helped me got like the licenses and the card. They transferred all my credits to Alabama, so I pretty much moved there. So and I didn't want to do it in my hometown. Like I mean like it was hard, but like it was hard, but at the same time like I had to like figure out like most of my own and pretty much like deal with my own issues. That wasn't in my hometown.
dang. So, how long ago did you get the teaching degree, if
So
you don't mind
like
me asking?
okay, so okay, like so like I got the teaching degree almost 3 years ago. Well, like it was like over 3 years ago. So that was like December 2022, and then and then they mailed me my degree in 2023.
Okay, nice. Yeah, that's man. Yeah, that's tough, man. Yeah, depend. Yeah, I'm in California, so it's hard to like comment on like different like whatever like the state's laws and stuff are because I haven't I've never lived there. I've always lived here my whole life, but that
Yeah.
seems like yeah like a tough like situation. You're probably better off. You're probably getting better paid doing that job than a teacher is right now in this country, but
Yeah, like I heard yeah, I heard with like pretty much with teaching jobs like they like they're like getting like screwed and some and like some teachers are quitting. I saw it on YouTube like the other day.
yeah, they've had a couple of strikes. I'm only there for the recesses and lunches just to watch the kids and everything, so I'm technically not part of the union and everything, but obviously I still support them and work through everything. The reason I got the job there at that school is because my I work I work with my mom. She's been there for over 25 years. So it was pretty much just like a, like, oh, he needs a job for a couple hours a day because he can't work full time anymore. So I pretty much just got, like my foot in the door, got pretty much like a free job there. So I'm relatively lucky, all things considered, but yeah, it's tough. I wish I could work a little bit more, have a little bit more, cash in my pocket. So
Yeah.
that's why I would like to, yeah, get the teaching thing, and then I can, it can only be some days, and then when it's like a substitute teacher, like at least the night before or something, so I can kind of prepare, get my body, get myself ready, for being there. Like I see myself doing that hopefully later, but yeah, I would need to go back to school, figure all that stuff out, and that's a bunch of time, that's a bunch of money and stuff that's, yeah, hard to come by these days for me. So
Yeah, like that's why I stopped. Yeah, like that's why I stopped actually like going to like yeah, like that's why I stopped going to school pretty much for like my all like for my HBCU. Just like my mom actually paid for the whole thing last year. Like even though I didn't really want to, but like I just want to make my mom proud. And at that time, like they were giving me like all kinds of shit, and like. Also, like also with the shooting from last year, almost last year, I don't know if y'all heard about the Florida State shooting where I guess pretty much the student actually graduated like from my high school. I graduated 2015. He graduated 2022, and after all that, like that actually started the whole thing because like I just didn't want to do it. I mean, because like I just didn't want to do it in my hometown anymore. Like I was just so stressed and tired, and like I just felt so broken at that time.
Sorry to hear that. Back on to epilepsy though. Shake up the room a little bit. Everybody think about your answers. The question was, what are daily frustrations do you face when it comes to independence with epilepsy? The first response is, I haven't been able to drive for 2.5 years and it drives me crazy. I feel like I have no dependence, no independence.
Nope.
Another comment here says, my seizures happen when I'm asleep, so every time I sleep alone, I wonder if I'm going to have one and choke on my vomit. P.S. I know sleeping on my side would help, but if I have a seizure as soon as I but I have a seizure as soon as I touch the pillow, so I don't even have time to get comfortable. Wow. Um, the frustration of daily life is just not being able to do a lot of things. That parenting over your future, that yeah, seems like it's just like anything you do, you have like, of course, I have the precautions of doing things, but then you have someone else over you. That's the independence part that's gone. Like, yeah, just parenting or being parented. There we go. I don't know if you guys as parents are like right there, like hovering over you. I'm not saying she's hovering, but in a sense of she's right there at all times.
yeah, that's how my dad is too.
This
He's
is
very
right out there.
he was an electrical or yeah, a computer software engineer, so he's very like blunt to the point with everything. So it's just like, my son has epilepsy. He might have a seizure at any moment. I have to pay attention and look at and see everything he's doing. I'm just like, fuck, dude. All I did was come out to the kitchen to like grab a water bottle real quick. Like you don't need to jump up out of your chair and come out into the kitchen and ask if I'm feeling okay and how I'm doing. And it just, yeah. There's just certain times where it gets so overbearing. But at the same time, I'm like, okay, this is my father. He's supporting me. He's taking care of me through every health issue. Like I can't be mad. I can't be disrespectful. Like I would feel worse
The
about.
funny thing is, the funny part about it is my mom, she doesn't like you said, your dad might run in there or something. My mom
Mhm.
doesn't necessarily run in. She just always happens to be doing something. It's like, you all right? I'm like,
Yeah,
whoa, I didn't
exactly.
even know you
Like I
was
said,
like
when I
that.
go out to
Yeah.
the like when I go out to the
It's like
kitchen
I
to
didn't.
just, grab a drink of, water or something, like that just conveniently happens to be the same time that my dad needs to go fill up his water bottle too. I'm like, bro, we've both been sitting like in our rooms for like the last 4 hours. Like you could have gone 5 minutes before, you could have gone 5 minutes after, but no, you happen to conveniently need to come out here and grab a drink too at the same time as I did. Like, come on, dude. Like if you want to check
Yeah,
up on me, just come in and say
mine
like,
is like more of maybe I'm washing a dish and then one clink is too loud on a dish and instantly when I turn around she's like, "You're all right?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'm all
oh
right." And
God, yeah.
I almost
Did you
dropped the
drop
dish.
something? Did you?
Yeah,
No,
Yeah.
there's been times like that too for me. Like I'm just getting ready in the morning, like I'm, you know, putting gel in my hair, doing something with my beard or whatever, and I drop something on the ground. Instantly, he'll come running over, like, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" I'm like, "Bruh, all I did was like drop my comb on the ground. Like,
yeah.
calm down." Okay, good. Okay, that makes me
Mine's
feel so much better that I'm not the only one that
Yeah.
deals with
I've
that.
been I've been um trying to petition for like uh an electric bicycle as like an early an excessively generous Christmas and birthday gift or something, like since they sold my vehicle for scrap, saw it towed away and never never heard about it again. Um, like I've been trapped and at their mercy for transportation. Um, and so, yeah, I've been trying to say, here's an electric bike I like. I think I want to get this one. And my mom's looking at like, oh, the state Senate is passing, there's a bill moving through the Senate that is going to like looking at regulating electric bicycles and what they can, how they can be operated and this and that and whether you can have, whether you can even operate it on public land without having a driver's license. Like you need to have a driver's license for class 3 of
You
them.
no, you don't.
And well, Florida State is what their new the new yeah, it's like the national park does or National Park Service doesn't require um but I don't know. I read the full text of the bill and there's nothing about any of that in there. It's just um a uh any bicycle with electric assist is required to audibly notify when approaching pedestrians from behind and may use no higher than 10 miles per hour electric assist when passing them.
Yeah, it might be a little different, just being a different state, but I thought it was mostly like national, as far as those laws went. But anyway, yeah, here in
Yeah,
California, it's 20 miles an hour is tops. If your bike has a throttle, it's 28 miles an hour is the top that it can go to if it's just a pedal assist one.
yeah, yeah.
Um,
Same here.
Technically, the law is that if it's an e-bike, you have to have a helmet on, which obviously should be just common sense to put one on when you're riding a bike anyway. especially
Yeah,
with all of us
well,
and our head injuries and
Florida's
stuff.
a little more libertarian, so
Yeah.
helmets are optional, as they should be, because if I'm a grown adult and I want to have my head cracked open in the middle of a freeway or whatever while riding a bicycle, I should be allowed to make a stupid decision.
Okay, well then you could say that about the seatbelt law as well. I'm an
We
Yeah,
adult
got the
driving my
helmet
own
well,
law.
car.
hey,
If I want
why
to
not?
get thrown through
Yeah,
the front window when I hit a wall, then that's me. That's up to me. Like you
yeah,
can say that about
why
a
not?
lot of laws too, man.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to like be disrespectful or be a jerk, but I'm just saying in general, my friend.
No, hey, I mean, I strive to be logically consistent, and I would say, yeah, seatbelt laws, you shouldn't have to. It's good that they're required to be put in vehicles, but you shouldn't be required to use them. It shouldn't be against the law to drive without using one. If you want to be a dumbass, go for it.
What
It's
about
not
But
making
what about
anybody else any less safe for you not having a seatbelt.
Yeah, but see,
in
like
California,
my
here,
opinion on that is that's kind of selfish because then like sure, okay, cool, you let's say you do have a crash and it's just yourself that got hurt because not having a seatbelt on, but then there's the paramedics that have to show up. There's the hospital that then has to take care of you. If it's serious enough, then the morgue. Like that's a strain on just the public
I mean,
tax
you would
system and
die
everything. So it's
at
not
some
just
point
affecting you; it is
anyway.
affecting.
You would die at some point anyway, whether it's at that point in the
Well,
middle of a
yeah, but
roadway
nobody
or
would
all
have to
the
clean
way
up a
to like
car, a body.
50, 60 years. Yeah, well, you're not cleaning up a car, you're cleaning up a bicycle in my case, without a helmet.
uh,
I was
there's a
talking about
law
the
here.
seatbelt
Just a
thing, but
smear on
yeah.
the pavement, really. Just hose it off or wait for the next big rainstorm.
just jump in, Pookie? What do you got?
We have
See, you and
the
I think
helmet
like that,
law
Mark,
here.
but the society doesn't. They'll clean it up and they'll do everything, and somebody's got to pay for that shit, right?
Uh,
We have the helmet law
it's
here, so that helps a lot. Uh, and that's also why the seatbelt is kind of it helps people. Like if you want to wear a seatbelt. Then when they came out with that, they had all the statistics about this is how many people go from a seatbelt flying through a window so many times. So in that case, it has helped. I mean, common sense would tell you if they did leave it like that, like you can wear a seatbelt if you want to. I think we might have way more deaths, but it's been good using that. But with California, like you were saying, Mark, in California we have the helmet law, so uh, yeah, that pretty much helps a lot. A lot of people, a lot less people
Yeah,
might get hurt.
last school year, a kid got hit by a car on his bike on the way to school, and for whatever fucking reason, he didn't have a helmet on. His parents didn't make him wear a helmet. This was an 8-year-old child, and I'm sitting in my after literally 2 decades of working in bicycle shops and knowing I, I've lost a couple of really good customers getting hit by a car. One was a really close one. Sorry, still yeah, ah, still hurts. It was like 6 years ago now. Um, so yeah, when I see somebody that's not wearing a helmet on their bike, I'm just like, dude, you are literally like just tempting your life. Like it's so frustrating. So yeah, I went after the kid got hit. He thankfully he was relatively okay. Um, he missed the next couple days of school. He was a bit scraped up and injured and everything. But I went back to the old bike shop that I had worked at, and I was like, "Here's the situation, blah blah blah." Um, the owner's a great guy. So he ended up. I just wanted to go in there, and I was just gonna buy a helmet. I'm like, hey, this is what it's for. Could I have a little bit of a discount or something? And he was just like, a discount? No. He's like, I'm just gonna give you this helmet. So he gave me, yeah, a kid's helmet, and then I gave it to the kid the next day, and I was like, dude, anytime you're on your bike, I better see you have this on. Like, I was joking with him, but being, a little stern because obviously I wanted him to wear it, but it was, yeah, it's just a weird situation. I'm just like, dude, how do you not like instill that within your child, like safety? Yeah, it just messed with my head for a little bit.
Back to you, James. I was thinking earlier when you said your dad would like cover when you drop something or something like that. And I was gonna
Yeah.
say that mine was a little different, and I can kind of respect it when I drop something and you're asking if I'm okay. But it's like you're washing dishes and you get a clink and turn around, they're right there. That's how mine is. Yours is like you drop something. That's understandable if you ask, "Am I okay if I drop something?" For me, but yeah, the hovering part
Yeah,
with me.
yeah. Sometimes it's just like, yeah, the smallest noises. Like I'll just be like sitting in my
Yeah,
chair. I'll just be sitting sometimes and he'll be like, "Oh, are you okay?" I'm like, I'm just sitting here watching TV.
mine.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought I heard a noise, so I just wanted to check and make sure. And like for the first like 5 seconds, like I'm just frustrated. I'm like, what the like give me some privacy. But then like, a few seconds later I realized like, okay, this is my father. Like he's coming at it from like a point of view where, it's like out of, love, out of care. So like
Yeah,
I shouldn't be mad about it. So then I kind of like I keep my emotions in now. It's been so long that I've, had this, going on that like now I just kind of realize it's just a part of life. And, he's just a concerned, parent like any of us would be if our kids were probably having this issue. We'd probably be, similar too. We love them. We want to keep an eye on them. But sometimes I wish I had a little bit more privacy on some basic, basic ass shit. Like you said, like washing a dish or dropping something on the ground real quick or yeah.
hey, like I said with you, it's just different for me. I can respect, asking me, "Am I okay if I drop something?" But mines aren't even that far. Mine is like, "I heard you breathing funny. I heard
Yeah,
him
exactly.
exhale some
That
type of way or something like that." Um, yeah,
that's what it feels like on our end. Like to me, I'm just like all I did was just drop something real quick. I picked it back up. It was like a small noise, no big deal to me, but to them, they hear any little noise and they're just like, "Oh shit, is my child okay?" And so I'm still not happy about it, obviously, but I understand where they're coming from and everything, right? So
yeah. I got something though. Back to epilepsy.
sound good.
Um, yeah, daily frustrations. I was asking everybody, but that went too far left. Um,
Yeah, I gotta go feed the cats. I'll be right back.
Andrea, Angel, Kevin, daily frustrations when it comes to independence with epilepsy.
Life.
Yeah.
I thought maybe we wouldn't give the obvious because I was going to say that one too, just life. But
Just yeah, existing.
I mean, me
Correct.
really in general, for the fact of I'm living by myself now, I am concerned about like if they change my meds more because nobody's around. Relying on people is really a big frustration for me because like if I need to go anywhere for appointments or grocery shopping or whatever it is, I'm always having to try and arrange something because I'm cheap and I don't want to pay Uber to do it. So I'm always, waiting for my daughter to want to go grocery shopping or trying to schedule stuff on their days off or stuff like that. It gets complicated sometimes to try and do things like that. And there's some days where you just feel like you've been hit by a truck and you're tired and you don't want to do shit. And there's still shit that's got to be done. There's nobody else here to pick up the slack.
Right. How about you,
And
Angel?
don't feel bad.
Hey,
I was just gonna say, don't feel bad about that either. Don't feel cheap. I haven't had a driver's license since 2010, and I have never once ever taken an Uber or a Lyft. I either
Do you drive your
wait.
bike?
I just ride. Yeah, I was gonna say I just ride my bike wherever I need to get to, or I just wait
Fantastic.
and I just
But part
wait
of,
until I can get a ride from somebody.
but
But
see, that's not really an option for me because it's the
Oh,
dead of winter right now, and I don't want to leave the house. And
oh no,
walking isn't
I definitely
for me
understand.
either.
I was just saying don't call yourself, cheap, or don't, like, think of yourself negatively for not not wanting to take, an Uber or something
I
like
just
that.
don't
Like,
want to. I just don't want to
yeah,
spend the money on it. I have more important
ex-
things to spend my money on. And
exactly.
right
That's
now, I
gotten so
mean,
expensive.
I have transportation when the weather's nice, but at least, when it's close to home, but I still can't get to a grocery store because there's no way for me to get across the 4-lane highway and, things like that. So even then, I'm still going to have to rely on people to take me to the grocery store. There's a lot of complications that come with it. I can't,
Yeah.
you know, go pick up a pizza from my favorite pizza place because they don't deliver.
oh wow.
Oh,
Yeah. And it's
this,
probably
uh,
not even a quarter of a mile from my house, but I can't walk that far because of other complications with my health. So I can either take my bike or I can not go, which means I don't go unless somebody can take me.
Yeah, your bike is nice, but I seen your city on the news, and there was an absolute blizzard, and that was the
yeah,
worst snow I've ever seen. And I didn't imagine it being like that in Kansas. They were
Yeah.
they were referring it to the North Pole.
I've heard
yeah,
Snowmageddon.
James. Um, that's the thing. We just got hit by a storm. The ice is not melting at all. They
Oh
can't
no,
even. Yeah.
yeah, we've still got snow from a week ago and we got more snow today.
oh wow. Oh,
Almost over a week tomorrow that it's been hasn't even gone above 20 degrees. That's that's
Wow.
very
I
That's
think they
crazy. I'm
said
such a
on the news
spoiled.
the other day that it was like 146 hours below freezing. And then we had like 2 days that were at like 33 degrees or something. And then it went back into the freezer. And it's not supposed to warm up again till next week.
That's
Oh,
funny. I was just about to say I'm such a spoiled Californian that I get to ride everywhere. If it gets into, the 50s and I have to ride my bike, I'm like, oh my God, it's so cold outside. I have to put on like 48 layers. And
I
so, I
was
I don't
mean,
just
even
gonna
want to take
say
my trash
that.
out.
We are
I know. Well,
dreaming
because
of the
I've lived
30s
here my
right
whole
now.
life.
That's how cold
California.
it is. We are dreaming of the 30s.
Yeah.
California dreaming on such a winter's day.
45 sounds like a summer day right
I
now.
like that California Dreamin'.
oh yes. The
Another
mamas
thing,
and papas.
I had to throw that
I
in right
love
now.
that
That
song
seems
so
perfect
bad.
for. And
I
it was
want to go
also
back to
posted on the Reddit. Who posted that on the Reddit?
I want to go back
On
to
the
the
subreddit.
topic of dropping something on the floor. When one day I was showering, mom has to watch me now every time I take a bath or shower. I take baths now since I had those two seizures back in September. Mom has to watch me when I shower, and one day I dropped a shampoo or something, and then mom came running down the stairs thinking I fell, but I dropped the shampoo conditioner.
Yeah, one of the like an overprotective person around you.
But
Yep.
my bathtub doesn't even have a non-slip bottom or grab bars or anything. But the tub in the original house I used to live in had a non-slip bottom and a grab bar, so I have to be real careful in my shower tub. So I take baths now so I don't slip and fall.
Yeah,
Don't drown.
What'd you say?
Don't drown.
Right, Mom watches me anytime I'm in water.
I was gonna say, yeah, I have a in my restroom as well. Have like one of the like half bath, half shower type of type of
Yeah,
things.
it's a shower tub
Um,
in mine.
yeah, sounds so. It's probably similar to yours. And yeah, there's been a few days where I didn't have the energy, or I just didn't feel well, didn't know what was kind of going on, and yeah, I would do the same. I would sit down
Yeah, and
um
ever
in
since I
there, and
had
yeah.
those seizures, I haven't had any motivation to do any of the regular stuff I used to be interested in doing. It's been like, I don't know, you guys have experienced that? You know what I mean?
So,
Yeah,
if you
I
don't mind
have.
me asking, since you're newer here, if you don't mind me asking, how long have you had epilepsy and your
Wait, is this
seizures?
James asking me?
Yeah, this is James.
Oh, you're not on video right now.
Oh,
I
well, I
don't
mean, yeah,
have.
I'm just on. I can turn it on.
Okay, I have a tube right here. Wait, I gotta put me on video. Hang on.
No worries, no worries.
I have a tube right here. SHUNT. I don't like to say certain words because I have Asperger's syndrome and hydrocephalus. And so I had to get this replaced
Oh wow.
August 21st. And then 12 days later, I had a seizure down in the basement, but I'm actually up on the middle floor right now. And my mom happened to be down there on the treadmill because they have exercise equipment down there. And she was done on the treadmill. And we were deciding what I was going to eat for dinner because she has to take care of me because I don't cook and use stoves and all that. And
Yeah.
you guys haven't talked to me at all. but I'm not supposed to be off topic, but I figure I'm going to bring this stuff up because it's on my mind.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. It's okay.
Okay. But they don't want me talking on the public live, interrupting you guys. You know what I mean?
I mean, if
So,
you're on topic, no problem. If you're talking about what we're talking about,
yeah, I
talk
am.
about
I'm
it.
trying to.
Yeah. Everything's good. Everything's okay.
Okay, good. Oh, hang on a second. My mom's all the time. Sorry, sorry.
It's okay.
um. So yeah, mom was finished. Mom was done on the treadmill actually, and she was asking me about what I want to eat. And so there was a little nook table. She walked away. I don't know why she walked to the nook table. Turned around and saw me in a fencing position. I was looking to the left with my left arm like this, and she's like, "Kylie, Kylie!" She yells my name, and I wasn't responding. And so Dad happened to be up here cooking, and Mom said, "I think Kylie's having a seizure." And so come down here or something like that because Mom was panicking, got scared, and Mom told Dad to call 911 because Mom. Let's see. Uh. So Mom grabbed me, put me on the ground because I was on the leather love seat, reclined with a blanket over my legs, so she couldn't see how my legs were positioned. Are you guys hearing me?
Yeah, you
Yes.
remember that, or
Yeah.
is this something you were told?
Well, no, Mom told me. I didn't remember anything. I was on my pad
Okay.
doing my game or coloring or whatever, and then Mom said, "This is what happened." I was on the love seat. I wasn't responding to her, so she put me on the ground, afraid I was going to swallow my tongue, but learned that that's a misnomer. And and Mom's told Dad to call 911 because Dad was up here cooking, and Mom was grabbing me, making sure to swallow my tongue. You don't swallow your tongue when you have seizures. So it was odd that I would have it 12 days after a tube replacement surgery. I went to the left. Um, so Dad called 911, and I woke up on the floor facing my love seat, facing west. That would be west. Um, and there were like 5 paramedics in here. I was like, Mom said I turned to the right when I was still out or unconscious, and I went "Who are you? Who are you?" But I don't remember that. I hadn't come to yet, Alaska. So right after that, Mom said paramedics came in. They pricked my finger. I don't know which finger. I'd even feel that or know that. And then I came to, and I was on the floor. I saw the ambulance bed or the hospital bed here, the gurney. I was like, "What the heck?" And then the ambulance lady, dark hair ponytail, she said, "Seizure." And then they took me like 5, 10, 15 minutes later, took me to the hospital, and there was about an hour gap. I can't remember how long the drive was. So an ambulance and a fire truck came here apparently. But I didn't see a fire truck. The ambulance came down because we have a walk-in basement down there, so we have a sliding glass door. So the ambulance came down the grass. Uh, Hang on.
I hear you.
Um, um, the ambulance came down the grass, and I was like, "Why are the paramedics here?" They're the ones that the lady said I had a seizure. I didn't know they pricked my finger. Mom's the one that told me that, and Mom said I had some saliva. Mom was this way when I seized. I don't know if you can see. Can you guys see? Can you guys see?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see you.
Yeah, I went this way because my tube's on this side, and then Mom picked me up from being this way. My legs were stiff; they were sore for about 6 days after, and from being stiff. What?
Oh, I just said I know that feeling of
Yeah,
being sore several days after. Yeah,
uh,
it's tough.
and Alaska, Nicaragua.
I'm gonna move forward.
When can I finish then?
I'll be back in a few minutes, guys.
Um, I mean, if you're gonna finish the story, go ahead.
Oh yeah, sorry, my mom was texting me. Yeah, so Mom said I didn't have very much drool coming out the right side of my mouth because the way she tipped me, I woke up on the floor facing west, and then they put me on the gurney bed and took me to the hospital. And then uh, about an hour after I got to the hospital, when I was laying in the hospital bed, I had another one. The one I called here was a tonic. I didn't do the clonic part. You know what I mean? Um, I didn't do this. I was stiff, real stiff on the one here, and then the one at the hospital. About an hour later, Mom said I was leg bicycling. You know what I mean?
Like bicycling? I'm sorry, that's
Yeah, they
hilarious.
were like, I don't know if you could say I was
No,
bicycling
I
my
know what you're
legs.
talking about.
What?
I know what you're talking about. I'm just the first time hearing it was kind of funny.
It's
Uh,
sort of funny.
Me
But yeah.
understanding what you mean, like bicycling, is hilarious.
Yeah, then they gave
Yeah.
me oxygen. I was sitting reclined on the recliner down there when I had the first one. Who came in? Angel.
Um.
And then so the first one I was stiff, the second one I was leg bicycling. Then when I woke up I was reclined at the one here, laying at the one at the hospital. They gave me some oxygen, and then they gave me a Keppra through IV. And then the doctor didn't like Keppra for me because I took Zoloft for OCD like behaviors. Um, so then they started giving me Vimpat through IV, and then I took Vimpat orally from that day, September 2nd, and then I quit taking Vimpat January 14th, and I haven't had any more major seizures, but there might have been 2 other occasions where I wasn't sure if something happened, but I can explain those in a little while if that's okay. I'll let you
Yeah,
guys
we
a
don't have
couple
to
more
do that.
questions. What'd you say?
I said, you can tell us that story later. But thank
Okay,
you.
well, tell me
That
when I
was
can tell that because I don't want to interrupt you guys.
I mean, if you're on topic, you can tell a story whenever you're ready. If it's on topic.
Well, yeah. The third one
Okay.
was November 13th. Um, Mom and Dad were both down in the gym room, and I wasn't sure if I went unconscious while coloring on my pad here. And then Mom came out of the gym room. My legs were a little bit jello-y, and so Mom had me come upstairs. She moved the cat because I don't like the cat. So she put her up in the bedroom for a little bit so Mom could monitor me. And then since that one, I haven't had the motivation to do anything. And then the day, January 13th, day before I quit taking the Vimpat, I woke up with drool on the right side of my mouth, like a line right here. And then I wasn't sure if my left foot was a little bit off that day. Oh, it was left pinky and right leg for November 13th, and then left foot for January 13th. Those are the only four instances I had. So 2 seizures on September 2nd, uh, mini thing on November 13th, then a mini thing on January 13th. So those are all I've had so far. So if you have any questions, you could ask me about it.
No, I was just going to say the details on the information you're providing better than anything I can provide. I don't remember that much. Yeah.
Well, I didn't even remember the first one I had here at all. The ambulance lady's the one that said seizure, but then I remember the hospital. I remember turning. Oh, I turned to the left for that one too. That one I remember. I turning to the left at the hospital. And
Yeah,
then
but you remember the day you stopped and started taking medication. I don't remember the days.
Vimpat
You're
was
like,
all I
I
took
stopped on this day.
because the doctor didn't like Keppra. So
Yeah.
I had one Keppra through IV, and then I had Vimpat through IV, and then Vimpat orally. And then I quit Vimpat, and I haven't had any more. So yeah, January 13th morning was the day before I quit taking Vimpat. And I haven't had anything since. And I don't think I've had any more that I'm aware of. But I haven't had the same motivation to think or do it, basic things or multitask or anything since I've had this. So I'm constantly asking my mom, why can't I think or do, why am I not thinking right? Or why am I having trouble with everything? You know what I mean? Probably the seizures. And mom read a post to me yesterday saying that some boy uh, had the same issue as me, or same things that I had, where he had the same where uh, he couldn't do things for a while, but then he was able to do things later on. So,
Are you looking into your seizures? Or are you looking further into it, like to see if you have epilepsy?
we think it was a structural thing. Uh, I wasn't diagnosed with epilepsy. Um, but we think it's because my tube replacement, low blood sugar, things like that, that could have, uh, what's the word,
I think
contributed
you
to
should look
having.
into that.
What'd you say?
I said I think you should look into that.
Epilepsy?
Usually when
I
you have
still have
one
the
seizure,
unstable feeling of it since I've had it on the left side.
yeah, you should probably go find a neurologist.
Well, we
Personally,
did
I
find
would.
a neurologist, and she wasn't very good at she didn't know very much.
Wow.
Yeah, so yeah.
I'm gonna move forward.
All right.
Um,
If you have any more questions, you can ask me and I'll answer. Sound good?
sure will.
Good.
Sounds good.
I'll mute, okay?
I got something here. It says, oh, do you guys have friends anymore? I'm 25. I lost my ability to drive. Epilepsy caused a brain tumor. Ever since, I've been gradually lose contact with everyone, friends and family, and people who I used to be friends with because I can't see them in person. I feel lonely now and I don't know what to do. What do I do? I say they're aren't your friends. If they can't deal with your disorder, then find new friends. That's what I did. I didn't follow anybody or beg them to come around. I just noticed people weren't coming around and I stopped kind of caring. Kevin, Mark, anybody got anything for that?
Well, I have historically always had difficulty with friends. Um, you know, as um uh, um as a kind of um I don't want to say a result of the autism disorder because that makes it sound like the autism caused the lack of friends. I feel like it's more that the autism spectrum is kind of a descriptor as to, why um, why it's always been difficult and why it's never really worked out, except with other individuals who have been either kind of on the spectrum or near the spectrum, or under particular circumstances. Um, so I've never really had more than like one or two friends. I don't have the sort of energy to invest in a collection of a friend group, you know. Some people I understand place a lot of value in having, knowing this person and that person and the mayor and the city councilwoman and this person and that person and becoming the HOA president and this and that and it just has never really been a thing. Just making a network of friends. That's kind of held me back when I was trying to um, make a living in corporate environment, corporate engineering environment. I thought might be a little bit less um, kind of um,
Well, Mark, I'm in the same
yeah,
boat as you. I'm on the spectrum and I have no friends.
yeah, yeah. But I've eventually managed to make, one or two friends. And when I do make a friend, it tends to be um, close um, and significant. And it's not something that is um, is formed lightly nor broken lightly, Um, two, three people at most, maybe that I really have been like connected with, and that's kind of just always been true. Um, it's expanding a little bit more, um, far beyond the scope that it's ever been previously. Recently, within the past 6 months. I'll give you three guesses why. But um, yeah, it's I don't remember the initial question. I am just still talking about making friends as an autistic person because that's what I remember starting. So, Pookie, rescue me, please. Bring me back on
Uh,
topic. Circle us back.
yeah, it was just talking about does
Or
anybody have friends anymore?
does Kevin, you have input?
On making friends
On having
Uh,
friends or any of your
with
friends still
epilepsy?
oh no.
Yeah.
I haven't had friends in a long time, and much like you, Mark, I'm very close to people, and I'm not friendly-ish with people. Well,
Hmm.
I don't know. I do have those very close friends, but I don't know. In high school, I was pretty happy, you know. I would goof off with everyone, you know. So I don't know what my problem is now. I think as you get older, you just don't have as many friends because um, air, means of communication have broken down. There's no what is it called? Third area places to meet any anymore. So it's
COVID
difficult.
lockdowns kind of messed that up, didn't they?
Yes, a
yeah,
lot. And yeah.
mine's got worse in that period of time.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Oh yeah. I'm like
once I'm doing the regular, how I was doing 3 to 5, it went from 8 to 10, and it was like every 2 months, every 1 month, just random for no reason. I thought, like, what is going on? And I didn't get the vaccine, and I didn't ever get COVID. Um, that I've been told. Uh, so yeah, did get tested. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
my
Sorry, I
seizures did ramp
interrupted
up though.
Kevin there with that.
oh yeah.
Well, I was
Just
gonna say, yeah, mine's did ramp up, but go ahead.
oh yeah. So like I was gonna say pretty much that I was on the autism spectrum as well. Just like I mean like I don't know how to say it, but you know like just I'm like I had pretty much like Asperger's syndrome, and you know just like pretty much with having friends like it's like you know like it's really hard, and it's really hard because like you know like just like with the situation and stuff like that, and you know like also I mean you know like also like with being an adult and being around with like almost being 30 and stuff like that. I mean like it I mean like it really gets hard like as once you like get older because of like the things that like were were how I say it, the things that um like like that I used to enjoy and all that stuff. I mean like you know like I just don't have the time for it now anymore. And you know just like um I mean because like I do music and stuff. I'm a music artist and stuff, you know, just like I just recently did a show in Western Massachusetts, and I remember pretty much this artist named Otto Benson. He was telling me like pretty much about like how COVID ruined friendships and how COVID like and how the lockdown like destroyed pretty much like of like literally just anything that happened from there. And you know just like I pretty much agree because like you know 'cause for me in the autism spectrum like I mean, like, cause for me in high school, like, I had a lot of friends, but I was a wrestler and a football player. But, I mean, but like, my passion was like more resided to like wrestling, cause like I was like a 3-time state qualifier, a 2-time regional champion, a state placer, and a 2-time All American. But like after when college came around, like that's when the sieges begin. And like day by day, like I mean like I lost friends completely over there. Oh yes, oh yes, I agree with Kevin. Like social media kills friendship, like especially with politics as well, because like it destroys like pretty much of like the friendships that really caused it destroyed the friendships that caused a lot, and you know like it is like a lot horrible like with politics right now because I mean like because like I don't know how to put it in detail about it, but you know like just like with friendships and stuff like that like it's way gone lower, and also with social media has gone worse, especially with AI, Chat GPT, and stuff like that.
Jason, do you have Asperger's?
Yeah, I do. Like I have yeah, I do. Like I have yeah, like I have Asperger's syndrome, and I have ADD.
Do you have what?
ADD.
I have Asperger's syndrome and hydrocephalus.
Oh.
Yeah, I have Asperger's syndrome and ADD as well. It's interesting. That's kind of it makes sense given what we had uh, discussed in the neurodiversity day about the rate of epilepsy diagnosis among autistic individuals being, by some estimates, as much as 30 times higher than across the neurotypical population. So, yeah, it's interesting that we see a lot of diagnosed autistic individuals. And I think hasn't AJ mentioned that she is autism as well and savant syndrome?
Yes, yes, and Sia and Lufa
Sia
and
and Lufa.
Toaster.
Yeah, I almost forgot about Sia and Lufa.
Mm.
Wow. And Toaster.
Oh wow. Oh,
Jason and Kylie and you.
Wow.
That's the majority.
That's more than 30%.
Yeah, the
That's what,
majority of
30%?
us
Is that the way
have
the math would work?
autism.
I don't know.
Wow.
I can't do those numbers. It's so simple, and I still can't do those numbers in my head right now. Oh, that's okay.
Like I
It's
said,
Friday night. I
30%,
forgive
one in
myself.
three. It is not
30%.
one in three people. Well, in our
Well, that
circles,
would
like
be
one also have
33.33 repeating, right?
um
So,
um it was like one in three epileptics has autism. And here it's like because of the majority.
yeah.
Um
Well, the same doesn't apply in reverse. That one in three epileptics would have autism. The numbers would be different because of the incident rate and the size of the epileptic population. Wouldn't it be 7 in 10? Is that Kevin? Rescue us, please.
What's up? I've been in and out.
I don't remember. It's some
Just give me
if
the basic numbers.
30%, so like 1 in 3 um autistic individuals get diagnosed with epilepsy. So we're trying to figure out if we can get to how many um epileptics don't have autism.
Well, I think isn't that like a non-correlating thing because
That's
it
what I
would just
thought at
be
first.
one person as opposed to a whole group.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Each individual, it's not it's a descriptive statistic, not a predictive statistic, right?
Sure, yeah. But
And the
all we can do is solve for how many of us have those uh symptoms.
Yeah.
We
And
can still do that.
if I
we
just
have
think
to
about the
remember.
tip jar chat, how many people in there? Oh, oh man, Jason, you're not
Oh,
even on the list.
Raven,
Yes,
also
and Jason.
AUSDSD, something, right? AUDSD.
Yeah.
I wish you guys would ask me questions about my experience.
Well,
Um.
I don't want to get off topic.
Thank you.
yeah,
Who said
sorry,
thank you?
we're just kind of rambling on about something
Who said thank you?
Me.
Pookie did.
Um.
Cookie.
I forgot what question I had. I did have questions for you though, because I am
Me?
curious. Yes, you leave me
Yeah, I'm willing to
curious.
answer if you have any.
Uh, I lost the questions, but they'll come back to me, and I'll call you when
Oh,
I think about it.
okay, but one of the things Pookie wondered, he wondered if I got diagnosed with epilepsy, and I said no. I think it was a structural thing, right? Is that right, Mom? Oh, or what? Did you ask me something along those lines? Am
Yeah,
I what?
like, did you get checked out for it? Did you
I didn't
have
get
you
checked out for
spoken to a
epilepsy.
neurologist?
They didn't do an EEG on you.
No EEG.
Are they
Nope.
looking into it?
Are they looking into it?
No, she doesn't seem to be interested in it.
She doesn't seem to be interested in doing it.
Because you had brain surgery 12 days prior.
Brain surgery. Yeah, I said 12 days after the brain surgery or the tube surgery.
Yeah.
That's what I told him.
Yeah.
So this is okay, right?
That's okay, yeah.
Okay.
Uh,
That was my only question, mainly.
but I mean,
Uh,
you don't have any more, or was that all you wanted to ask me? You said you forgot what you wanted to say.
Yeah, I think we need to
yeah,
get back to recording the podcast material,
It is.
doing the questions and epilepsy discussion as we had planned from the
I got
beginning.
something. It says, but you haven't had a seizure for years, so you're fine? Question mark. Um, I've had I have had numerous colleagues over the last month or so say pretty much those exact words or words to that effect. This doesn't feel like a fair statement to make because while it's true, I haven't had a seizure in over a year, at least a TC or a focal, it feels like people think they're simply, in quote, okay because you haven't had a seizure in a year. You're supposed to be, in quote, all good. I'm on Keppra after lamotrigine didn't work for me and suffer from the side effects to the point I am now on my second antidepressant due to me not agreeing with the first one. Um, Sertraline has horrible blunting effects, and I'm also on medical cannabis to
I take
help the epilepsy
sertraline.
and my mood swings.
I take sertraline.
Please don't interrupt while Pookie is reading the post.
Well, but that's all
Thank
I
you.
was gonna say.
All right. I'm also on medical cannabis to help the epilepsy and my mood swings. Keppra, I got the Keppra side effects. I find my memory compared to before is absolutely dreadful. When I'm tired, I can't get my words out and trip over my own feet. Most days I wake up tired and brain foggy, but because I haven't had a seizure for years, it also seems it makes people think I'm in quote okay and that epilepsy doesn't affect me anymore. Has anyone else had comments like this and said to them? And if so, what do you say to them? I feel personally they didn't think further into epilepsy than the seizures, but I don't know what to say to reply. I didn't go for a year without seizures, but it's like that with me. It's like since you haven't had a seizure lately, people are usually like, "Oh, you're okay. You can do this," and asking me to do stuff I shouldn't do, like moving their car to a different parking spot and stuff like that. You're good. It's been a few months or so, stuff like that. Climbing on ladders and stuff, and I'm like, "You're gonna stand right here and catch me just in case I fall because I'm doing this for you." Um, yeah, it doesn't have to be a year for me, but has it been an amount of time where people start thinking you're okay to do things you shouldn't be doing?
That's a tough one. I can't can't say how long
I was mute.
uh, people have to trust their own bodies, to see how their personal seizures are affecting them and know when they can get back to living more flexible lives. Um, Mine just sort of got lighter over the years. The myoclonic seizures, they were less violent and less often. So I could do things, and that really helped. That's how I knew when the frequency dropped and the strength dropped. Yeah, just I don't know any much about focal seizures or all that, but um, so I can't comment on that. So, uh, mm,
Yeah, I was just thinking that like this person said they went for a year, and then people start thinking they're okay to do things that they shouldn't be doing and stuff. And I was saying sometimes it's like that for me. It gets a certain amount of time, and they're just like, okay, you haven't had a seizure in a while. You're cool to do this now. Um, I was just saying yes, that I've been through that. I understand what that person's saying. Um, yeah, I don't think there's an amount of time where I can say I'm fine. I'll do this. Like I said, people have asked me, "Can you move my car?" or "Can you like climb up stuff or go under stuff and all kinds of stuff?" And yeah, no.
Yeah,
AK,
Pookie,
I
give me a.
forgot the icebreaker. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, completely random, bro. This is just give me 30 seconds. Um, my my parents wanted to grab some sushi for dinner tonight, so they asked me, what I wanted. I usually order just my normal stuff. We've been going to the sushi place for like a decade now, right? But I was like, let me see if I want something different. So I'm looking at the takeout menu that we have, right? And check out check out the name of this one roll. Can you read that?
yeah.
No, we can't see
No,
anything on there.
Oh,
blurry.
damn it. No? Okay. Anyway, oh yeah, it is blurry. I'm looking at it right there. But the roll is called Pookie.
Oh wow.
Pookie, spelled exactly the same way. Bro, it's on the inside is cucumber, avocado, fried shrimp. On the outside is fried salmon, unagi sauce, and spicy mayo.
Sounds like me.
It's called yeah, it's literally the name of the roll is Pookie Roll. I saw that on the menu and I was dying. I was like, no way. I've been going to this place
Well, that's
forever
what you
and I
got, right?
what was that?
So that's what you got, right?
I I'm not a fan of cucumber or avocado, so I didn't order it. Otherwise I would have, just so I could like show it off here on camera. But no, I didn't order it just because I'm not a fan of a couple of the ingredients on that specific one. So, but yeah, that's why I brought the mini. I wanted to show you. Sorry I couldn't read it. Anyway, I just had to bring that up as a funny thing. Go back to the actual topics.
Got one here. It says you're having a seizure, but the EEG is normal. While hooked up to an EEG, you have a seizure, but the EEG is normal. Does this happen to anyone? What did your doctor do? I don't know what to do. No, I didn't stay hooked up to the EEG long enough to notice. Um,
All right, so their question was when you're hooked up to an EEG, you know you had the seizure, but they're saying they didn't catch it? Or just how
yeah,
long do you stay hooked up if you're not having them?
the question is while hooked up to an EEG, you have a seizure, but the EEG is normal. Has this happened to anyone? And what did your doctor do?
It
It's
sounds
not
like the
happened to me.
E not catching it.
They
Doesn't
sent
sound
me
like
home 1 day later. When I was on a 3 day EEG, I was there 2 days and definitely had seizures on the second day. They said go ahead and finish your stay for one more day and hopefully we catch these next whatever else happens, and that's what it was. I had seizures on the second day and they sent me home after one more day, as scheduled though.
So, second opinion, like get a longer
Then
EEG.
I had a ambulatory one ordered and I think that was more successful. I I know that was among like the first couple EMU stays. I had three inconclusive EMU stays the year that they were doing all the testing for the RNS. I had three inconclusive ones before, two successful one, like one ambulatory and then one more EMU that had enough seizures to get insurance to approve the RNS.
I got one that's Kate specific. If you got some time for me.
Yeah, I can try. I think I can. Yeah, we can do this.
Okay. It says, how does it feel to not be on meds? For those who have been fortunate enough to come off their medication, what is it like? I honestly can't remember what it feels like to be on Keppra and Lamictal. My brain feels so slow and foggy. I realize the medication literally slows your brain down, but now I'm curious. How do you feel without those meds? Go ahead if you got something,
100 times
Jason.
better.
Ah,
There's
Oh, wow.
no way that you can say that you don't feel better. Every sensation imaginable is better without the meds.
Okay. Is your memory getting better?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, nothing long term has come back, but memory is definitely better.
Oh, nice.
Example being, personal information, stuff like that. I would have mixed up names and details and things when on the meds that now I don't. So very happy about that.
Yeah, I have a
Best part is the energy though. I literally don't need as much sleep anymore. And that's way better. Hi, Katie.
I got something here though. If you
I have a post. I have a post.
well,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Okay.
Nice.
Yes. The title is Rant Slash Question, which is not very informative, but here we go. Does anybody else get the head turn before a tonic clonic? Like your head is being forced one way. I get it where my head goes to the right, then my whole body spins to the right, and I'm like fully aware of it. It's personally the most scariest thing for me besides SUDEP. I don't even like looking to the right because it low key scares me so bad. I've had panic attacks just from talking slash thinking about it. I know I'm dramatic. I'm 17 and I've had them for nearly 10 years uncontrolled. It's just like shit, I'm having a seizure. I hate it so much, I just want my life back. So, what do we think? Heads turning. Angel?
In my last video, well, one of my videos, the big tonic clonic, you can actually see my head start to turn one way on that. And in many of my grandmas earlier described to me, they've been described like that, almost like exorcism scary, you know? It's like I'll turn it so much and it's like exorcism scary. And I can see why they want to exercise us.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
I can see where
it
that came
it
from.
I
it,
guess
it,
like
it has it does happen.
for this one, it must be so scary though because they're aware. If you're aware at that far into the tonic-clonic, because for me, I'm out of it. I don't know, at least 5 or 10 seconds before the head turn, because they say a change of expression and then some, fidgeting or something like that before the head turn, and that's when they know it's going to be a bad one. So I would say I'm not aware usually at least 10 seconds before the head turn, but if they're into it for that long, they can probably feel way more kind of
Yeah,
loss of sensation on that one side, or yeah, it's probably a lot scarier knowing that it's
right.
coming, and again there's no control. You can't, it's not like you can bring yourself back.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
grand mals that you're aware for are really, really scary, and I only had maybe like a handful of them.
Same
And
here.
yet neurologists say it's impossible to be conscious during a tonic-clonic, right?
No, it's not. By my
They can't see
experience,
me.
no, it's not.
Right. Yeah.
They
Yeah,
can't
that
see out my
tonic-clonic
eyes.
I had 2 years ago, January 17th. Um, I was sitting and just staring off into space after like alerting that I was having a focal, alerting that it was starting on the left side, but I wasn't able to talk. And when I started convulsing, my head was turned all the way to the left. And as the tonic clonic progressed, my head turned over to my right, like fully, lips smacking the whole way, drooling and everything. I think I sent that video to you, Pookie. I think we shared it on one of these meetings. I don't know if how clearly that made it through, but yeah, I mean my head turned completely like um 150 degrees or something during the course of that seizure. Um, so um, it's definitely a thing. Pookie, did you have something?
Um, I lost track of it.
Come on, you got to turn some heads, Pookie.
Um, I forgot what we're talking about. I'm throw me.
Seizures.
Uh,
Your post was a 17-year-old who's had seizures for 10 years uncontrolled and
Yes.
was talking about
Does your head
how
turn
the feeling
one
their head
way?
turn was the scariest thing.
okay. I did
Yeah,
have
during
something
a
for
tonic
this.
clonic.
Um, thing is, my head doesn't turn. Um, and if it has, no one has ever told me because no one's ever around. So that's why I was gonna say that. I kept that in mind that it hasn't happened to me that I've been told because I haven't had many in front of people. So um, I'm always found, you know. Uh, sounds bad too. Um, yeah, there's always someone finding me somewhere. I found you on the floor. I found you here or there. Uh, there's been a few where I have them actually in front of people in the house, but it's more common to be found in the house than. And I don't understand that because I'm a tall person and you can hear me when I fall, but for some reason that's how it is. They always find me and tell me where they found me, and I try to put the pieces together. Then I got a camera, and that's helped, but will help me put the pieces back to story. Otherwise, Angel, did you have something?
I have one where I was told back in high school where I was sitting down in a school desk and I hit my desk and then I hit the desk next to me. So I had to turn like and pretty much I like I said, I traumatized probably so many people. But yeah, they were telling me like the ways I look was just scary. Everything was scary.
Kevin, did you have any thoughts?
No, I'm just taking that in. Just I don't remember having any sort of neck turning, but talking about forgetting things and maybe all of the sensation. You see, you don't remember what happens before you go into a tonic-clonic, and
Right.
maybe all of that horrible pain you go through that gets wiped out of your memory. See I don't know. That might be the one
When
upside.
and when I did have a tonic and I was aware, um, and they keep telling us that we can't. Um, I remember like the pain. It felt like I was just getting tased over and over. That's what it felt like.
Yeah, you're constantly getting jolted and everything.
Yes, and you're trying to run from it, and you can't run, and you can't do anything but
You
just
can't talk. You can't do nothing. You're just
just
watching.
be there for long for the ride, and it hurts so bad, and it's really scary. And I usually
Get
just
this,
go
if you
out
have an
in pain.
RNS, you get to feel that too.
Uh,
For real,
But
yeah, I
after
feel
the
like
meds, after I was off the meds, this last one on New Year's Eve, I was aware for a lot longer than ever before. I didn't lose my memory for like 3 hours before the seizure. And usually that's how it is. During a tonic-clonic, the last thing I would remember would be 3 hours prior, and that changed. After I haven't been on the meds, I could remember a lot more of the time leading up to and pretty much immediately after. And like I said, I can feel just so much more of the sensation. I mean, yeah, when on New Year's Eve, that was the pain afterwards, but still, I still would much rather, I just prefer being more aware. In the RNS, it's the headache changed. Usually the headache was more on the forehead and like in like going temple to temple, kind of those sharp pains. But after that last one, I felt more on the like where the electrodes are. That was a different headache.
it's just a different feeling. It's like when you've been unaware, all your life, and you go to aware. It's a different feeling. It's scary, and the funny. I wouldn't say funny like funny, ha ha, but it's like it seems like it's happening a lot more now.
mine is happening a lot less now, luckily.
Well, I don't
It,
mean like that. Like people are
What's
stating it a lot more now.
more
oh yeah, I was just
individuals
talking
are
about for
talking
me.
about it? rather than it is happening more frequently for you. Yeah. Yeah, I
Um,
agree. I thought that it was I don't know, that I had to have imagined it. I had to have been making it up. It had to have been something that I had picked up from the like the video that I had overheard the audio from the replay of that while I was post-ictal or something. But I recalled dialogue that had happened after the video had ended, and my mother confirmed that's what my dad had said to her, or said to me after they had pulled me down into the recovery position on the floor, um, which is not shown in the video. Um, they don't show me pulling down on the floor or him saying anything to me like to that effect. So, he was telling me to just breathe. Um, yeah, it's,
So the dialogue that you remembered, did that occur when you were already out of it? Like you said, they were already moving you?
I was still actively convulsing while that was happening. And that's why they pulled me down to the recovery position. I was still drooling and still stiff as a board, still convulsing. They didn't want me inhaling any saliva or anything. So, on the
And you
side.
got to
And
remember
then
the audio that was around you at that time.
I remember hearing my dad tell me to just breathe when I was down on the
Oh,
floor,
wow.
and that's not in the video. Um, and yeah, and my mom confirmed that's what my dad had said,
That's cool.
exactly that. Shh, Mark, just breathe.
You'll
Uh,
remember seeing things like going down exactly. If like for me, I remember the first one, and it was like I remember seeing me actually fall straight down to the floor, and I had no control of anything, and I couldn't speak or nothing to my then wife at the time. It's like I couldn't stop it. It was happening.
Andrea, have you had any experiences? Do you turn your head? You have tonic-clonics, right? Yeah.
I
Yeah, yeah.
do. I really don't know. I've been alone for most of my seizures, so I don't really know what happens because I didn't get cameras until after my last tonic-clonic, actually, and I don't really know exactly what happens, but it's kind of a mystery to me what I do, which I hate. Hi,
So,
Colby.
yeah, we've got something for you to look for then, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hi, Colby. So, have we heard from everyone here willing to share about the head turn before, during, and tonic-clonic? Do
yeah, I was
you
just saying that I
turn
don't
your
think
head
I
one way?
did it. I don't have
Oh,
evidence, so no one's told
have
me
I,
about it.
did I
So
forget you? I'm
no,
sorry.
I was just saying for me,
Do you ever
I
have like a pain? Is it
most of my
always like
seizures are alone.
real sore on one side though? Do you have any like physical evidence of a head turn afterwards?
No.
Yes, I do have, I remember, that's speech slurring. I do remember having really, really bad neck pains. So I don't remember before, but after, yeah, neck pains, really bad.
Yeah, I've had instances where I've woken up with neck pains, like super stiff, feel like I pulled a muscle, just like turning my head like I was asleep, and shoulder and head, neck were all tensed up, on the pillow there.
And it'll be a
Um,
week until you can actually turn your head that way again.
right, yeah, yeah, yeah. Go to the doctor and get, a prescription for some muscle relaxant for that week so that I can at least turn my head, so I could drive, right? See both ways. It's important. So now I'm wondering, thinking back, was that really just, I don't know, what would explain that? Just do non-epileptic neurotypical people um, often just get completely random, inexplicable neck pains where they can't even turn their head. They have to like turn the whole body over to look off to one side. Like, I
That's
don't
my
know.
life.
Is that, I mean, I guess I'm asking the wrong crowd here. Everybody here is
People down
epileptic,
here can
right?
say anything to get some oxys. I know that. I mean, you know how it is in Florida. It's really, really easy to get the medical marijuana doctor or any other
Oh,
doctor to give
you
you some
don't
muscle
even,
relaxers.
you don't need anything for the marijuana doctor except the $150 that, for the appointment. They'll find something, you have trouble sleeping, they'll ask you, okay, you have insomnia. There you go. Um, yeah, they'll come up with it. I told them I have epilepsy. They're like, wow, okay. And they just checked that box. They didn't ask for any medical documentation or any proof. It's irrelevant. Pay the doctor, pay the state, and then I can buy as much as I want. If I hit the limit, I just call the doctor and say, "Hey, I need the limit increased," and they just go and chug in a couple numbers on the state website, and within 5 minutes, I'm good to go buy more. It's it's like a pay-to-play recreational state more than an actual medical. But I diverge. Pookie, your hand up.
I forgot where we were at.
Head turning.
I was
Head
gonna.
head turning.
Oh,
Turning heads.
oh,
There's a
you brought
couple
me
of
back.
comments here I could read also.
I got something. Um, the same with what Andrea was saying. You said that's your life. That's kind of my all the time. I get that. That's not something I get specifically with a seizure. Sometimes just days where it feels like I can't turn my head and without turning my body, and it hurts to turn. Yeah, there's regular days like that. I mean, unless I'm having seizures that I don't know about, but
Okay.
so far I'm having
Oh,
that without seizures.
You try one of those
okay.
memory foam pillows?
Come again?
I've
Do you
got
try one of
one.
those neck pillows or some kind of like memory foam one?
I've
No, I
got
have
one
not.
with a
No.
cutout for my ear so that I don't lay flat on the fresh piercing. It's like a donut. It's like sleeping on a hemorrhoid pillow.
I have a special neck pillow,
Yeah.
but I've had neck surgery and all
Okay.
kinds of shit going on with me. So
There's days where I feel like um, it might
Memory
sound
foam.
dumb, but it feels like maybe I have something in my neck, like like I would say like a cable, and it feels like you just can't turn, or you feel like you're turning that and it hurts, and you just got to move your whole body. But like I said, if you're asking specifically when a seizure, no, I get that on the average day. And I don't know if it's related to epilepsy, but it sucks.
Maybe you're having a lot of nocturnal seizures that you don't know about.
Um,
I
gotta look
mean,
into it.
not to jinx you or anything.
You already did. I'm already gonna be on guard now.
God damn it. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna check the
I'm
camera every
sorry.
morning.
You got a camera to check for nocturnal seizures, right?
Yeah, and then I got another camera right here that I'm not using, and I was thinking put one on both sides of the room and see just if anything
Yeah.
happens that one camera doesn't see. Yeah.
That's what I've got one over here and one over here, and they got both corners with their field of view. Basically, everything can,
Okay.
you know,
Yeah, that's what I meant. I want to see from every angle. Um,
yeah. It
I
just
thought
gets a
I thought it'd be too
lot
much,
of cat
but
videos. Every time a cat walks through the room, it gives my phone a buzz. It's stupid. I need
mm,
to
my
disable
cousin has
the
it on his watch.
notifications. I'm just now realizing, why have I never done that before?
Um, yeah, my
Oh,
cousin has
I'm
it on his
only
watch.
interested in the
Let
overnight
you know if somebody
videos.
was walking by the camera,
Do
and
what?
he texts me like, "Are you in my basement?" And I was like, "Yeah." I was looking for something, but yeah, that would annoy me walking around with telling me someone's in my basement, and then I'm looking at it on my watch all day. I mute mines, but I do have that, and I only put the one to let me know when there's someone on the porch. But there's cameras throughout the house, so only that one's on.
That's a good setup. Only my
Yeah.
bedroom is rigged with spy cameras. So, um,
I got living room, hallway, front door, back door.
Living room,
Any
kitchen, and bedroom.
Okay, that's good.
That's where
Places
I'm
that I'm
usually
out.
at.
You got something here. It says a weird experience. Has anyone gotten seizures when briefly stopping Adderall? I have epilepsy and ADHD. I get focal partial seizures. TLDR seizures are on days I don't take my stimulants. I started Adderall about a month ago after trying other various stimulants, and it's been working really well. I have not had a seizure on a day I didn't take Adderall. However, on two different occasions, on the day that I missed the Adderall dose, I get seizures. One time it was so bad that I had three in one day, with extreme rare for me. The other time caused one partial, but still left me feeling funky afterwards. Usually, people get on stimulants and their seizure threshold is lowered. Mine, I had more seizures. Makes sense. But has anyone had the opposite experience? Have anyone have any idea what's happening psychologically? But I just want to know if I'm alone here. I don't take stimulants to know if I don't have them when I'm off of stimulants. Um,
that's not fair. The way their brain works, it's not fair. I've
I
got
think I'm kind of
I've got ADHD and I was on Adderall and I definitely need it in order to be able to function like I need to in order to um effectively pursue the career that I went to college for. Um, without severe severe effort and probable. Um, seizure problems. So, um, yeah, as soon as I had that one seizure 2 years ago that I went to the ER for, that day was the last time I took Adderall. And ever since there, I am an absolute mess. Um, I don't know. I don't understand how they could be um, getting fewer seizures with the stimulant that, I don't know. Did they say anything about any other medications that they were taking aside from the Adderall?
Just Adderall.
And they're epileptic before and everything, just epileptic with fewer seizures, and then stop taking the Adderall and getting more seizures?
Yes. Mm,
Are they from the Star Trek mirror universe or something?
this person says having seizures on the days that I don't take my stimulants.
Well, wait,
So when they don't
all
take
of
the Adderall, they're
everybody.
having seizures.
Yeah,
Huh?
right, yeah. All of everybody in the mirror universe are all like absolutely blitzed all the time on like, it's hinted that they're on some heavy duty stuff, and when they stop they go through withdrawals, and withdrawal symptoms can include seizures. So depending on whatever they're on, right, ADD meds, which are basically just pure speed. um yeah, they gotta be from the mirror universe.
Yeah, because they were asking, does anybody else get the opposite? Um, I don't.
They're
I didn't
trying to
have
find
problems.
their compatriots.
Right.
Yeah, locate them. Did they travel back in time and get separated from the
Um,
rest of their team on their
hold
mission to
on.
destroy past Earth?
Looks like they're not.
I mean,
Um,
how much is a lot of Adderall?
Um, do you
Depends on
want
how big the
like
person is
actual
too.
numbers or
I just don't know. Was maybe this person took too much.
mm,
I'm just trying to. Uh,
yeah, the largest
it,
instant release dose increment, as far as I'm aware, is 30 milligram. So, um, yeah, just to give, I guess, a reference as to what pharmaceutical companies would consider to be a large amount of Adderall. Um,
it,
I've heard of
I'm just.
people taking multiple 30s
Oh,
and
okay.
um, um, some interesting times.
So
Not
I mean,
dangerous, like physically to them, but they got up to some stuff.
uh, I'm just trying to, you know, put the pieces of the puzzle in the room together.
Mm.
They think it was caused from Adderall. Okay.
correct.
And
From
how
not
could
taking
Adderall?
Adderall,
Hmm?
they
What was
said
that?
they're getting seizures when they don't take the Adderall.
Okay. So
withdrawals?
That's the only thing I could think of. Yeah.
You don't know how
Yeah.
long they're going either. There's no time frame here. So if they're saying seizures when I'm off the Adderall, they might only say they're off the Adderall for like 3 days, 2 weeks maybe. And a lot of times those things stay in your system a long time. So like Mark said, the withdrawals could actually still be impacting them weeks after they're off the medication, just because some of that stuff really does stay in your system, and lifestyle
Well,
choices have a lot to do with how quickly you can even flush it out or
the
clean
instant
out
release
basically.
Adderall has a half-life of just a few hours. Um, so it's something that, if they're abusing it or taking it at extremely high levels, they would be coming down within definitely within less than 24 hours. The instant release is something that like therapeutically is taken at least two, sometimes three times a day in order to effectively treat um, ADHD. So, um, if it takes three pills to get all the way through one day, then, you don't take any of them, then you're going to be way down probably pretty quick. I don't know how long. I don't think it's one of the like SSRIs where it needs to build up over weeks. I think Adderall is pretty, up and then down. Um, except with like extended release, but then that's still up and down, except they've got little like capsules around it to prevent it from getting absorbed as quickly. I don't know. Um, yeah, I don't know. I'm with Kevin. I think it withdrawals from whatever their prescription dosage level is. Seems to be the only really reasonable explanation.
It seems like a good explanation.
I'm a little jealous that they're able to take ADHD medications on with um, their epilepsy. It kind of makes me wonder if I should go back in my seizure log and count the number of seizures that I've been having. I know that the number of seizures I had in 2025 was significantly higher than the seizures I had in 2022. So, I mean, I don't know about stress differences, but uh, at face value, might suggest that if anything, all of the seizure meds have only increased my seizures. So I wonder. Or perhaps it's taking me off of my needed ADHD meds. Maybe there's something there that my brain needs to, you know. They say that people with ADHD can take it and fall asleep, which is dramatically different from the non-ADHD person. So if OP is one of those who can fall asleep on Adderall, the truly neurologically ADHD type, not just study drug. I don't know. It's interesting. I kind of I don't know. I should not have been so flippant at the beginning. Although I
Uh,
do think it's kind of funny. It's, I still like the Star Trek joke.
I got something. It says, "How to tell if I'm having a seizure." I'm a teenager with tics undergoing diagnosis for Tourette's. I get these episodes where I will either look blank for a few seconds and then get a faraway look in my eyes. And when I come back, I don't necessarily realize anything has happened. I also experience convulsions where my whole body will tense and jerk, and then I won't be able to respond, but I am mostly conscious. I just couldn't speak. I struggle to tell if that's tics or possibly seizure activity. Yesterday, I was on FaceTime with a friend, and I started to feel buzzy, and often couldn't realize, no, couldn't really understand her. I lay down and kind of zoned out hardcore, and then apparently my eyes kept rolling back into my head for like 10 seconds. And then I would reply. I was sucking my lips and twitching a bit. I felt tingly, and my heart was beating really fast. I'm not asking for medical advice or a diagnosis, just wondering if this sounds like anyone's experience. We also suspect, I think this says pandas. Um,
That is something I'm not sure what it is.
uh, okay, it says we also suspect I have pandas, which can cause seizures. Opinions. That's the first time I heard of pandas.
Pediatric autoimmune neuropsychiatric disorders associated with streptococcal infections. It's a condition where a child suddenly develops OCD and or tics after a strep infection triggered by the immune system mistakenly attacking brain tissue. Symptoms appear abruptly, including severe anxiety, mood changes, sensory issues, school performance drops, and eating problems, often followed by flares.
The main question was how to tell if the person's having seizures. Um, I think the person who's seen that FaceTime can pretty much tell if it's a seizure. I mean, I pretty much can tell when I see a seizure. I don't know how people, if the only thing I was thinking about is the person said they were cautious every time, but I pretty much know when I'm having a seizure, but it's hard to explain. Uh, yeah, but like this person said that the person watched them over video chat. Yeah, they sound like seizures.
Did they know when they were doing the lips and that, or is that something that somebody else described to them?
Um, no, it said they were 10 second, 10 second ish. Would start sucking lips and twitching a bit. Felt tingly and my heart beating really fast. Um, so I don't think that part's having a seizure. I don't know. There's a lot of different things people do with having seizures. And being that I don't know what pandas is, I can't really say if that's a seizure, in particular.
It is pandas just when they say something is wrong with you after a strep infection.
I'm reading about that now, trying to get a.
I have no idea. I didn't look up anything. Um, as much as I know is from what you guys have said to me, which I've forgotten exactly what you said. So I know nothing about pandas. I just know that it says it there. I don't
What
remember
I'm
what the last
seeing,
person
It
said.
doesn't sound like Tourette's, um, in as much as I understand it, which is really not too much. I'm not an expert, but I know that it does It does fall under the umbrella of neurodevelopmental disorders that autism spectrum, ADHD, um, uh, and cousins fall under. Um, one of, or interestingly enough, it'll probably sound a bit absurd, but one of the um, best kind of little uh, summary intros to um, Tourette's syndrome that you can find, like respectful um, intros, comes from a South Park episode um, titled Le Petit Tourette. Um, and it was actually praised by the National um, Tourette's Association, I think, or something along those lines, some national association, um, for its depiction, because it shows one character kind of going out and abusing the general idea that it's just going out and about and spouting profanities at random and whatnot. And there's a group, and they explain the nature of the ticks, and that they're not, not this shouting of profanities, and that there's like um, a building up of pressure and energy inside that needs to be released, and that's released by, you know, whatever their tick is, and the longer they resist it, the longer they hold it, the more difficult it is to kind of function and whatnot. Um, no, I can't summarize it really and do it justice. I would recommend watching the episode. I don't remember what season and number it is, but actually, let me just Google it right here for everyone. Uh, yes, Le Petit Tourette. I got the title right too. How about that? Season 11, episode 8. Um, yeah. Um, uh, I don't know. I thought it was I thought it was a really interesting episode. Um, so
Yeah, it's a good episode.
yeah. Um, and their depiction of Tourette's really does not sound like what OP here described. The building up of tension. Um, it sounds, more uncontrollable, more um, internal, um, or not internal, both internal. It sounded more seizure-like to me personally than neurodevelopmental. If
It
those
also
are
said at the end that pandas is not necessarily universally recognized, and but there's also something called pans. Okay. Pandas is sudden OCD, ticks after strep. Pans is sudden OCD or food restriction from any trigger. Okay, so that's something else. As all right, I'm seeing that. Okay,
There's a
so
comment here.
It's
Um,
interesting that it can be set off by an infection like that. I would
oh
not
yeah,
have, would not
but
have.
is it a psychiatric thing? Ah, because
there's a comment here from someone else with pandas. It says, "I'm so sorry. That is a lot to deal with. I had pandas as a kid, like 14 years ago now. Absolute torture. Still dealing with the OCD and chronic infections. I think it contributed to triggering my epilepsy, tonic-clonic focals, and I had tics for a few years, but thankfully they eventually subsided. You definitely do have some similarities with absence seizures. The best advice I can give you is to write down what happens during these episodes, how long they lasted, what you were doing beforehand, what you ate or drank, how much you slept, what you felt afterwards, etc. It'll be super helpful for when you see a neurologist. Sending you big hugs." Um, that was it. But for it to cause seizures and being, I don't exactly know what OCD is. OCD to
Obsessive
even
compulsive disorder. So, I
um,
mean, on TV, the people who are like always washing their hands and germ phobes and stuff, or always have to have
mm,
all of everything in their closet all lined up in terms of perfect,
okay.
color coordination and alphabetical order by clothing designer
Okay, I didn't know it
and
was like that. But
sub-organized by clothing article size.
symptoms
I
go
just thought the
what
food freaks
are
or knee freaks, the minds used to say.
No, it's
there's
Who like their stuff specific days.
a a lot of symptoms for OCD. Yeah, about uh, those thoughts, those impulsive thoughts, whatever it is, and uh, yeah, that's a big thing too.
yeah, intrusive thoughts,
I
repetitive behaviors.
can never
Um,
remember the name for that. Yeah. Uh,
yeah, there's like there it's not something that they can control, that thought to, clean the floors or whatever. Um it comes over and over and over and over and over again. Even when the floor is already clean, it'll look like there's something still there, Um, um, and that process of cleaning um, will temporarily do something to help relieve some of that tension, some of that anxiety. They're actively fixing it, and that helps. But then as soon as they're done, there's something else that's not clean, and then they come back and somebody's walked on that floor and you know, yeah, OCD is
yeah, that's a
serious. It's
that's a good
not.
description. It's these uh, things they do are used to relieve tension or anxiety, but it doesn't. Yeah, That's yeah, okay. Yeah, that's good.
There's no hitting like an absolute zero of that anxiety, right? There's always going to be something that'll show up no matter how much. Yeah.
I always find one that says, anybody help me with insomnia? And there's been one about that for the past week or so, maybe 2 weeks. So I won't read that one. But I do have one here. It says, for some reason, I'm only having seizures in the daytime. Anyone here having seizures like during the day instead of on all day? Oh, instead of, let me start over. Anyone having seizures like during the day instead one and all days? And how did it recover? Do you guys understand that? I think it was how it was wrote. I read it exactly how it says. So um, basically, having seizures only in the daytime. I don't have any particular things because I've had seizures in the day and in the night. Um, has anyone noticed a sign that yours are only in the daytimes?
Kind of been all over the place. Middle of the night, in the morning, in the afternoon.
The
Yeah,
EMU only
mine.
got nocturnals for me. I've been seen seizing during the day, and I know I've had them during the day. I felt them, but um, the the neurologist has only ever captured nocturnal. So I don't know. Are there people who only ever have one or the other?
Say that one
They
more time.
Wrong. Never more than a month.
I, uh, the, the JME, um, the myoclonics are, I think I've said this a million times, but they're completely surrounded around sleep, waking up. Uh, you'll have myoclonics when you wake up. Um, so that was the biggest problem. And myoclonics were auras into uh, tonic clonics, and so that was the biggest problem. If I could make it past a certain point, if I could get myoclonics under control, then I knew I was good for the rest of the day, mostly, you know. But I never had nocturnals, never had them late at night for the most part. Yeah, and that was it.
Yeah, I was just thinking mine have been day, night. Have not been the middle of the night that I can remember. Um, so hopefully it stays that way or it gets better. Um, I got something here though. It says, my dad told me when I was a baby to a toddler age, I dropped limp for a minute before going back to normal. I've researched and it sounds very, very much like a atonic seizure. I'm going to bring it up to my primary care doctor at, soon at a doctor's appointment. On the other hand, my dad said I did it as an attention seeking behavior, he told me, end quote. That's why we didn't take you to a doctor. But honestly, I'm feeling appalled by my dad as I don't think a baby or a toddler could fake an atonic seizure. What might happen in the process of getting diagnosed, if anything? I'm a driver and now I'm worried about it. I also remember what was almost certainly an absent seizure when I was around 10. Stopped and stared into space for about 30 seconds and couldn't move. Haven't had any occurrences since then, and I'm in my late 30s. The question was, what might happen in the process of getting diagnosed? Because I'm a driver and I'm worried.
doctor to tell you that they can't go back that far. If you had atonic seizures in childhood, they might not be able to tell you.
Ooh, that sucks. Can they take your license because of that?
Probably only if I think you have to have a couple seizures for them to have to tell the DMV or whatever that department is. So
They told me at my first seizure, oh, you know you can't drive now, right?
Yeah, my doctor, he didn't even have an appointment for um, an MRI or none of that. He changed my medication to Lamictal and told me, I'm going to call your doctor because I need to cancel your license and never drive for 2 years without a seizure, and then you can drive, he said. And it just slowly got better. It's been a little bit of better than worse, better than worse. Look good, then it's not. One of those type things. Um, but yeah, an atonic seizure. Um, I think somebody said, I don't think a baby can do that and fake those. Uh, yeah, so it's worth getting checked out, and it might be a struggle. Being that this person didn't go to this hospital, and Kate said they can't go that far back. The first comment here says, "That's rough. That's your dad's response. Babies definitely can't fake medical episodes for attention. That's just not how our brains work at that age. Good call bringing it up to your doctor. Since it's been decades without episodes, they might just want to do some basic testing and monitoring rather than jumping straight to restrictions, but definitely getting it documented and ruled out properly." It says, "Should I see a doctor for this? So I've been getting these auras 3 to 6 times daily for the last 3 years. Not sure exactly how long because I wasn't aware these symptoms weren't normal till a few years ago. Anyways, I think I'm also experiencing silent migraines along with them. But as far as regular migraines go, I get them pretty semi regular. But when I have these auras, I get deja vu or very confused. If in public, I forget what's happening, and if I'm having a conversation, I'm either unable to speak or start slurring my words and start saying nonsense. My arms jerk, limbs get numb, tingly, and I get vertigo. I also experience odd smells and changes in awareness. This makes me feel a bit concerned as this has happened at work many times, and it can be very embarrassing. I originally thought it was no big deal because I thought it was just for migraines, but I found out recently that some people with epilepsy don't get diagnosed until adulthood, and that kind of worried me. Anyways, I'm sorry if this doesn't make sense or it sounds like a dumb question. Um, yeah, is that a reason to see a doctor? Is the question? Yes. I mean, at least ask about it to your primary.
If you're asking us if
Andrew,
you should see a doctor, you should go to the doctor.
should the person ask them, should they see a doctor? I'll go with what Andrea said. If you need to ask, should you see a doctor, then you should see a doctor. One says, on FMLA for first seizure, do I tell them I'm diagnosed if I am? I had a seizure on Christmas morning, and I have never had a tonic-clonic seizure before this. I did end up telling my employer I had a seizure, and it's why I'm on FMLA because the doctor said I cannot drive until I'm cleared by the neurologist, which is coming up at the end of this month. I've been seeing a lot of things saying I made a mistake saying I had a seizure. If I am diagnosed with epilepsy, is this something I have to disclose with them, or can I not say anything and tell them that I was cleared, assuming the doctor clears me to drive after my appointment and I can resume my normal work responsibilities starting next week? I did get clearance from my primary to do some computer work as of this week, and they've been accommodating with that. and have sounded like they will continue to be accommodating based off the meetings I've had with HR, but I'm really nervous to lose my job. I absolutely love it, and driving is one of the requirements. Um, the question is, do you tell them that you're diagnosed with epilepsy? Is the question.
Don't drive. It's dangerous.
Driving, yeah, I was gonna say, if driving is one of the requirements of the job, then that's not a job for an epileptic person. Like, I don't know, I guess.
Right.
Maybe if they're like so well controlled that they haven't had seizures in years and years and years, and they feel like they want to gamble with other people's lives. I don't know. I've
Don't do it.
started to kind of think about the statistics about it. If you look at how likely it is to have a seizure behind the wheel compared to anybody else making an average, absent-minded mistake behind the wheel, if you get to a certain point where you've had them so well controlled and had a period of no seizures for so long, you might not pose that much of a bigger risk. Once you get past 5 decimal places, you can treat it as zero. You know, I don't know. It's callous to talk about the numbers. This is just me rambling. I'm never going to drive again. Don't take this as
It's not
anything
worth
except
gambling
just,
with.
huh?
Yeah,
I'm
it's
I'm
not.
sorry. I was just gonna say it's not worth gambling with people's lives. You're
Yeah,
not
just
just
to get some.
gambling with your own, you're gambling with everyone else's that's out there.
Yeah, just to get
Yeah.
somewhere, 10 minutes quicker or something. Walk, bike,
Well,
skateboard,
no, but
Uber, something. That's
what I'm
not. Yeah,
saying is mathematically, when you get down to how much time a seizure takes versus how much time there is in the entirety of existence, how much time you would spend, how much of that time you would spend behind the wheel. I mean, there comes a point where it's not really that different from the danger of a non-epileptic person. Everybody's taking everybody else's lives, um, putting them at risk when they're getting behind the wheel. Um,
but it
yeah,
is a
This
higher
is
risk when you're someone with epilepsy, though. Like, yeah, there's always a risk to
right.
everything, to getting in a car, walking across the street, but
When it's
for us,
when
it's a
it's
higher risk, and I think that's where that person's coming from.
when it's been controlled by medication to the point that you've had no seizures for, years and years and years, the risk that you're going to have another one spontaneously, and the amount of time that a seizure takes, and the amount of time that you spend behind the wheel driving, the fraction of your total life you spend behind the wheel, the fraction of your total life you spend in a seizure, and then the fraction of your total life that would, the Venn diagram that would overlap between those two, when you get to a point where that is, 0.0000000, anything else after that, 5 zeros, you can treat it as zero, like as just not, you can round that all the way off and treat the risk of seizing, or treat the risk of driving and seizing as zero. Just pure set theory, statistics, bullshit, not
But seizures can change
serious.
at any point in time.
Sure. And any random person can have their first seizure unprompted behind the wheel at any given time. Or just text and drive and go across the median and smash into you. My mother was sitting at a traffic light in the front in the left turn lane. And somebody came all the way across the intersection from the other side, ran a red light completely, and smashed straight into the front of her. And nobody was having any medical issues. Nobody was drunk or anything. The guy was distracted, um, but I think it was raining too, and he may have had trouble stopping. But um, you don't need um, a seizure
Was
to
your
be a
was your mom
danger.
okay?
Yes, my mom is okay. My
Okay,
grandfather
good, good,
was
good.
okay at the time also. Um, but
That's good to hear. Good to hear.
um, yeah, it's I don't know.
Yes,
Like I said,
similar.
it's
I
the
think I brought it up
callous
before
math
here.
behind all of this, and realizing that these numbers really, um, I don't know. These numbers really don't seem.
No,
Um,
they don't. I mean, don't forget that in a world of epileptics, there's way more idiots in the world and dangerous drivers. So perhaps I'm the one person in the group that thinks, yes, I mean, you, we should be driving. I mean, because most of the country does not live close to, or there's a lot of people who do not live close to public transportation or a way to get to a good job, or they need ways to get to shopping centers, etc., ways to get food. And
good job or even just a bad job, any job.
right, they're
Yeah.
not they're not even hiring in Center City right now. And there's actually jobs that I can get, but they're 20 miles away. They're in the suburbs, and they're jobs I can do. And they pay really well. And it just seems it's frustrating. I know. And it seems dangerous, but you know what? I can't hide my head under a rock for the rest of my life
Exactly. Well,
because of a small chance that I might kill someone. All right.
I'm sure I've said this before on other topics here on the chat, but yeah, because I get the reply, when I'm on my bike or tell people, oh, I don't drive because I have epilepsy, so I can only ride my bicycle. That's why I'm on it. And then their first thing is like, well, what if you have one while you're riding your bicycle? And I'm like, so then what the fuck do you expect me to do? Do you just expect me to like be a grown ass man and then just sit in my chair and watch TV and do fucking nothing all day? Like
Yeah,
I still have
that's
to get
where I went
around. I
with
still
my
have to
mother.
move. Like,
Yeah, afraid
and
of
I'm like,
having a seizure on a bicycle and swerving into traffic. And what if? Like, what if?
yeah, it would just hurt me though. It wouldn't be like me being in a car and taking out, 5 lanes of traffic on the freeway or something. Like I still have to get around. I still have to move. Like you could say the same thing, like, okay, so I'm not going to take a bike. Like, all right, then I take a skateboard. Oh no, what if I have one while skateboarding? Okay, I don't skateboard. So then I'm gonna walk, and then I have one while walking down the street, and I fall over and like hit my head on a pole. Like, I mean, there's a million things you could have of any way of
Become,
transporting yourself around. So
he
it
wants to make you bubble boy.
exactly. I'm like,
Mm.
what do you? Yeah, like there was somebody that just kept saying like, what if you have one when you have a bike? Or what if you this happens and this happens? I was like, dude, what do you want me to do? Do you just want me to wrap myself in bubble wrap and duct tape and lay down and do nothing all day? Like, what the fuck is like? Yeah, people that don't have it or don't know anybody that has it, like, it's just a whole different like experience of explaining it to them or getting them to understand it. And yeah, it's frustrating. And it
Yeah.
also, yeah, it is frustrating too that we don't get to drive a car because exactly like you guys are just saying, you have if I were to have one on my bicycle and fall out of the bike lane into the street, a crash is going to happen. If I were on another mode of transportation, a crash is going to happen. I understand that, yes, if there's somebody that has one like once a week, once or twice a week or something, then okay, I understand. If it's uncontrolled, it's that often, then yeah, maybe they shouldn't have a driver's license. But when it's something that's every few months, I mean, there's still just as many other things people can do to themselves. They can go to a bar and get themselves stupidly drunk and then drive home. That's even more dangerous and more common than somebody having epilepsy, having a seizure while driving. But that's still allowed. That's still doable. Like if you really wanted, to be stupid and do something like that, technically you could do it. But yeah, it's frustrating and yeah, like Kevin was talking about, it limits your jobs. Um, Definitely limits friendships and relationships that you can have. it's
But
it's
like,
it's
how can I like start dating or whatever? Go out like what,
yeah, exactly,
meet
because you don't have
someone,
your own
go out
car. It's
like,
not
hey, and show up like my mom drops me off for the first date somewhere that it's like, oh God, how embarrassing can that be?
exactly, and then
Or
like
hey,
after
meet the
like
parents, first ever date, here we go. This is
exactly.
my mom. She's gonna come back and pick me up when we're done.
And Mark also as well, like to go along with that, like let's say like it's just like a perfect date, right? Like everything's going well, you're hitting things off, you're like, hey, some fun stuff might happen tonight. It's like, where are you gonna go, right? Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have my mom pick me up. You want to come back to my place tonight? Like, exactly. It's just yeah, it limits relationships, friendships, jobs, just so many things. Just life in general is what it limits. And even if you tell somebody like, hey, you have epilepsy, and then they say, oh, I know somebody that has it. Like, I understand a little bit about it. They still don't understand what it's like to actually be the one like with it. And it's like it
Yeah.
I don't want to sound like I'm all like trying to be holy and up on my high horse, but this is definitely something that don't you don't feel the full weight of unless you have it, or like somebody that's like your closest person in your family that has it. There's not really another way to understand it fully.
Even then, it's like you have to have it to feel the full weight because there's stuff we can't describe that we go through, and we just can't describe it. Mhm.
Yeah, exactly. And because it's such like a wide like field or like a wide variety of types of seizures, it makes it even harder to explain. Like the I guess what you want to call it, I don't know, the comparison I made earlier, it's not like getting a cold or something, right? You're just like, oh, take NyQuil, lay in bed for a day. Okay, there we go. You had a cold. It's it's something completely different that affects, everything more than just the day you had the seizure. It affects different aspects of your life, how even after you have a seizure, if it's a grand mal, especially, you're going to be sore for, a couple days after. It's not just something that's, yeah, just a quick, you know, snap of the fingers and it's done and over with. It's, yeah, it's something that lasts you last you forever.
You doing, James? I got something.
Yeah, go ahead.
It
I'm done.
says 8 year success with anxiety. I'm coming on 8 years seizure free. Just got I got diagnosed with JME my sophomore year of high school. I had 3 total grand mal seizures. I used to have a lot of the tonic-clonic jerks as well. I since been on Keppra, 500 milligrams twice a day. Since then, I haven't had any jerks or grand mals. I'm glad and thankful for this. I still live with impending doom over my head, regardless of my success. I frequent this page and hear many different stories. Anyone have any tips to keep the anxiety down? And does anyone have any tips on how to keep the anxiety down? And is it only because I haven't had one in 8 years, or do you have anxiety when you have not had have not had a long time without seizure or been seizure free? I get anxiety and I haven't went 8 years, but that's just a me thing, just because I know it's coming every 3 to 4 months. So brace for pressure. And actually, the last few haven't been that bad. Like when it comes to falling and hurting myself, um, yeah, hasn't been that bad. Like chewing my tongue and all that wise. Does anyone else get anxiety once you've gone so long without a seizure? That was the question.
Trying not to.
Hello.
I have before, but
Yeah, that's the only question.
it just increases my stress level, and stress is a seizure trigger, so it's makes me more likely to have a seizure. Therefore, I try not to stress about it.
Basically, yeah, it looks like this person's basically asking, is this normal? But no, that doesn't
Uh,
exactly say that.
of course it's
And does
normal.
the anxiety?
Yeah, of
Huh?
course it's normal to feel. I mean, and at that, having no seizures at that uh, long, that's the weird thing, because you've lived with it for so long, then it's gone. But it's not really gone. So you're kind of waiting for something to happen, and it's an eerie feeling. You're just like, okay,
That's
yeah.
how I am in between 3 and 4 months. That space in between there, I'm just waiting and keep an eye on everything I do and how I feel. Um, so yeah, hoping to make it a few more months. Yeah, 2 months is coming up. Gotta
Then
get my epilepsy.
you're 6 months seizure free, and then suddenly you're 8 months seizure free, and then you're a year. And so before you
It
notice,
sounds
you know,
it sounds much easier. You made that sound easy. First
For
it'll
real.
be six
I'm like,
months.
fuck.
Eight.
I wish I could go 2 months.
hey man,
Right.
yeah, it happens.
Yeah, I think I'm just meant to have seizures, to be honest. Uh, yeah, I can stick with lamotrigine because I'm only getting insomnia. I guess couldn't get no more worse than this. I'll find out.
Sure.
But yeah, I guess I'm just gonna have seizures because it's just happening every 3 or 4 months. Hopefully, I can just manage it. And one day, it'll, I don't know, be in my body enough to where I don't have to take this as much or something. Did I hear someone say you have to take more medicine? It depends on your weight or something like that. Because I've gained some weight. I should check with my doctor, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it depends on the medication itself, sometimes body weight can do with it because of how like it goes through your system, and so sometimes people who are heavier have to take higher dosages, so it affects their body a little bit differently. Um, I don't know too much about it. The only reason I know a little bit about that is because my my uncle, unfortunately, he passed away from COVID in 2020, but he was an older gentleman and he was not healthy whatsoever. He was 6'4" and 410 pounds. He was, had diabetes and, some other health issues. So basically, once he got COVID, we, our family kind of knew what was going to happen, unfortunately. But the medications that he was taking, he was on like higher dosages, like some of the higher dosages of what doctors would allow people to take for it. And that was, yeah, it was because of his body weight. um like I said, he was over 400 pounds. I'm like 120 pounds. So if we were going to be taking the exact same medication, he was going to be on a higher dosage of it than I would be. So yeah, body mass, body weight can definitely play, a little bit of a part in that.
Yeah, they measure medication dosage by blood serum
BMI.
concentration, uh, blood
Oh,
serum concentration. So the amount of the medication that is measurable in any, a particular given unit volume of your blood. So the larger you get, the more blood your body produces to supply all of the new tissue that is being produced. So, with that larger blood supply in the body, the same pill will not have enough um, medication to get the same blood serum level anymore. So they would possibly need to um, increase the dose level in order to get you or get anyone to the same blood serum level, um, just because of weight differences. So um, yeah, oral dose is one thing, but it's that's why things like the recommended daily maximum dose for a prescription or whatever is not it's not like a hard set limit written in stone like in law by any federal agency. It's just a suggested ballpark range that is safe for the vast bulk of the you know bell curve of American um, population's responses to that. So um, um, yeah, I've actually got paperwork over there that I need to get done before I take my morning medication. Oh, which I take at 7:30 a.m. So I got to get out sometime and get blood drawn before I even want to be awake. But um, yeah, they want to check and make sure that because I'm technically on a big dose of the Lyrica and the Vimpat, but I'm still getting the seizures even with the increasing um, VNS. So they want to check that there's not something like a metabolic issue or something, or whatever, maybe I just don't absorb something the same way as other people do, you know. So I might need a larger dose of one or the other in order to reach the therapeutic dose that they were expecting from giving me those dose levels in the first place. So um, yeah, there's there's that. What were we talking about?
I honestly don't even
Uh,
remember.
I got something here. It says possibly an unreasonable question or thought. When you were first diagnosed and decided to start your medication journey in hindsight, do you feel like you went through a denial phase? If yes, during this phase, did you feel like even if you think the medication you're on wasn't as bad as others' medication, were you cautious? Oh, were you curious to try something else to convince yourself that the medication is the right poison to pick? I don't know how to explain this. I feel like I'm so confused. Sometimes I feel I can't keep up with the side effects, but when I see how it might be for others going through a lot more, I feel okay. Am I exaggerating? Um, to the crowd. What do you think about that, Mark or Andrea?
I
Mark,
can.
you go
Somebody else's
first.
turn to talk.
I think I can give
Sorry,
it
I
an
caught you when you
answer.
were feeling.
Go,
Why they?
Angel.
I think regardless of meds or anything, once you get diagnosed with epilepsy, you're in a denial phase right away, and you don't even realize it. And it's going to take you a while to basically accept it, and you go through it. You go through the motions. Everything doesn't come at once like, okay, yes, I have epilepsy, you know? It's like it comes a little bit at a time. It's like, all right, like I can't do this, I can't do that, I can't, stuff like that. And you start seeing what you can and can't do, and it's a denial with and without medicine. I mean, safer with medicine, but yeah, the medicines that they give us, I wouldn't recommend some of them, Kepra. But yeah,
I would, and I would add too. I guess it kind of goes back to the question that was asked, earlier on, like what do you wish knew? What was the question? I can't remember exactly how they worded it, but it's basically, what do you wish you knew then that you know now about having epilepsy? And that's kind of similar to this. Like I wish I knew like how deeply it would affect my life at the time. I wasn't like completely in you know quote unquote denial of it. It's just that I after the first one I just didn't really take it seriously. I guess I didn't really think of it as being a huge thing because I was 19 at the time, so I just kind of thought, meh, okay, whatever. This thing happened to me, so I guess whatever. I'll just it'll go away, or it won't be a big thing, or whatever. And then back then, I was only having them like once every like year and a half, rather to the once every couple of weeks now. So it really wasn't a big thing because I didn't think about it. I was young, I was in college, just partying, having fun. Didn't have them that often, and then the second one happened, and I was like, ooh, okay, maybe this is a little bit of a thing, a bigger thing. Like, okay, I'll take medication now, and then once they started happening more and more often, I was like, oh shit, okay, this is like a real thing that I'm gonna start having to deal with all the time. So I guess, yeah, denial isn't the right word. It's not that I like pushed myself away from it. It's just I didn't take it seriously, if that makes any sense to y'all.
What's up,
I was in
Pookie?
denial. I was in a lot of denial. I was hoping that someone else would get it besides me. I said a lot of dumb stuff. I was like, I prayed. I was like, why
I was gonna
me?
say, I know you regret that thought now
I
because
was
yeah,
like,
there's
this
no way
person
any
has
of us
done.
would wish this upon someone, right? So
I was, man, thinking this person has done worse than me. God, why me? Just such denial. Just like, I don't deserve this. What did I do? Uh, yeah. Thought I was
yeah,
hated, all kinds of stuff.
true. I guess yeah, I guess you could say my version of it was denial too. It was just yeah, like I said, not taking it seriously is I guess a version of yeah, denying that it's happening to you, right? So I get yeah, true. I guess that is the same. Yeah, same thing.
After the fourth one, I stopped caring and just went about life. And I rebelled a lot. Wasn't doing what I was supposed to be doing or taking my medication or telling my mom I was having seizures. Bunch of stuff like that. Just rebelling, not reporting stuff I should. I think my epilepsy might have would have been better then. I would have thought about it back then, but who knows?
And it for me at
Got a
least,
comment.
my opinion on it is it's a little tougher too when you don't have like a warning, or a trigger, an aura, whatever you want to call it. So then it's not like, like if I knew, I don't know, seeing here, I'm
Mm-hmm.
just going to do that. Seeing a green water bottle, if I knew that that was a trigger, then obviously I would avoid that. If you knew a flashing light did it, you would avoid that. And then it's kind of easier to handle it. But when you don't have a trigger, a warning, an aura, whatever, it makes it even harder to really, pay attention to it and take it seriously, I guess. I mean, now that, we're older and stuff, like I'm talking about when I was, 19, still, a teenager and didn't really know what the fuck was going on. You just kind of you brush everything off, right? You just brush that dirt off your shoulders and keep going. So so it's yeah, that made it even tougher. Like if I knew I had one certain specific thing that set it off, then I maybe would have been more serious about it and paid attention and then avoided that. And but it never really. Damn, that looks good. But yeah. Anyway, I'm done. I'm done. Someone else can go ahead. Nice. What is that, man? What's that, Pookie?
Tacos. Mm.
Ooh,
But yeah, taco plate. Um,
damn. I just had some sushi and I'm still hungry now because of you showing that. That looks good, man.
I forgot where we were at, but something that you said, James. But yeah, this post, the unreasonable thought or question, the first comment here says, "I would think all of us do that. What do you, what do you take as what is the dosage? I've been on lamotrigine, 200 milligrams of Lamictal, 25 years. I hate the side effects, especially the memory problems in the last year or two, sleep problems, and you bet I wonder, is there something better than that? Make me that makes me would have less side effects. However, I also know the drug chasing is the most is most of the time a losing battle. Yes, the grass on the other side might be greener, but the odds are just as great that they would not be able um, they would not be and could definitely be worse. It's a catch 22. I've heard that a lot.
Yep.
Another person says being in denial, definitely. I was 13 years old. I had a grand mal seizure, and they put me on enough phenobarb to stun an elephant through high school and college.
No, no, not peanut butter. Oh,
You bet on that?
no, no. That's what my grandmother was prescribed, and it just she never touched a steering wheel her entire life. She never drove. It just she was just a really I don't want to say weird because I feel like that's disrespectful, but she was an interesting person. And now, later on, me realizing how, seizures and seizure medication stuff can affect somebody, it it makes a lot more sense to me as to why she was so, I don't know, specific about stuff and so just kind of keeping to herself. I think I've told the story before. It wasn't a hereditary thing. Um, the generations in my family are spread pretty far apart. So she was born in 1914, and she was, I can't remember now. I want to say either 13 or 14 years old, and she was at like a music concert event type thing. And back then, this would have been the early 1930s. Um, Coca-Cola bottles were still glass. So for whatever reason, at this concert that she was at, somebody decided it would be a funny thing to do that if they just threw their glass bottle towards the stage. And my grandmother was within the first couple of rows, and she just happened to be the person that it hit directly on the head. So she hit her head, it knocked her unconscious. I don't know the exact details because it was so long ago, but basically within a day or two, she had her first seizure, and then she had them for the rest of her life. And yeah, they started when she was, like I said, like, like 13, 14. So this would have been the early 1930s. Um, and there weren't, many different medications around for it quite yet. That was like one of the first ones that was there. So she got put on that. I don't know when she started taking it. I could probably ask my dad and he might know, but yeah, she took that for basically her entire life, and that's just what she was on. And she was, like I said, she was an very weird, interesting person. I don't know if that was just her personality or whatever, or if, the medication over, several decades added up to it. But yeah, it's not something I'm a fan of personally, I'll say, at least. Sorry, that was way too long, but miss my grandma.
Gotcha. I got some here now. It says seizure free for the last 3 years, but I still lose my sense of touch under high pressure. I was diagnosed with epilepsy at 9 years old, I think, and I was under medication for about 12 years, I think, mostly Tegretol and Frisium. It was so heavy. Don't remember much of my childhood because of the medication. I'm 31s now. 31s. I don't know why it says 31s. 31s now, and I work in high stress environment where I sometimes have to work 20 to 48 hours of work without rest. Wow. Occasionally, under extreme stress, I lose my sense of touch to the point where I can't recognize dangers. It could be cut my body, cut my body. Wouldn't feel a thing. This is a problem as my work is physically and mentally demanding and risky. I cannot go back to tranquilizers under whatsoever conditions. Am I being stupid?
So he's considering going back on tranquilizers, he says, or this person
No, he's saying that he can't go back on tranquilizers.
can't.
Um,
Yeah, okay, yes, right. And he has to balance this high stress, 48 hours. Yeah, okay, obviously. Uh, and does this person feel any symptoms coming on during this period of stressful
I
work?
don't think so. It says I could cut my body and I wouldn't feel a thing. This is a problem as I work in physically and mentally demanding and it's risky. Um,
Okay. Well, I mean, just watch out for triggers and uh, I, it, congratulations on the progress, and just it yeah, just yeah, watch out for anything that might push you over the edge. Because yeah, you're that's really incredible being able to work in such a stressful environment and maintain your progress.
Have any of you lost your sense of anything after a seizure?
Not that I remember.
Um, yeah, not that I remember either. Just wondering if you guys have. Um, one of
There's
the
been
comments
times I
here.
felt pain that wasn't there, but then there's been times where, like, and I said this before, like I had a dislocated shoulder and I didn't even feel the pain.
Got something here. It says sports and epilepsy. I'm an epileptologist. I once went to. He is famous specialist in Germany. Asked me if I'm doing any kinds of sports. I replied with something like, "Not really." Anyway, why did he ask me of this? Is working out or being sporty a benefit of if you have epilepsy, focal aware seizures in my case? Or did he ask me so I can stop it just in case I'm doing something risky?
What was the question?
It was sports and epilepsy. Why would a doctor
Oh,
tell him to stop these things? Oh, an epileptologist. Um,
I'm not a sporty person, so I don't know how useful I would be there.
Same. And I imagine that would also depend on the sport, but
Yes.
Well, I mean, I played sports through high school, and I played tennis a little afterwards. And yeah, I don't know how. I just don't know your condition. Everyone's epilepsy is different, and I don't know if you're uh, I don't know how active your seizures are right now. So yeah, I just need more information as to why your doctor might tell you such a thing.
I got something here. It says, "Do I have epilepsy? I'm unsure what to do. I was diagnosed with MS a few months ago. For reference, I've been having myoclonic jerks for about a year. Thought it was anxiety related since I had a spell of anxiety and depression once, which I know was most likely due to my MS. However, these jerks have been getting worse and worse, and none of the psychiatric meds I've tried have helped. My neurologist kind of wrote these off as anxiety induced as well, but I really don't think they are. I have a split second jerk, which my head snaps to one side or one of my arms shoot up randomly. I have some control over these to the point I could make them less evident in public. Since my hospitalization is a few months ago due to a due to an MS flare up, they've gotten uncontrollable even in public, and it's pretty embarrassing. I called my neurologist and kind of strong armed them into putting me in an EEG, just waiting for the insurance to approve it and then schedule it. Lately, these have just been getting worse. They've been really pretty constant all day with a bit of reprieve here and there. I get them in clusters usually, but I can't have, but I also have an odd one here and there I'm just worried and a bit scared. All these could turn into intense seizures since they have been getting worse, even in the past week or so. Wondering if I should wait it out for the insurance to approve the EEG and find out how long for the appointment to do it, or if I should just be worried enough to go to the ER. I'm very unsure. I would go to the ER and they would probably give you some Keppra until you figure it out. Something's better than nothing at this point. Yeah, could you guys go to your primaries for meds too, or you got to go to your neurologist?
It
They sent
depends
me to
on
my.
which meds.
Go ahead.
It depends on which meds. I had been prescribed both clonazepam and pregabalin or Lyrica from my primary care physician for panic disorder and fibromyalgia, respectively, um, before there was the seizure diagnosis. So now the epileptologist is writing those prescriptions. She put me back on the Lyrica, and um, I had the clonazepam still for social anxiety, panic disorder, and whatnot. And I had mentioned in my annual checkup, I think a year, maybe 2 years ago, that it was ironic that now that I've been diagnosed with epilepsy, I'm taking the clonazepam for the same events, but they're more for seizure auras technically than for social anxiety, even though it's or social anxiety, or instead of social anxiety and panic disorder, even though it's the same things, the same exact events. And he said since it's for epilepsy, those prescriptions, the benzodiazepine prescription needs to come from your neurologist, which I thought was just stupid bureaucratic bullshit. But um, yeah, I guess because of that. And my neurologist is the one who wrote me the um, prescription for um, getting me back on the Lyrica, so the general practitioner can't do either one. Um, so yeah, he used to prescribe both of them to me, but now he can prescribe neither. It's bizarre.
That is
Um,
interesting.
Yeah, this person also says that their doctor wrote it off as anxiety because they have MS. Um,
All I was going to say is that when I had my very first seizure, the paramedics were called and they told me to follow up with my primary care doctor, and all he did was refer me to a neurologist, and they immediately put me on meds. So all of my epilepsy medications have come from my neurologists since then.
got something. It says anyone else on medication that kicks their ass. I've had epilepsy for 34 years. I started taking Vimpat about 12 years ago. They also have me on Lamictal. I just cannot function at all. Every day, about 30 minutes after I take my medication, my tongue goes numb and I get extreme fatigue sometimes. I get blurred or double vision and vertigo. I have spoken to my doctor about this, and all they can say is that it's stopping the seizures and I will get used to it. I have not gotten used to it. Last night, for example, I got 7 hours of sleep. I woke up this morning feeling fine. Then again, after taking the medication, I started to feel numb, tongue, and fatigue. I ended up laying down for about 2 hours after the medication and fell asleep for another 3.5 hours. Does anyone else feel like this? They have just been adjusting the medication and trying others for 12 years. I've been feeling like this, and when I have a lower dose, it is not as bad, but I have breakthroughs. Um, Mine doesn't when you say medication that kicks your ass. I know a lot of you guys are on other stuff that might. Um, Taking this B12 by Nature's Made, it helps. I don't have a lot of fatigue.
Sounds
Uh,
exactly like me, honestly. Like almost exactly. I get up in the morning, I take my pills, and 30 to 45 minutes later, I am chair locked for a while, but and I can't. There's days where I can't see straight, I can't walk. I'm holding onto the walls to go to the bathroom down the hallway. Lasts anywhere from, I don't know, 2 to 6 hours, depending on how much caffeine I can get in me. That's why I'm going to ask to have my meds changed. But, at this point, I'm on 4 different meds and it's just intolerable at this point. And I am at a point where I can't live like this anymore. Something's got to change. I would rather have more seizures than live my life like this.
It's hard to tell anymore. Um, I've been on one drug since 2008, and it's known for doping people up very good. The Topamax, it's yeah, and the benzo with that, and they're all pretty harsh drugs, but so it's like living in a box. You can't tell uh, what 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 the real world is like anymore. Am I just dopey, or um, is this what the real world is like? You know, it's just it's hard to tell anymore.
Hello everyone. I'm new here.
Nice to meet you.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, nice to meet you too, guys.
Hello.
I am from India. I will just introduce myself first. I'm from India and uh, I have been epileptic from the age of 13 and now I'm 25. I am on these two medications called Kepra and Kepra 750 mg twice a day and this Clobazam 10 once a day. That is my medication. From from 2 years, I'm taking that medication, but there are a lot of side effects I'm getting from this Keppra, like getting angry at smaller, like very smaller things, and this social anxiety, and yeah, and there are a lot, but I cannot. I don't know how to tell those.
Have you
Thank you.
spoken to your doctor about that? Because that has Keppra is known to have a lot of psychological side effects. And like me, for example, it also made me very angry, but it also made me start having suicidal ideation. And it can be very dangerous for some people, and you might consider talking to your doctor about changing medications.
Yeah, I did talk to my neurologist two times last year and 6 months ago. But he says that other medications have this side effects on sexual health. So better to continue with this Keppra. Before that, I was taking this what is called valproate, sodium valproate.
Mm-hmm.
That was doing well for me. After that, I gave up medicine for 1 year and I had a seizure Then again, my neurologist give this Keppra. So I wanted to switch to other medications, but my neurologist he keeps saying that other medications have side effects on our sexual health. So this is the best. What do you say? I don't have that much of experience. If you guys say anything.
What what kind of seizures do you have?
I have this what is called tonic TC.
Ton- Tonic-clonic?
Yeah, tonic. Yeah.
I take lamotrigine for the tonic-clonics, and I don't have any effects. I mean, that's one of the things you pointed out. Yeah,
Oh,
I don't take. You said I don't take Keppra because of the suicidal ideation, like Andrew said, and yeah, the lamotrigine works pretty good for me. I don't know what's allowed in your country. Could be another thing. But here in the United States, you can ask about
yeah,
lamotrigine or lamictal.
yeah. Uh, and actually, one more thing is that I'm facing very difficulty in my work. I think I might lose my job soon. So one of my friends suggested this lamotrigine to take this to shift to lamotrigine. I need to first I need to go to other neuro. Uh, Currently, I'm not in India. I'm in other country. If once I go to India, I will uh, consult any other neuro and I I will try to change my medication.
I highly
And what?
recommend the lamotrigine. That's what they
Yeah,
switched me to after Keppra. They took me off the Keppra and put me on lamotrigine. It made a world of difference.
yeah.
Same here.
Uh, anyone single person here? I'm single. I'm not married.
I'm single here. She looking?
Yeah, I have that major concern about my marriage, like in future, how to deal with it. I don't know what will happen. Maybe after taking
Uh,
other medication.
I didn't understand what you said. Say it one more time.
Yeah, I have that major concern about life after marriage. At least how will I get a girl if I tell people that I have this thing and I'm taking medication, then no one will give. I won't get a girl, I think.
Yeah, epilepsy shouldn't get in the way of true love. If someone loves you,
Mm.
then they'll love you with epilepsy. And yeah, you got to try
Okay,
it to
thank you.
know. See how far
Thank you.
it'll
Thank you.
go. I don't know. Will it go as far as marriage? I don't know. But I know you can find somebody and have epilepsy, and there's plenty of people I know that are happy with people with epilepsy,
Mhm.
and they come on here and they talk about how happy they are in their relationships. It's possible. Don't stop
Yeah.
looking.
I was in a very long term, very happy relationship, but unfortunately my partner passed away last year. So
So sad to hear. Please,
life happens, I suppose.
my English is not that much good. If you don't understand what I'm saying, please pardon.
Your English is great. Yeah,
You're doing a great job.
I don't think any of us have any trouble understanding you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I have some work. I will go. Okay. Thank you.
How long have you had seizures for?
Uh, when I was 13 years old, from that time I am getting serious.
Yeah, I'm just curious on how long ago did you start having seizures? I got something here. It says, does anyone here identify as disabled? What the subject says, I'm reading a book called The Future is Disabled, and the writer talks about identifying as disabled. I've never heard of or thought. about that before. Rather, I've only thought about the term disabled in a physical or medical context. FWIW,
For what
36-year
it's
old male
worth.
with, huh?
For what it's worth.
Oh, for what it's worth,
Mm,
36-year-old male
that's what that
with
stands for?
seizure.
All right.
Yeah, I thought that meant something else.
I
It
just
says
had no clue what
36-year-old
it
male,
meant.
36-year-old male with seizures largely controlled. Um, no, I do not identify as disabled. Um, anyone else got something to say about that? Do you guys?
Yeah, I'm disabled.
You're not Angel.
Yeah, I am
I mean,
disabled.
we kind of are. I mean, if you look at like the actual like definition of
I
that
was just trying
word,
to help.
we're unable to do certain things that other people aren't. But I hate pulling that card. Like I said, I ride my bike everywhere.
Yeah.
I just try and get around it. But there are certain times when somebody just gets like, like all pinky out, like being a, fucking stuck up like Karen and shit. And then
We
then
are
I'll pull that card.
stubbornly
Yeah,
disabled.
then I'll what was that? What was that, Angel? You're muted. You're muted, Angel.
Oh, I said we are stubborn, but we are disabled.
Yeah, yeah. So then yeah, there's been like two or three times where I've like pulled that card or something. Somebody's like, "Oh, you can't ride your bike on the sidewalk. You can't put your bike here. You can't do this." And I'm like, "Okay, so if I was in a wheelchair, would you tell me that I couldn't be in here?" And I'm like, "No, why would I say that to someone in a wheelchair?" I was like, "Okay, great. Well, I have epilepsy. I can't get a driver's license. My bike is my only way of transportation. So what's the difference between my bicycle and someone's wheelchair?" And then they were just like, "Well, I didn't know. How am I supposed to know?" I was like, "Well, you had no problem running up to me and telling me where I can and can't have my bike. Why didn't you run up to me and ask me why I have my bike here?" Like, I mean, I was just 100% being a total complete asshole. Like, I was already in a bad mood, not feeling well, and they just set me off. So I was, playing the reverse Uno card and being a complete, dick right back to them. I never ever, yeah, do that. I just always just hide in my little shell and keep to myself. But that just set me off that day. And yeah, that person, oh, I still can remember their face, dude. Like, I'm getting like angry, like thinking about the situation. I was so mad
Okay
at that
then.
point. It was, yeah, it was
Um,
it was funny. I wish I had it on camera. It's so I could like fucking post the video of it, dude. It was now that I'm looking back at it, it's funny to me. I was quite angry at the moment, but yeah, it we and yeah, it's like 50 for me personally, it's 50-50. I feel like we are disabled, but it's not the same as like what society kind of considers, a disability. Like when it's somebody that, like, to bring up the example again that I was saying, is like when somebody's in a wheelchair, it's like you see that they have a disability. You hold the door open, you let them go first. But with us, we still have the same thing. Still have things that we can't do, that we're unable to do. We have to take medication. Like we still are disabled in a way, but it's like 50-50 on how do you wanted to describe it. Is that is that the right way of bringing it up? Is that how you guys
Invisible
feel too, or?
invisible disability versus a visual disability, like a visible disability. Because if someone's in a wheelchair or missing a limb, for example, that is visibly they're visibly disabled. But you look
Yeah,
at me, I don't visibly look like I'm disabled, but I'm very disabled for a whole list of reasons.
exactly. One of the we have the school that I work at. We have two PE teachers, and one of them, from above the knee, he is missing his right lower limb, and he has a what artificial, is that
Prosthesis.
the right word? Yeah. He has, it's got like, it's like carbon fiber, and it's got like the kind of spring type mechanism on it, and it's, he walks around like, if he has pants on, you could not tell a difference whatsoever. Like, he walks perfectly fine and everything. So I mean, yes, that man is disabled. He is literally missing a major part of his body, but
I
he
got
still
screamed
goes
at and
around, and he
I
he,
got
he still
screamed at and cussed out by an old man for parking in a handicap spot.
yeah. And my ex, I, I know I've ranted about her before. My ex-wife, she, because when I had epilepsy, she was like, oh well, technically you're disabled, you can get a handicap, placard, and we can park, up front and blah blah blah. And I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do that. That's bullshit. I don't have like a real, like, there's no way, like, there's somebody that's gonna be in a wheelchair that needs that parking spot. Like, I'm not gonna do that. Like I said, I've ranted
Yeah.
about, and I'm, yeah, that's part of the reason she's an ex, is she was just a dumb bitch. But
No, I got out went walking into the Quick Trip one day, and the guy comes walking up to me with his cane. He's like, "You can't park there. You can't park there. That's a handicap spot. You can't park there." I was like, "Well, I'm glad you can't see all the fucking metal in my back, asshole. Go check the tag on the back." And I just kept walking.
exactly, people, yeah, just because they don't see it like right in front of their eyes, like, you're not missing half of your body or something, they're just like, oh well, that person must be perfectly fine, there's no other reason why they need that parking spot. Yeah, yeah, that's
So,
ridiculous to me.
sorry, we went
I
ranting.
only try I only try to like not use that word and not like people ask something like that. Like I try not to say I'm disabled or things like that because I don't want people to start thinking there's certain things that they shouldn't ask me to do. Like I mean, I understand the obvious things like don't climb on something or that, but I don't want someone to count me out because I have epilepsy. So I kind of like if you have a question, then I can tell you, okay, I can't do that because of this. But I don't want anyone just not asking me to do something because they think epilepsy will stop me from certain things.
Everybody's body is different, and we're not doctors.
Please take medication as prescribed.
Please take your medication as prescribed.
I'm about
Right.
to go to bed.